You're watching Ticket TV. Like, share, and subscribe on your way in.
All right, what up, everybody? Like, share, and subscribe as y'all tap in once again. Y'all know what's on. We're gonna get right into this video and talk about this situation as Tupac Shakur murder trial. We are on it now, you guys. It is here, and today we will be getting into everything. It is right here, right now, in front of us. Opening statements. We will get right into this trial today, you guys, and we will be giving you guys full coverage of the Tupac Shakur murder trial, man. And this ought to be a sight to behold, as we have waited such a long time to get here, man. Please appreciate everybody who supports the channel, man. I salute to all of y'all that's in the building. Y'all already know what's up, man. And we're definitely going to see what it is, man. I appreciate all of y'all once again. And so I salute to all of you guys that's in the building. And we're going to get right into it. We're going to get right into it. Let's see. Hold on, you guys. All right. Yeah, y'all. Salute everybody that's in here, man. Appreciate all y'all that's going to come in the building. Like, share, and subscribe once again. Y'all let me know if y'all can hear me in the comments, man. We're going to get to it today. Today is a very important day in this trial, man. Today we're going to find out pretty much everything, man. This has been a long time coming, man. The trial of Tupac Shakur, alleged killer, a guy who accompanied the killers, I should say. But he's being charged with a murder because, as you know, if you're an accessory, if you're in a car, you get charged with the same crime as a guy who pulled the trigger. And there is no statute of limitations on murder. So this is why we're here today. To everybody who wants to know, this is why we're here today. There is no statute of limitations on murder. This is why we're here today, right? And y'all know what's up. Salute to all of y'all. Okay, Tanya, what's up? I see you in the building. Much love to you. Member of the channel. Appreciate it. Today, as I told you guys, it's going to be one of them ones, man. Today is going to be one of them ones. When we talk about one of them ones, today is one of them ones. This is no doubt about this. Today is one of them ones. What a numb piece, straight up. Hold on, let's hear what's going on right now. Hold on, you guys. I want to make sure y'all can hear. Just give me 1 second. Make sure you guys can hear what's going on. Just give me a second.
At the scene of the crime. Now, on the other hand, the defense is going to say, hey, this was about fame and fortune. We have inconsistencies. We have him recanting his testimony. And so we have no physical evidence. This is a cold case of 30 years. And there's no evidence. There's no one alive. There's no witnesses. So that they're going to each have a very set of dueling narratives. And again, this is going to come down for the jury to decide who they believe.
And in hearing you say that there's no evidence, it strikes me as kind of wild considering where this murder took place, right? On the Strip in Las Vegas. The judge, though, Lisa, ruling a book that Davis wrote can be used as evidence. Davis says that book is fictional, but how will that hold up in the court when he's acknowledged his role in the killing in other media interviews and in a 2009 police interview?
Well, that's a great question. As they talked about in the piece that we just heard, the book is the linchpin of the prosecution's case because, again, he wrote a detailed narrative about his involvement, followed up by various interviews on podcasts, in news clips, in magazines. And so that was one big part of the prosecution's case. And then you have a 2009 interview.
He did do that talking
on a recorded statement where he's not selling books and it's not for fame and fortune. He confessed on a recorded statement with the police. So therein presents a great opportunity for the prosecution to say, hey, you heard it here himself. He's talked about it. He's confessed to the police about it. And we have his own words, and who best to testify about what happened other than the defendant himself.
And Lisa, there are 12 jurors and 4 alternates in this trial.
Y'all smash that like button.
Seated as 21. He was born 9 years after Tupac was killed, but says he still knows the artist's work. What will be the defense's biggest challenge when this is such a high-profile case with such a famous and, to so many, beloved artist?
You just said it right there, Brian, that Tupac is an iconic, beloved artist, and jurors are just regular people. We have jurors are starstruck. They are, celebrity. They love the celebrity, and they want accountability for a cold case. So that's the biggest challenge. And then you have the defense trying to separate the tragedy of a beloved, iconic artist such as Tupac from the defense's narrative, and basically trying to say that that was sold for fame and fortune when he only recanted after Davis was arrested. So again, you have a dueling narrative, and it's going to be up to the jury who to believe. Are you going to believe the defendant when he said all this stuff in various venues and interviews, or are you going to believe the defense saying that, hey, there's inconsistencies here, he recanted his testimony? Again, this is going to come down to a set of dueling narratives, and what we're going to be looking for is consistency and believability and credibility. That is going to be the prosecution's biggest hurdle, but also if they can pull it off, that's going to be the key to the case.
All right, and we will see if they pull it off. Lisa Bonner, thank you very much for your expertise and time.
Just a few hours, you're going to hear opening statements in a trial 30 years in the making. It's the first time anybody's faced charges for the murder of Tupac Shakur. Duane Keefe D. Davis is accused of orchestrating the shooting, which killed the rap icon in Las Vegas. This was all the way back in 1996. Shakur, of course, was killed in a drive-by shooting after a Mike Tyson fight. A car pulled up beside Tupac's and opened fire, killing him and injuring record executive Suge Knight. Now, Davis admitted to being part of it in a book in 2019, and he added this quote, "Tupac made an erratic move and began to reach down beneath his seat." He went on to write, "One of my guys from the back seat grabbed the Glock and started busting back." In a jailhouse interview just days before the trial, Davis says he made that all up.
Did you have anything to do with the murder of Tupac Shakur?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. I wasn't even in the matter. I wasn't in the matter, period.
Do you regret the book and the interview?
Yeah, I was just after the money, and they said I was covered. I did it for the money.
Joining me now is Jeremy Saland, former Manhattan prosecutor. Thank you so much for being here. You were saying, I was looking at our notes here, that this is a case where they have a body, but they don't have a shooter, they don't have a gun, they don't have a cooperative informant. What they do have is a defendant and his own words.
Wow.
Is there any reason
That's not
for
true.
him to take the stand?
That's not true. She said defending his
It's
own
a great
words.
question because the jury's going to be instructed.
They got more than that.
He can't draw a conclusion at adverse one if he doesn't.
They
but at
got
the same
proof
time,
to
they're
what
going to
he
hear his
said
words. He's
is true.
Testifying without actually testifying. And how are you going to assess
what
the
the hell she
credibility
talking
of
about?
what he said and whether now it's not truthful or then it was?
Hold on. They got proof to what he said was true. What the hell is she talking about, y'all? I don't even think she know what the hell she talking about. They literally got proof to what he said as being starkly accurate to what happened. What the hell is this lady talking about? I don't think she know what the hell she talking about. Y'all smash the like button as y'all come on in and share the video, man.
Has nothing to do with me, and if somebody brings me there, it's gonna hurt whoever brings me there. I promise you that.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting because how do you get a non-compliant witness to come in and testify? You can subpoena that person.
You ask him questions in general, period. If he lies under oath, he's done. If he says it's going to be bad, if he lies under oath, he's hurt even more. Because if they can prove that he lied under oath, it's even worse. Right? That's the point. That's the point. If he lied under oath, it's gonna be worse. Duh. What the hell is wrong with people, man? I don't know what's wrong with people, y'all. People don't lost their damn minds. I don't think these people know what the hell they talking about, right? At all. These are all people who never even been around the culture, never seen all the stuff that's been going on for years.
That now can you go on the stand and tell the streets I was lying, that was all BS? Like, I don't actually understand what the defense plan is here.
I mean, there's a guy that says he's a gang leader. I mean, he's built his life on being this bad, tough character and this bad guy, and now he's going to walk it back. I mean, that causes some issues for him personally in terms of the code of the street, but it also causes interesting issues for him in that courtroom. I think he's going to find himself in a very precarious situation, and it's a little bit stacked against him. You made this money off of this book, you made these statements, and now you're saying it's not true. Are these admissions lies? Where's your credibility? He's got problems in the streets. He's got problems in that courtroom. It's not a place that anyone wants to find himself, and he sees that writing on the wall, no doubt.
Today, opening statements set to begin in the trial over the 1996 killing of Tupac Shakur. Nearly 30 years after the iconic rapper was gunned down in Las Vegas, the man accused of orchestrating his murder is going before a jury. Former gang leader Duane Davis has pleaded not guilty. Prosecutors allege that the 63-year-old helped plan the attack as revenge after his nephew got into a fight with Shakur and his entourage following a Mike Tyson fight at the MGM Grand. All of it caught on surveillance video. Now, prosecutors are expected to focus heavily on Davis's own words, including statements he made publicly and details in his 2019 memoir. The defense argues those are just exaggerations and not credible admissions of guilt. Joining me now, CNN legal analyst and criminal defense attorney Joey Jackson. It's good to have you here. Look, it's 30 years old, this case, just about a month shy of so. Prosecutors are saying, look, Duane Davis didn't pull the trigger, but he helped coordinate this and supplied the weapon. Give us some sense of legally what the defense or what the prosecution has to prove and what they will be doing in their opening statements.
Without question. Good morning, Sarah. Right. So this is predicated, this case, on something called accomplice liability. What does that mean? It means prosecutors don't have to establish that he, Keefe D, pulled the trigger, just that he aided, abetted, facilitated, encouraged. You know the story. So in the event that they demonstrate that he was actually something beyond merely being present, because remember, if they establish only that he was merely present, not enough. Got to establish that he was intricately involved. Now, how's that going to happen? You just noted it's 30 years ago. Now, what the prosecution is going to say is, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we don't need to convict him. He convicted himself. How? There was this 2008 confession. It's on tape. We're going to play it for you. And you're going to hear him say chapter and verse his involvement. He'll tell you about the white Cadillac. He'll tell you about his nephew, Orlando.
How he know all that if he ain't do nothing?
Who was attacked at the MGM after the Tyson fight. He'll tell you that as a result of that, he got his crew together, secured the white Cadillac, drove with 3 other people, procured the gun, handed it, and as a result of that, he's guilty. His own words will tell you, but it doesn't stop with the 2008 confession, ladies and gentlemen. Let's talk about the memoirs, right? The memoir in 2019, how he bragged about it and
this
said
dude
the
right
same
here
thing
breaking that shit
that
down.
he said in 2008, and in between, he was on every podcast, every YouTube video, etc. But the defense will say, Sarah, not so fast. Where is your murder weapon? Where is the actual Cadillac that you're referring to? Where are the fingerprints? Where is anything that would establish that he was involved?
He admitted in a proffer,
word.
in a sworn agreement.
My client has a right to make a living. And if he wants to put out pure fiction because he's making...
Did he do it under oath?
His prerogative. So if the prosecution doesn't have the evidence, they don't have a case. And so it's going to be those competing narratives, and what competing narrative carries the day will be up to the jury.
I'm curious who you are looking forward to hearing from in this case, because the witness list has some very famous names in it as well.
So I'm not looking at the famous people, right? I'm looking at the people who might have some involvement or knowledge. Like who? If there are people that he was involved with, Keefe D I'm talking about, and in terms of his gang, if they come in and say, yeah, he was a shot caller, he really ran things, I know what he was up to. Now, they're not eyewitnesses per se, but they're people who could corroborate the fact that he was a gang member. Why is that important? Because they are prosecutors charging not only murder with the weapon, but that it was facilitated by his gang and promoted by his gang involvement. So if you have those people who are down at the street level who can talk about what Keefe D knew and when he knew it, those are the people that I'm looking to hear from. They'll be very important in this trial.
Today, opening statements going to begin in the trial over the 1996 killing of Tupac Shakur, nearly 30 years after the iconic rap.
And y'all all seeing this play out. Y'all all seeing this play out in front of the whole world, right? Y'all seeing this play out in front of the whole world, ladies and gentlemen. This whole thing is playing out in front of the whole entire world, man. And we're going to finally get
in his 2019 memoir, and also some of the interviews he's been doing, but also what he told police. Now, in an interview that he just did, Davis claims his past confessions, however, were fabricated for financial gain. Take a listen.
Did you have anything to do with the murder of Tupac Shakur?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. I wasn't even in the matter. I wasn't in the matter, period.
Do you regret the book and the interview?
Yeah, I was just after the money, and they said I was covered. I did it for the money.
Here now, CNN legal analyst and criminal defense attorney Joey Jackson. I did it for the money. He is now saying, look, what he said back then and in his own memoir was fabricated.
Y'all hit that like button.
Just trying to make a buck off of perhaps the biggest case that existed for years that has had so much attention paid to it.
Hit that like button as y'all come in. Hit that like button as y'all come on in, man. Everybody's talking about this right now. We all in here, man. We turned up to the max, y'all. Y'all already know what's up. This is one of them ones, man. This is one of those ones, you guys. This is definitely one of those ones. You know? Can you dig that, y'all? Y'all know what's up with it. It's definitely one of those ones. Right? We know what it is. I want to salute everybody that's in the building. Everybody that's tapped in, y'all know what's up. Appreciate all of you guys. All right. We're going to let y'all tap in. We're going to see what it is, y'all. It's all coming down to this. Right? It's all coming down to this, you guys. Straight up, man. We are on this thing, y'all. We are blessed to be able to see all of these things that are going on, right? And this is just one of these things where it's all come to this, man. It's all come to this, you guys. So I definitely appreciate all of you guys. Much love to all of y'all. And respect. Y'all know what's up, man. All right? Hold on, you guys. Just give me a second. All right? Just give me a second. We're going to make sure we get this up for y'all. It's going down today. Today is the day, man. We've been waiting for this day for so many years, you guys. It's crazy, man. It's crazy, you know. Shout out to my brother Art of Dialogue the whole time for staying 100 on this whole situation. You know what I'm saying? Doing great reporting this whole time. I know what's up.
So I gotta ask you, man. I know you've been hearing the rumors that's been going around. So Reggie Wright Jr., he did an interview and he said that you're gonna be getting arrested soon for Tupac's murder. Is that true?
Not that I know of, unless he's the U.S. fucking attorney or something. I don't know. This dude that obsessed with me. What the fuck? You know what I'm saying? I know I said I wasn't gonna ever bring his name up again. He did that bullshit phone call, you know what I'm saying? With that like a tap line or something. This is recorded. And he didn't let me hear the shit. I should sue him and that fucking RJ Bond. That dude obsessed with me. He act like he want to give me some head or something. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with him. You need to leave me the fuck alone. That back in when I got out of the federal prison, I see this dude at the at a grocery store. This man don't know me from a man in the moon. He act like he my fucking friend. This dude ain't my fucking friend. I walked up to him and said, "Man, you know who the fuck I am?" He like, "Nah." I said, "Man, I'm Keefe D." He like, "Oh shit." Then I was sitting in the parking lot waiting on him to come out. He pulled out of this little gray BMW. That mother was scared to death. That mother don't know me. I've never been your friend or nothing. But I know of you, motherfucker, because your daddy the fucking police. And I'm tired of him. You know what I'm saying? He bringing up my name. He brought up my name from day one. You know what I'm saying? I am tired of him. And I guess he wanna I don't know what's wrong with the dude. He obsessed with me. You heard that song by Mariah Carey? Shit, leave me the fuck alone, bitch. I'm not your friend. You're doing secret phone calls and all that shit, man. Leave me the fuck alone, dude. You know what I'm saying? If anything, if they do arrest me, you need to be handcuffed to me, motherfucker. For all the dirty shit you done did, you son of a bitch. Ain't have you washed your neck yet? Maybe that shit maybe getting stuck to your fucking brain. All that fucking dirt on your neck, nigga. Leave me the fuck alone, bitch. Yeah, that's all I got to say about him. And if he come back with anything, he trying to get views off me. He's strolling me or something. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with him. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, he like, I guess I got a free interview. You know what I'm saying? What the fuck? Yeah, that was some bullshit. They called me 12 a night. You know what I'm saying? Called me off guard. Keep you smoking. No, bitch. You smoking, motherfucker. You and your daddy. Back when I used to live over there in their neighborhood, this dude had to be in fucking the ninth, eighth, ninth grade. That motherfucker used to be had a cardboard box on this little driveway off of Bradfield and Stockton. Nigga used to be doing breakdancing and shit. You know what I'm saying? Oh, fucking, man, leave me the fuck alone, dude. Little fat motherfucker. Unless you the U.S. attorney, I don't know what the fuck's going on. Good news to me, motherfucker. Okay, I'm tired of addressing him. To the next thing, bro.
Right, but I want to backtrack, man, because you just made a comment and you said that if you get arrested, Reggie Wright Jr. needs to be arrested. What you mean by that? Go into detail about that.
He need to be handcuffed to me. All the dirty shit he did. You know what I'm saying? I'm quite sure he had his hands into that Peter Pritchard shit over there on what's that, Fairfax and fucking Wilshire at that fucking auto museum. I'm quite sure he had his hands in there. So if I go to jail, you need to be handcuffed to me, bitch. Only thing I understand tall through it all, motherfucker. You not with your weak ass. And I heard COVID whooping your ass anyway. You know what I'm saying? Leave me the fuck alone, dude. All that dirty shit you done did, nigga. Yeah. Okay, I'm done with him. On to the next, man. I'm tired of him. Just get off my dick. hanging from my fucking ball sack, motherfucker, like a dingleberry.
Oh,
Fucking hoe. Fat ass bitch. Yeah. I'm tired of him. And if they do come arrest you, you need to be fucking handcuffed to me, nigga. For that shit at Fairfax and fucking Wilshire, that Biggie shit, motherfucker. I'm quite sure you had your hands in it, you fat, dirty son of a bitch. Well, you obsessed with me. Get off my dick. Well, when you want me to come get into bed with you and Boo, motherfucker, do a threesome or something? Man, leave me the fuck alone, bitch. How you know? You the U.S. attorney? Fuck. Oh, motherfucker, you dirty motherfucker, man. You just obsessed with me, young. You heard that shit by Mariah Carey, young. Girl, you go. All right, big dog. I'm tired of him, though. You know what I'm saying?
They'll never get old.
Never address. I don't care what he come with, whatever he come with. I will never address this shit again, ever in my life. Leave me alone, motherfucker. You want me to come jump in the bed with you and Boo? Motherfucker.
Yeah, man, that's what Reggie Wright Jr. said, man. He said in a few months you're gonna be getting arrested, man. He even said they've been knocking on people's doors and everything, man.
I'll just address that, brother. You know what I'm saying? I'm staying tall through
They
it all.
better not let this nigga on the stand, man.
I'm not gonna fucking kill myself. I ain't gonna do the fucking Ann Hernandez or nothing like that.
Oh my
Come on,
God.
big dog.
They better not let him on the stand, bro. They better not let him on the stand, bro. If they let him on the stand, y'all, I'm telling y'all this right now, man. If they let him on the stand, bro, I'm telling y'all, it's gonna be fireworks around here, man.
You really feel a type of way about Puffy not reaching out to you, man. I can tell by talking to you that you feel a type of way about it. So nobody from Puffy team reached out to you.
No, hell no. I did time for the bro, everything, you know what I'm saying? That nigga, he ain't even sent me a suit, man. That's bad. I seen it, this other dude named Fleetwood, ran into him. He like, man, Puffy sent me $20,000 worth of clothes every season. I said, for real? And yeah. But yeah, no, he never reached out to me or nothing. Yeah. And don't look like he won't ever reach out to me. Yeah. Yeah. I met him back in like 91. He was doing an Usher video. My Way. You know what I'm saying? My Way. No, not My Way, but Can I Get With
Smash the
You?
like button.
That was Usher's very first song. And they called my hydraulic place and asked to use some lowriders. So I let them use my phone. We took the car up there. Usher danced all on the hood, on the window door. So it was a big old dent in it and shit. So I took it up to the paint shop, man, and they like, man, we got to paint the whole car. So Puffy reimbursed me with that. That's where I met Puffy. Puffy, everybody think I met him through Zib and D-Mac and stuff like that. No, he called and asked to use my lowrider for an Usher video. Could I get with you? Usher got the little Lakers uniform on. He in school. You know what video I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Can I get with you? Yeah. That's how I met Puff. And he wound up kicking me the $4,000. Paying $4,000 to get the car repainted. Yeah.
What makes you say you lost your empire because of Puffy? Why you say that?
I did. Shit. If I wouldn't have never met him, I wouldn't have never been involved in this bullshit. You know what I'm saying? If I would have never met the brother, I wouldn't have never been involved in this bullshit. Really. Because me and Suge was...
Y'all hit that like button.
Pop one team and everything. My homeboys helped put Suge in the game and all that shit, you know? And we really crashed two people's empire that fucking one night. You know what I'm saying? Mine's for sure. Suge's too. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, man. So you feel like Puffy, he's the reason for your empire and Suge empire going down because of the whole situation with Tupac.
Exactly. He the only one still balling. Shit. Yeah, he made our shit go down, man. Yeah, I ain't even met him over. He won't even look out or nothing, you know?
So break that down, man, for the people out there that don't know the backstory. What did Puffy do exactly to break down y'all empires?
Because he pitted us against each other, it seemed like. seemed like he pitted us against each other. You know, which was kind of smart because we're Crips and Suge was Bloods. Like, you know what I'm saying? He just called me and Zip was rolling up Greenleaf one night. He called and asked, you think it's safe to come out here to do our concerts? And I just said, man, give me like 50 tickets to each concert. We'll be out there with you. We'll go with you. We went to the concert in San Diego, went to the concert in Anaheim, Irvine Meadows, and the one in Las Vegas with them. Yeah. Yeah, and back then they was just a startup coming up, you know what I'm saying? They didn't really have no money like that.
Y'all smash that like
We were balling. We was bosses. For sure. I know I was a boss. My whole crew was bosses. I made bosses all over the country, like I said. I even made some bosses in Boosley Town. What you up, Baton Rouge? I got a couple of homeboys out there in Baton Rouge rolling. He just don't know who I know. And if he's smart.
That's crazy, bro. That's crazy, man.
He's like he was in a parade or something. Stupid ass. Hanging out the window. Hey! And he was like, Tupac. And we like, oh, there go that motherfucker. And we popped a Huey. And that was it.
So I want to backtrack a little. So y'all was waiting at 662. Tupac and Suge Knight didn't show up. But if I'm not mistaken, y'all was actually waiting at 662 for Tupac and Orlando can fight, right?
Yeah.
Tell me about that, because Orlando actually wanted to fight Tupac, right?
They didn't get his ass knocked out. So Lane had hands. One punch.
Oh, for real? He had hands?
Oh, hell yeah, like God. Yeah.
So tell me about that. Orlando saying he wanted to fight Tupac and have a heads up with him.
We was just, I was going to tell Suge, let him get down. That's all. He's just going to beat his ass.
So y'all was at 662, Tupac and Suge Knight didn't show up. So that's when y'all decided to retaliate, and that's when y'all was like, okay.
No, we just left because they didn't show up.
Okay. Von Zip is the one that provided y'all with the gun, right?
I don't know nothing about that.
I mean, it's in the book and everything, yeah.
I don't know nothing about that. Ask Greg K. You believe most of his stories. You know? You do though.
Yeah, Greg Caden said it. I mean, it said it in the book. I got your book, the audio book.
See, he got the whole world fucked up. Like you got you fucked up. You know what I'm saying? Like that. Like I said, that.
No, this is in your book.
Is fucking unsolved is a fabricated bunch of bullshit. The way he wanted to portray me.
Yeah, but Keefe,
you know what I'm saying? I'm sagging khaki pants. Man, I ain't want no khaki pants and fucking G-Guys
in that book.
I'm a player, dude.
But here's the thing. I got the audio book. So yeah, so it's all in the book. So Von Zip is the one that provided, not Shoe, but somebody that was in a white Cadillac with the gun.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So tell me how that came about. You don't have to tell me the person he gave it to. Okay, so we're not trying to blame you for that, but just tell me how that came about. Von Zip offering somebody that was in the car with the gun.
What'd you say?
No, just tell me how it came about. Once again, you don't have to say who exactly he gave the gun to, but just say how it came about where Von Zip provided you and your crew with the gun.
No, he just asked, do we need some help? And shit. He came up with the thing. That's all. Shit, he had a thing on him. We already had things too, though. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
We had already had things too. And he had a thing. That's all.
So how did you know Tupac and Suge was in the black BMW?
He was hanging out the window.
Tupac?
Yeah.
What was he doing?
Shit, he had half his body out the window. Yeah. Just, that Bay Area shit. You know how they do. That weird shit. Like Ghost Rider whip. They just want to be flamboyant. You know what I'm saying? Want to be seen and shit.
But you said the females was yelling Tupac's name, right?
Yeah,
that's how y'all found out they was in the car, right?
Tupac.
See, he said some specific shit in here about he was breakdancing. He said some specific shit.
Motherfucker gonna be sitting down and set his ass down somewhere.
Bro,
You know what I'm saying?
they're gonna be
I
able to
be
tell
hanging
that
out
in
no
the
fucking
forensics.
window. Just want to be seen and shit.
Right.
Yeah.
So
What's up?
so you and your crew, y'all on Flamingo and Koval, and y'all slowly pull up to Tupac and Suge in a black BMW. Tell me how that came about.
We just took the gutter lane. Like we said, we pulled up to the stoplight, and they was making a right. It was about 17 cars. We just pulled up in the gutter lane and seen their ass. Yeah. And I first shot it, hit Big Boy in the head. I thought he was dead. Like, damn, he dead. And they didn't even give chase, make it so bad. Some brawls gave a chase. They got their little windshield shot out. It was over with after that.
Dre, he was the one that was supposed to shoot, Tupac and Suge, but he got scared, right?
No, he didn't really get scared. He wasn't ready for that. They was youngsters, man. Kids.
But once again, I mean, y'all Crips, right? So he should be used to that, right, Dre? So why was
He wasn't ready for that. Everybody got a role, man. Everybody
wasn't
ain't
the
killers.
shooter.
Everybody, you know what I'm saying? Everybody ain't gonna kill.
So
Everybody
Dre,
ain't
he
with
wasn't
that.
the shooter?
No.
Okay, so but he was the one that was supposed to shoot up Tupac and Suge, but for some reason he wasn't ready for it, so he gave the gun to Orlando, right?
Something like that, yeah.
And Orlando is the shooter. He's the known shooter. I mean, everybody know Orlando Anderson was a shooter. So Dre got cold feet. He didn't want to do it. He gave the gun to Orlando, and Orlando shot Tupac and Suge.
Yeah, he did his thing, yeah.
Okay, so what was Tupac and Suge's reaction when Orlando started shooting up the BMW?
Oh, shit. Suge just ducked his head, and the first bullet went in his head, so the next one's hit him. It was like he was doing a breakdance, trying to jump in the back seat or something.
Breakdance,
Yeah.
see? That shit right
Like,
there.
damn.
Trying to tell y'all.
What the fuck? It looked like he was trying to jump in the, but it was, the bullets was in his ass. Then we made the right, and them bras tried to get a little chase. You know what I'm saying? But I wonder why Reddy didn't get a chase, because I seen him do some shooting before, for sure.
Right. So
you want to talk about that too?
No, we're gonna get into all that.
Let him talk about it. He said, "You want to talk about
Tupac,
that?"
he said he was trying to reach for a gun, or it looked like he was trying to reach for a gun.
Yeah. Looked like he was trying to get his thing. That's what it looked like.
And you said Tupac tried to jump in the back seat.
It looked like he was
when y'all start shooting.
He was reaching, and it looked like he was trying to jump in the back seat or something. He was like breakdancing or some shit. It was, yeah.
All right, so how you feel about people that say Suge used Tupac as a shield?
Oh, he used it as no shield. This man shot in the fucking head. That's what we thought was dead.
Okay.
First bullet went straight in his head.
So Suge Knight reaction wasn't him trying to grab Tupac?
Nah, they lying. That's why I say Greg Caden, Reggie, Knockout, was they there? They wasn't there. Yeah.
So
all right, y'all, let's get on to it. We getting ready to get into this as the Keefe D, Tupac Shakur murder trial is underway, you guys. And we are going to, first of all, I want to salute everybody that's tapped in. Appreciate all of you guys that have joined this stream. Man, salute to all of y'all. Y'all know what's up. So we're going to get ready to break this thing down for you guys. Right. So just give me 1 second, y'all. This is going down now. It's definitely going down. Not a question about it. We are literally in court. want to see when Keefe D comes out. Like, share, and subscribe as y'all come on in the building. Appreciate all of you guys who constantly support your boy and what I got going on over here, man. Again, y'all share this video, like the video. We're a couple of minutes before we hear the opening statements today. And we get right into this case. They're pulling somebody's jacket out. Somebody's dress jacket. I don't know if that's for Keefe D or for who. Let me see. I don't know who this is for. I'm going to see you guys. Hold on. All right, I got to see. Hold on 1 second, you guys. Right? All right. Hold on. So here comes, I think this is Keefe D. Hold on. Is this Keefe D? Yeah, I think they were giving it to Keefe D. Hold on. His lawyers out here. Did they get it to Keefe D? Oh, here we go. I think this is Keefe D. Hold on. Keefe D is coming out, y'all. Keefe D is in the building. Oh, Keefe D looking crazy. Hold on, y'all. We got to do it. We got to do it. We got to do it. Keefe D out here on one, y'all. Y'all share the video, like the video, man. As y'all come on in, we get ready to get right into this. We get ready to get right into this. Right? Boom. Man, Keefe D looks shook, bro. That nigga looks shook. Let me show y'all this. Keefe D looks shook. I gotta show y'all this. He looks shook in court. He know it's all on the wood right here. Boy, Keefe D looks shook. Man, he looks shook. Oh, so they put out the witnesses, y'all. All right, the jury's coming in, y'all. It's a packed courthouse, y'all. The courtroom is packed. Man, they got Keefe D out here. Keefe D's looking at that jury. Boy, Keefe D looking at that jury, y'all. He looking at that jury for real. That fool look worried, bro. That fool look worried. He look nervous. Keefe D look nervous. Man. They staring at him like, boy, you done. That's how they looking at him in the crowd, y'all. That's how they looking at him in the crowd. We watching it right now. Right? Salute to all of y'all. He watching the jury be brought in. They got Keefe over there looking smooth. Boy, he looking at them people like, man, yo, Keefe looks bothered, bro. This is really bothering him, y'all. You can tell that this is harping upon Keefe D, man. You can just tell, bro. You can tell, man. It's all come down to this. Y'all share this video, like this video, man. Right? The jury's just coming in. That's what's going on now, for you guys who don't know. The jury's just coming in. That's why it's no sound. Hold on, y'all. My bad. Jury's coming in. My bad, you guys. I had the volume off. My bad. I'm tripping. We good now. Hold on, y'all. Here we go. Keefe D's lawyer look crazy. Everybody stood up. Boy, that nigga Keefe D look crazy, bro. Keefe D looks like he is going through it, y'all. Stressed. He see all them cameras. He know it's all on the wood. He looks stressed.
Okay. You may, did the party stipulate to the presence of the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may be seated.
Now they say everybody sit down. The jury's in there.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Hopefully you were able to get everything situated over the long weekend, and we look forward to proceeding with trial. Before we get started, we do need to have you sworn. So if I could have you all stand and raise your right hand, we'll proceed with that.
Man, that judge ain't got no lips.
You and each of you do solemnly swear that you will well and truly try the case at issue and a true verdict render according to the evidence, so help you God. Thank you. You may be seated.
All right. Thank you, Jessica, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen. At this time, we're going to turn to opening statements. Mr. Paul, are you ready to give your opening statement at this time?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may proceed whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning. On September 7th, 1996, Tupac Shakur came to Las Vegas to attend a Mike Tyson fight. After the fight, Tupac, along with Suge Knight, Trayvon Lane, and other people that were with that group, ran into a person named Orlando Anderson. And Orlando Anderson is the defendant's nephew. And when they encountered Orlando Anderson sitting by himself, they attacked him. That attack was captured on video.
Damn, they got clear video.
Then, a few hours later, Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight drive down Flamingo Road to Club 662, where Tupac is scheduled to perform a concert. Then 2.5 hours later, after Tupac and Suge engaged in the beating of Orlando Anderson, they are gunned down. Tupac is gunned down in a drive-by shooting from a white Cadillac. An act of revenge. During those 2.5 hours, you will learn that the defendant was escalating and planning the retribution for the beating of his beloved nephew. Now, let's be clear. Duane Davis did not pull the trigger. But what he did do was plan the retaliation for the beating of his nephew. You will learn that Duane Davis got the gun. You will learn that he got into a white Cadillac. You will learn when the opportunity presented itself for retribution, Duane Davis made sure that the shooters were armed and ready to execute their revenge. And remarkably, you will learn that from Duane Davis himself. But to understand what happened on September 7th, 1996, on the streets of Las Vegas, we need to go about 275 miles west to the city of Compton, California. What you'll learn is that Compton is about 10 square miles. But in the mid-1990s, those 10 square miles were occupied by over 30 gangs claiming its territory.
Oh.
And important to this case, there are two gangs, Mob Piru and the South Side Compton Crips. Let's talk a little bit about the Mob Piru. The Mob Piru is a group that associated with the color red. And you'll hear that Suge Knight, the person who was driving Tupac Shakur that night, grew up in the neighborhood of Mob Piru. But by the mid-1990s, he had become a very successful CEO. By the mid-1990s, he had become a very successful CEO of the record label Death Row Records. But despite, or maybe because of where he came from, you'll hear that Suge Knight continued to employ Mob Piru gang members as part of Death Row. They would act as unofficial security, and other times they would engage in, let's call them other acts on behalf of Suge Knight. But Death Row in the mid-1990s, record labels around. They had artists such as Snoop Dogg, Dr. Dre, and of course, Tupac Shakur. And in 1996, Tupac Shakur was maybe the largest and biggest, most successful rapper around. He had just released All Eyes on Me, a double album that was met with huge success. Additionally, Tupac Shakur was a movie star, having appeared in a number of movies and critically acclaimed roles. He has at times been referred to as an icon. But for the purposes of this case, what you need to know is that Tupac Shakur was not a gangster. He was a hip-hop artist associated with the Mob Piru. Now, the other gang that's important to know here is the South Side Compton Crips. And when it comes to South Side, Duane Keefe D. Davis was the leader of the Burris Street faction of the South Side Compton Crips. And while Suge Knight rose to prominence in his neighborhood,
Bro, this is wild, yo.
Duane Davis rose to prominence in his neighborhood because he was a very successful, large-scale drug trafficker. And he moves up in the world of gangs by bringing in money to the neighborhood. The other thing you'll learn is that Orlando Baby Lane Anderson was his nephew and also a highly respected member of the South Side Compton Crips. Now, as part of this case, you're going to hear another name, Eric Zip Martin. Now, Eric Zip Martin is not a member of the South Side Compton Crips. In fact, he's based out of New York. He's involved in the drug trade and knows Duane Davis as a result of both their involvements in the drug trade. Duane Davis from the West Coast, Eric Zip Martin from the East Coast. And one of the connections that Duane Davis gets through his association with Zip Martin is with Sean Puffy Combs, who was then the CEO of Bad Boy Entertainment. Sean Combs wanted some security when he came out to the West Coast.
You got Diddy up here.
About Mob Piru. He was worried about the members of Death Row Records. And so Duane Keefe D. Davis agreed to be around to act as unofficial security for Sean Combs and his artists when they came out west.
That's crazy, bro.
To ensure there are no problems with Mob Piru and Death Row Records. And this took a rivalry between Mob Piru and South Side Compton Crips and escalated. And those tensions boiled over in the Lakewood Mall in the summer of 1996. There, you'll hear that Trayvon Lane, a member of the Mob Piru, associated with Death Row Records, was there with other members of Mob Piru in order to do some shopping. Lakewood Mall was a mall nearby Compton. You'll also hear that baby Lane Anderson, Orlando Anderson, the defendant's nephew, was there. Now, Trayvon Lane that day was wearing a chain with a Death Row medallion. And there was a fight that occurs between the Mob Piru group and the South Side Compton Crips. And at one point, that chain is pulled off Trayvon Lane's neck. Now, what happened to that chain is an issue of much dispute.
They're showing pictures and illustrations.
But the act of disrespect of pulling the Death Row chain and the brawl that occurs further escalates this heated rivalry. And what you'll learn is that these two men, Trayvon Lane and Orlando Baby Lane Anderson, they encounter each other again, this time in Las Vegas. So that brings us back up to September 7th, 1996, here in Las Vegas. Again, Mike Tyson is fighting Bruce Seldon. He disposes of him in less than in a round. Doesn't take a full round. And then after the fight, Tupac Shakur, Suge Knight, and the people that are here with, they leave. And among his group is Trayvon Lane. And that is why this fight occurs. Trayvon Lane and the Death Row group sees Orlando Anderson standing by himself, and they decide to attack him in retribution for what happened at the Lakewood Mall. You'll see Orlando Anderson's on the bottom of that group. You see security coming, trying to break this up. And then you'll see Tupac Shakur, Suge Knight, Trayvon Lane, and that group exit the MGM Grand. Now, Orlando Anderson was by himself because when Duane Davis purchased the tickets for the Bruce Seldon fight, he got them through a scalper. So everybody that came with Duane Davis were seated separately throughout the fight. And so Orlando Anderson was, at that time,
he used those words against him. Remember, he said he got the scalping?
Mr. Shakur, Mr. Knight, and his group leave the MGM Grand. And you'll see that Orlando Anderson, after being held by security, is questioned for a bit, asked if he wants to press charges. He decides he doesn't want to participate in any type of prosecution and that he doesn't need medical attention. Duane Davis hears about this beating. And what you will hear is that in his world, there is no question that a response is required. And you will hear from Duane Davis what happens next. Because what happened over the next 2.5 hours is something Duane Davis would later describe himself in the secret 2008 interview from his attorney's office with the federal task force. And we'll talk about that interview and the
talk to the feds
that later. But we'll hear about what the next 2.5 hours was. So what we learn is that Duane Davis is upset about the beating of his nephew.
Wow.
And frankly, that's not an unusual response. What's unusual is the next steps Duane Davis takes. Unusual for the normal person, maybe not unusual for like in gang culture.
Y'all smash your like button.
He is going to organize a retaliation that this beating cannot go unanswered. Then he runs into a person named Zip Martin. Remember the Zip Martin that was the connection with Bad Boy Entertainment from New York? And Zip Martin tells him that he has a
Wow.
Hey, where do you go to? What do you tell Zip right then? You tell Zip, hey, we're gonna go handle this shit or whatever.
Yeah, like if y'all want us to come, like you know what I'm gonna do? It was they gonna get 662 club.
Who said that?
Everybody.
Right.
Yeah, everybody. You want to come?
Well, how do you know that Zip's got a gun? She tell
It
you
was in the lobby, in the lobby.
They're playing it in court. That's why y'all can't hear it well.
do you have one or just tells you, yeah, I got one.
Yeah, that's what they asked to do. We need some help. I said,
Yeah, okay, cool. I don't know what he gave you.
yeah.
So later, Duane Davis organizes 2 vehicles to go over to the 662 club. Before that, he gets the gun from Zip Martin. He goes out to his Mercedes-Benz, gets the gun from Zip Martin. And then after some time, he assembles 2 cars to go to 662 to violently confront Tupac.
Actually, Keefe D said it was 3.
And you'll hear that Duane Davis and Orlando Baby Lane Anderson, they go in a white Cadillac and they go to Club 662, waiting for Tupac Shakur, waiting for Suge Knight, waiting for this violent confrontation. And what you'll learn is that Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight don't show up while they're there.
We went up to the 626. They didn't show up. We waited about 15, 20 minutes. They didn't show up. So it's like, let's go get some liquor. We stopped at the liquor store. I got out my hand and then I jumped in the Cadillac.
So what you hear Duane Davis say is he got out of the Cadillac. And the plan at that point is to go to a liquor store, get some booze, and then go back to the Las Vegas Strip and party. What the original intention was before Orlando Anderson was beaten at the MGM Grand. But on the way back to the Las Vegas Strip, they see a caravan of cars. And that caravan included Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight. And in that white Cadillac, before the shooting occurs, Duane Davis explains that the driver is Terrence T. Brown. In the rear driver's side is DeAndre Dre or Big Dre Smith. In the rear passenger side is Orlando Baby Lane Anderson. And Duane Davis himself, Keefe D, is in the front passenger side. And this is how Duane Davis explains the murder of Tupac Shakur.
Yeah. The little liquor store right there. Then we came up Harlem at the Las Vegas Boulevard. And shit. Here they
Man, they tell.
Tupac! I'm like, there you go. Made the U-turn. We wasn't supposed to make it. Just wanted the U-turn. It was in a little lane. We just pulled up on the side, checked every car to see where they was.
So what direction?
Tupac. He gave us another way. Otherwise, they would gone away. He all ran out quick. You know how he do. It was bitch. You know.
You did a U-turn, so then you pull alongside of it. You guys are in the car. Have you already handed him the gun at this point, or at what point do you hand him the gun?
I thought he was going to go on my side. You know, that's one of them niggas going to the out, man. You know. He pulled on his side.
So you were fitting to blast if you had to, or you were just?
Yeah, we would have been on my side. I was there.
Okay. So you hand the gun to the back seat.
Yeah.
You can hear me.
I gave it to Dre. Dre was like, no. And I
Admit that as they see Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight driving to Club 662. Duane Davis, along with Terrence Brown, DeAndre Smith, and Orlando Anderson, decide to make a U-turn, confront Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight. Duane Davis has the firearm. It's a firearm he got from Eric Von Zip Martin, and then he passes it to the back. Duane Davis says that if they were on his side, if Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight were on his side of the vehicle, he would have shot them himself. But because they were on the other side, he handed DeAndre Smith, according to Duane Davis, did not want to shoot at that time, so Orlando Anderson shot into that car. This explains this over and over again.
Literally on the street. Okay, Lane starts blasting. You say Suge looks over, he sees you. He looks right at you. Are you looking at this? When he looks over at you, and then Tupac's busy getting shot. Evidently, the story is Tupac's trying to either get out of the back seat or something. Yeah, what do you see happening inside that car? I see the bullet going through. Yeah, I thought he was dead. You see it was straight or something in the head or something. A piece of glass went into his neck right here. Yeah, the thing in the head. Great. I know he did. Okay. So, I'm sorry, did you guys stop the 2 hours? Did you go to stop the car and let him get off? Yeah. And we made the right. Okay, but he stopped what you said, why you cool? Let off. Yeah. We made the right and so for all the secret and phones. Stupid bitches. We shot their window out and they stopped. So Tupac's trying to jump in the back seat. And what should do? Nothing. He couldn't really look up, he was too big, you know. Yeah.
One other thing Duane Davis talks about during the murder of Tupac Shakur is that there's a car full of women. I think he calls them broads at one point. A car full of women who are there as well. And what she's going to tell you is that she disagrees slightly with Mr. Davis's rendition of facts. They were, in fact, communicating with Suge and Tupac.
Hold on, y'all.
Talking to Suge. And what she says is
I don't like, I want to say something to everybody listening to this video. I don't like some of the things that he's saying right there, and I'm going to tell y'all why. I don't like what he's saying because I don't like some of what he's saying because hold on, y'all. Say what? Because any contradiction helps Keefe D. Any contradiction helps Keefe D.
that Mob Piru and South Side Crip members start shooting at each other within 10 days.
Any contradiction helps Keefe D. That's the part they got to understand.
But you'll also learn that none of those cases were prosecuted. Why? Because in this context, in the gang context of this, the combination of gangs and guns is scary. And in this world, silence means survival. The one person who has a hard time being silent is Duane Davis. You're going to hear from 1998 to 2023, Duane Davis has given a number of statements regarding this case. So, as early as 1998, Davis spoke to the FBI. He admitted he was in Las Vegas during Tupac's murder, but he denies being responsible. Then in 1999, Davis speaks to the FBI again. And these aren't interviews that are focused on the Tupac Shakur murder. These are interviews regarding drug transactions and drug trafficking. But he does say that Tupac does come up, and Duane Davis admits to being in Las Vegas for Tupac Shakur's murder. says he wasn't involved, but he was mad about the fact that Orlando Anderson was beaten and that his plan was to handle it in Compton had Tupac survived. Then in 2008, the interview of clips we've heard today, in a secret interview with the federal task force, Davis admits to his role in the murder of Tupac Shakur. And we do need to talk a little bit about this 2008 federal task force. Because what this task force is investigating is not the murder of Tupac Shakur. What this task force is investigating is another rapper's murder. A rapper by the name of Christopher Wallace, somebody who is known as Biggie Smalls, so the notorious B.I.G. Christopher Wallace got murdered 6 months after Tupac Shakur was killed. And there was some allegation that the LAPD might have been involved. So a federal task force was formed to determine what happened to Christopher Wallace. And the interesting thing about the murder of Christopher Wallace is that Christopher Wallace is killed leaving a party in LA. Also at that party, Duane Davis. Christopher Wallace there was a suspect vehicle that involved a Chevy SS Impala, and Duane Davis happened to own a Chevy SS Impala. Now, as a result of that, the task force decides, well, let's look at Duane Davis. And the thing we know about Duane Davis is that he trafficked narcotics. And so they were able, through a CI and an undercover, to have a drug transaction with Duane Davis. And as a result, Duane Davis now has a case, a big trafficking case. And so the federal task force approaches Duane Davis and his attorney, and they say, hey, look, we want information regarding the murder of Christopher Wallace. That is what we are trying to investigate. And what Duane Davis says is, I don't have any information about that thing, but I can tell you about what we did. I can tell you about Tupac. And that's what he does. He tells a federal task force that about his involvement, what you've heard, his orchestration of the murder of Tupac Shakur. That secret conversation, that proffer, was secretly reported and released later. In 2009, Davis is being so helpful to federal authorities that he actually flies out to New York to try and get Zip Martin to implicate himself in the Tupac Shakur murder. Zip Martin at that time was dying of cancer, was out of the game, and really did not engage with Duane Davis. In 2009, though, Duane Davis gives an interview to Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department Detective Dan Long. Now, Duane Davis is more guarded in that interview. It is a different setting than the interview of 2008. It's not a secret proffer agreement. But Duane Davis does admit a number of things. That he was in Las Vegas, that he was mad about Orlando Anderson getting beaten, that he was the boss, that he was in the white Cadillac, and that he procured the firearm that ultimately killed Tupac Shakur. Then, in 2011, the landscape changes. Because in 2011, Greg Kading, the guy who was leading the task force in 2008, the guy who organized the secret proffer between Duane Davis and the federal task force, he leaves law enforcement and decides he's going to publish a book about his investigation into Biggie Smalls, the guy who was killed 6 months after Tupac, and Tupac Shakur. And what he puts in the book is that Duane Davis confessed to the murder of Tupac Shakur. The book tells the story about his admission, about himself, but it also tells the story of Duane Davis telling about his nephew's involvement in the murder, about Big Dre's involvement in the murder, about Terrence Brown's involvement in the murder. And this is a problem for Duane Davis, because that meeting was supposed to be secret. And now his cooperation with federal authorities is open to the world. Not only that, Greg Kading is now profiting off Duane Davis's life story. So, In 2017, Duane Davis decides to go public. He's approached by the producers of a show called Death Row Chronicles that appears on BET. And this is just a small portion of what he says is his motivation for appearing.
When I went in Keefe D days, I was popping, Keefe D drug dealer. I'm the only one alive that really can tell you the story about the Tupac Shakur. People have been pursuing me for 20 years. Newspapers, magazines. I'm coming out now to tell the story because I got cancer. I got nothing else to lose. All I'm here about now is the truth.
Duane Davis says, all I want to do now is tell the truth. And in the 2017 public interview, he's a little evasive, but he admits to being the boss. He admits to being in the white Cadillac, and he admits to be part of the murder of Tupac Shakur. And when he says he's the only person that can tell what happened, he's right. Because by 2017, Terrence Brown is deceased. DeAndre Smith is deceased. Orlando Baby Lane Anderson is deceased. Terrence Brown was murdered in an unrelated incident. Orlando Anderson was murdered in an unrelated incident. And DeAndre Smith died from health issues. Remarkably, in 2019, Duane Davis then decides he's going to publish his own book. And with regards to the book, it is certainly a lot of self-aggrandizement. But again, the core remains. He was mad about Orlando Anderson about the beating of Orlando Anderson, his nephew. He was in Las Vegas. He got the gun. He was in the white Cadillac, and he handed the gun to the shooters. And what you'll notice is a constant thing that always goes through these statements is Duane Davis's visceral anger at Tupac Shakur for putting hands on his nephew. In the book, he says, them jumping on my nephew gave us the ultimate green light to do something to their ass. Then Duane Davis decides that he's going to do public interviews regarding his role in the murder of Tupac Shakur.
So you ended up getting in the car with Baby Lane and them? Yeah, the car was on, yeah. We ran into them, went to the light on Sunset and Flamingo, and dude, we acted like he was in a parade or something, and that BMW hanging out the window, hey, it's Tupac, it's Tupac. And them bitches, shit, they was hollering for him. Yeah, they were that motherfucker. They came up on the side of him. Oh, shit.
Davis's public admissions mirror his private life. He admits to being a leader of South Side Crips. He admits to the significance of the fight over the death row chain at the Lakewood Mall. He admits to being in Las Vegas the night of the fight. He admits to being angry that Tupac stomped Orlando Anderson at the MGM. He admits that he was hunting down Tupac and Suge, first going to 662. He admits that he got a Glock 40 from Eric Zip Martin for the purposes of hunting Tupac. He admits that he was in a white Cadillac with his gang members looking for Tupac. He admits to seeing Tupac in a black BMW and then changing directions, making that U-turn to confront Tupac and Suge. He admits to putting the gun he obtained that night in the back seat of the vehicle so the shooters could shoot. And again, what remains, even as late as 2020, 2021, 22, is Duane Davis's visceral anger at Tupac Shakur.
He didn't just not necessarily jump over fucking Tupac. Come on, man. Tupac was wrong with two motherfucking shoes. I mean, don't you think he was wrong? Honestly.
I mean, yeah, I think he could have, reacted in a better way.
You listen, Ron. You don't think that man is wrong?
He could have reacted in a better way, I guess.
I'm talking. Vlad is his fucking biggest fan. He admitted that man is wrong, man.
I mean, he was wrong, man, but that was only done out of loyalty, man. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. But yeah, he never jumped. My nephew didn't jump on him. He jumped on my nephew. A kid, man. My nephew was a fucking kid. He was a grown ass man, dude. You know what I'm saying? He was a fucking kid, dude. That's why he had on the channel. He's a fucking kid, dude. You know what I'm saying? They was wrong. My nephew never jumped on him. They jumped on my nephew. My nephew didn't throw a punch, man. Shit was wrong, dude. Jumped on the fucking kid, dude.
And this anger is not just demonstrated publicly, but you will hear as recently as 2024, privately, in a conversation with his son, he talks about his feelings about Tupac Shakur, nearly 30 years after the murder.
Way out of the before him, dude. I know he stopped drinking and put them on, motherfucker. Oh, he is a little crackhead. You know what I'm saying? Piece of shit. No, anything like this, way well, yeah.
28 years later, that is the visceral anger that Duane Davis had for Tupac Shakur. It did it in 2.5 hours. He took care of what he thought was the proper response. And 28 years later, he still is angry about what Tupac did. On September 7th, 1996, Tupac Shakur publicly, on camera, participated in a humiliating beating of Duane Davis's nephew, Orlando Anderson. Duane Davis knew that in his world, that required a response. And over the years, in private interviews and public statements, and even in private calls, Duane Davis has repeatedly told us over and over again about the anger he felt and his own role in the revenge drive-by shooting of Tupac Shakur. And now, nearly 30 years later, we're going to ask you to finally hold Duane Davis accountable. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Paul. Mr. Stamp, do you wish to give your opening statement at this time?
Yes, Your Honor. Just a quick second.
Of course, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Yeah. I think this is the HDMI cable.
You got it, or do you want IT to assist you?
I think I got it. This is it, right?
Whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. We spent a lot of time, I think, when we were picking a jury to determine who would be the right jurors for a case like this. Obviously, we want people who are going to reserve judgment until the end, but really look at the evidence with a critical eye. Now, what the state has just told you what they believe to be the evidence in this case. But really, at the end of the day, you have to ask yourself if what they're saying is really truth or fiction, fact or fiction. I don't know if some of you recall, but I had asked the question specifically about what you were holding in your hands. And right now, for instance, you're all holding notepads and pens. That would be a fact, right? And in this case, for instance, I had asked before about the idea of, I can just do this, right? Microphone. I'd ask some of you if that microphone was buried and dug up 30 years from now, would it still be a microphone? The answer is yes. And the reason why that's important is because in this case, what they are telling you, they're representing it to be a fact when it really is fiction. And it's up to you to determine what the facts are in this case. Now, I'm going to give you a timeline here for you to understand just a little bit of how this is going to work, because there's so much evidence in this case that we have to sort of compartmentalize some things. And what I've done is really just sort of focused on the 3 detectives that work this file from beginning to now. First detective you will hear about is Detective Becker. He works the file. He's the original detective on the scene. Detective Long takes over the case for about 15 years or so. And then it ends with Detective Mogg, who presents this to the grand jury in 2023. But why this timeline is relevant is because you have to see the span of time for yourself. 30 years. And ask yourself this: what facts do they have after 30 years? Now, Detective Becker does what every homicide detective does when he arrives on scene. He's assigned to the case. He starts his investigation. At that particular time, though, Tupac Shakur was not dead. He was critically injured. He was at UMC. And it isn't until 6 days later that he passes away. But Detective Becker starts his initial investigation because it's pretty serious, and as a result, he just takes over the investigation. What he will testify to is that Flamingo Cole on a Saturday night, in the middle of a fight between Mike Tyson and Bruce Seldon, it was very busy when he arrived. And he arrived at a time where he was able to determine cartridge casings, 40 caliber, that was found at the scene. That's another fact for you. But at some point they're going to learn, he learns that potentially it was a Glock 40 that was the actual firearm that was used in this case. And then when crime scene analysts arrive on scene, they document the evidence. And they document the cars. That will be important, and you'll determine at some point why the cars are documented. And with regard to Detective Becker, what he'll tell you is police officers write reports. Critical. Hugely important. Why? Because at some point in the future, like in this case, 30 years later, Detective Becker will not remember details like he would if he had what? His report in front of him. And that's going to be important for you to consider in this case. Now, what Detective Becker does, though, is because of the outcry, the attention, the media focus on this case, he took his file and he secured it in his office under lock and key. Because he was worried about leaks in Metro, leaking information out to the public, because so many people wanted to know answers to the question as to what happened and who did this to Tupac Shakur. Now, what you're going to find is, when Detective Becker testifies in this case, that a lot of his reports are now missing. They're gone. Which is Metro's responsibility to hold and to pass on to the next detective, and then finally to the next detective. Now, Detective Becker also did not trust Compton PD. Why is that important in this case? Because there's an individual by the name of Reggie Wright Sr. He was a lieutenant working in Compton in charge of the gangs in Compton in terms of investigations. His son is Reggie Wright Jr. He was the head of security for Death Row Records, the same security that was here in Las Vegas on the 9th of September 7th, 1996. Death Row Records was affiliated with Mob Pyru Blood, and Detectives Ladd and Brennan from Compton answered directly to Reggie Wright Sr. Becker did not trust Compton PD. And the one thing that he really didn't trust is that most of their information came from confidential informants that were not reliable. And he'll tell you that. And because of his intuition, Compton PD was shut down in September of 2000 due to internal corruption. They just evaporated that police department, and the sheriff's department for LA County absorbed the responsibilities for the police department in Compton because of the corruption that was there. Now, what facts, right? Just like the pads of paper that you have in your hand and the pens that you have in your hand, what facts can we determine from Detective Becker's efforts? First and foremost, we know that Tupac was shot multiple times. That's a fact. That can be proven. We know that it was with a .40 caliber firearm. That's a fact, due to the cartridge casings. On the corner of Flamingo and Cobalt. That's also a fact, right? We're on board so far? We know the date, September 7th, 1996. That is a fact. At 11:17 p.m., we know that to be a fact as well. And then finally, that he was in a vehicle during election night, and that Tupac died 6 days later. Those are facts that will not be refuted by anybody in this courtroom during the time that we spend together. But here's the one thing. There are no facts to point to Keefe D. Not one. You're going to hear about this over and over and over again. No facts like the microphone in your hand or the pad of paper that you have that you write on. Detective Long takes over the case in 2002, and he has it from 2002 to 2017. He was, interestingly enough, on the gang unit, and at the time of the shooting, he was in gangs, and he had been one of the first to arrive on scene. He will testify and tell you that every time he did something on this file, he wrote a report, because that's important. That's what you do as a police officer. And he conducted follow-up interviews, and he made some travel to Compton. He will tell you those things. That's his role in all of this. But here's the thing. Detective Long also encountered some challenges in this case. They had to hide the case file with Metro because people were still accessing the file in Metro, and they weren't authorized to do so. So they changed the case number so that people couldn't find the file. In addition to that, what you're going to learn is LAPD reached out to him, called him up and said, hey, Detective Long, we have the gun. And we've tested it, and it matches back to what you're looking for in terms of the weapon that killed Tupac Shakur. Detective Long goes to LAPD, gets the gun, transports it back, gets it tested, and it comes out as not a match. LAPD tells him after, we gave you a fake gun to test you out. This is the level of, I don't know how to put it, that was going on during this time period between Metro, LAPD, and Compton. This is what's happening during this time period. Leads, according to Detective Long, became very scarce and stale, meaning that it was just taking a long time for him to follow up with people. Witnesses became unavailable. Why do you think that is? Because of time. So as a result, memories started failing because of that time. So Detective Long had these challenges. But here's what Detective Long does. He interviews Keefe in 2009. Sits him down, has an interview with Keefe, just like the state said. And guess what happens? Detective Long doesn't even know that Keefe had actually spoken to a task force the year before. How is that possible? Metro is the agency responsible for the investigation of Tupac Shakur's murder, and they don't even know about this. No one in that room in 2008 told Detective Long or Metro what was going on. And you know who was in the room in 2008? You had FBI in the room. You had DEA in the room. You had LAPD in the room. You had the United States Attorney for the Central District of California in that room. And Detective Long does not know about any of that. What you will also learn is out of all those people in that room, not one person verifies what Keefe D tells them. That the FBI, the gold standard of investigation in our country, did not go out and follow up on what was said. Now, one of the things the state showed you was a picture of a car and indicated there was 4 individuals in that car. And he tell you that at some point, 3 of those individuals are dead and Keefe is the only one that's remaining. But at the time that he gives his statement to the task force in 2008, there's another individual that's still alive. They never interviewed that individual to verify if that information was true. Why not? Because the FBI just fell asleep, that the LAPD just didn't care. Keefe was never charged for any of what he said during that time period. And it's because they knew he was full of crap. Otherwise, they would have. Why wouldn't they? When Detective Long comes back to Las Vegas, he goes and he talks it over with the Clark County District Attorney's Office. And you know what happened then? They didn't charge the case either. In 2009. Ask yourself the reason why that is. It's because they just didn't care about Tupac Shakur or his life? Or is it because they looked into it and realized we can't verify this information, we don't believe this to be true? Why would the Clark County District Attorney's Office not charge him in 2009? Now, what facts do we get out of Detective Long based upon what he did for those 15 years? We don't have any facts. Outside of statements made, allegedly by Keefe D and other people, we don't have anything to verify any of that information. Not one single thing to corroborate the statements made by that man in 2008 or 2009. Not only by Metro, but by the FBI, by LAPD, by the DEA, by the United States Attorney's Office. No one corroborates any of this. So 2017 comes along, and an entity called the Center of Investigative Reporting, they file what's called a FOIA request with Metro. And what that means is FOIA is the Freedom of Information Act. It allows or requires government agencies to give up information if you ask for it. That's the rule. It's to be transparent. And people wanted to know what was going on with the murder files. This is 2017. This is years after any of the statements that were made and anything else. Where's the investigation? What's going on? Well, Metro said, no, we're not going to give it to you. So in 2018, the Senate turns around and files a lawsuit against Metro to force them to give them the file, to show them what work had you been doing over, at that particular point, I don't know, what's that, 20 years? That's when Detective Mogg enters the picture. What you will learn is that Detective Mogg basically says, I'm here just to close out the case. He's not here to solve the mystery of who killed Tupac. So with everything you have in front of you that you're now hearing for the first time in terms of the statements that were made in 2008, 1998, 1990, whatever, Detective Mogg comes along and says, I'm just here to close out the case. That's his role. And what you're going to learn is Detective Mogg received a copy of what's called the Death Row Chronicles in 2018. It's not a deposition. It's not testimony under oath. It's edited and it's done for educational purposes. He receives a copy of it. You know what happens when he receives that copy of the interviews that the state has basically shown you in this case? No charges filed. Why? So, Keefe writes a book, allegedly. Right? Allegedly, he writes his book called Compton Street Legend in 2019. You know what happened with the book? Right? Even he confesses to it. What you find is no charges filed. What is going on? District Attorney's Office doesn't want to charge the case. No charges filed when the interview happens. No charges are filed when the book is written. What is going on? 5 years goes by. And nothing is going on with the case. But Detective Mogg says he's closing it out. Detective Mogg turns around and applies for what's called a search warrant. Now, what a search warrant is that in July of 2023, around that time period, a search warrant requires a police officer to get permission from a judge to basically violate the sanctity and privacy of your home. Right? There's got to be legal reasons for it. He's got to go through that process, and he's got to ask permission from a judge in order for him to get that. And what he does in that search warrant application is he assures the judge, hey, what we are looking for is in the home. The thing that's going to help us solve this crime, who killed Tupac, is in the home. And he signs an affidavit, and that's important. I want you to remember this. He signs an affidavit attesting to what he's saying to this judge to be true and correct. What he says is, I think we have evidence in Keefe D's home that will solve the murder of Tupac. So up until this point, they've got all these statements, they can't be corroborated. So now they're saying we have evidence in this home that we think probably is in the home. And as a result, we're going to find this evidence. It's going to help us solve this case. What I'm going to tell you right now is they don't find it. And in the meantime, Detective Mogg retires. He now becomes Mr. Mogg. And Mr. Mogg goes to the grand jury. And in the grand jury, it's a secret proceeding. We're not there. But the defense, isn't sitting like we are here. It's just the prosecutors. There's a panel of people called the grand jurors, and you have people come up and they testify under oath. And there's really no way for the defense to challenge any of it because it's done in secret. We don't really know about it. But in this particular case, Mr. Mogg is sworn to testify truthfully. And you know what Mr. Mogg does? He just reads pages of the book into the record. He doesn't do any more in terms of an investigation than read pages of a book into the record. He never documents in any of his efforts any verification of the book before he reads it into the record. He walks up, gets on the stand, and reads the book as if it's the gospel truth. And that's what he does. He treats that book like it's fact. Now, what you're going to find out about Mr. Mogg is that he never wrote a report. So when he took over the case in 2017, all the way up until when he retired in 2023 and was in front of the grand jury, he never wrote a report. Not one time. Not like Detective Becker and not like Detective Long. And not like any other police officer who does their job. This man never writes a report. In fact, what happens is he transitions, right? He's a Metro detective, he retires, and then he gets a job working as an independent contractor for the district attorney's office as an investigator. And as an investigator, he doesn't have any police power. He continues to work as a lead detective on this case. Even though the procedure is you hand your file and your officer's report to the next detective in line. That's how this works. But he keeps the file for himself and he starts billing against the file after he retires as a detective with Metro. Because now he's an independent contractor. That's important to know. Why is that important? Because what the evidence is going to show you is that he backloaded his work. And when he finally writes a report, it's not an officer's report, it's an investigative report that spans from 2018 to current, and we just received it about 5 weeks ago. The importance of capturing everything you do, the accuracy that you would need to be able to be in court on a murder case, not some type of college paper that you forgot to do and then the last second just put something together and get it out the door. Mr. Mogg does not do any of that. That's going to be important later for you to consider. Because according to that report that he submitted 5 weeks ago or so, he never verified the book. According to that report, he never investigated any of the alternate theories that were out there, and you're going to hear about those alternate theories. There are people who have developed over time answers to the question, who did this and why? He never looked into any of it. Which I think, at the end of the day, don't you want to see what's out there to help you with your investigation? And according to his report, he did more on the case after he became an investigator than he did before when he was a detective. What I'm going to tell you right now is what you're going to find when you listen to all the evidence that his work was biased, sloppy, and incomplete. Those are the three things you're going to determine for Mr. Mogg. Now, because of the fact that in terms of the evidence itself, he doesn't have much, the state's going to lean pretty heavily on their witnesses. And I'm going to give you a sampling of the type of people you're going to run across in this trial based upon their witness list in this case. First person is this guy named Reggie Wright Jr. He's the security company for thank you, for death row records. And what he is a felon. Second of all, you're also notified that he's a former Compton police officer. He worked for Compton PD for about 5 years, and apparently he got disabled. At some point, he becomes a felon. You're going to learn about that. And his father, like I said before earlier, Reggie Wright Sr. was the head of the Compton PD gang. What you're also going to learn about Reggie is that, once again, he was supposed to be protecting Suge Knight. Where was he the night of the shooting? In addition to that, he orders his security team to not carry firearms the night of the shooting, before the shooting took place. What you're also going to learn is he wasn't even around when the shooting occurred. So the principal, meaning the person he should have been protecting the most, would have been Suge Knight, the head of Death Row Records. This man was nowhere to be found. He was sitting at a club called 662 down the street, waiting for Suge to show up, while he left his people that were working for him unarmed in the vehicles behind Suge Knight. And when push comes to shove, he orders his people to lie to police during their investigation. That's going to be called by that. That guy's going to be called by that. In addition to that, when everything was said and done, Suge Knight went to prison because he was not supposed to be in a fight in Las Vegas. He violates his release. Guess who takes over Death Row Records? Reggie Wright Jr. Now, the state is also going to bring in other people with unreliable positions, including criminal histories, financial motivations, and inconsistent statements. That are the people and the quality of the evidence that you're going to listen to in this case. Just to give you another example, there's going to be an individual by the name of Devonta Dirt Rockley. Who is he? He's been a paid informant for years. You're going to hear that they have paid him to be an informant. He will, of course, say whatever he needs to say to avoid his own criminal actions, but his testimony will be inconsistent. And that's what you have to really rely on. Is what exactly is he going to say, and can you even believe it? In addition to that, you're also going to learn about a disgraced LAPD detective by the name of Greg Cady. The state told you about him. He wrote a book. He benefited off of what was happening with regards to Keefe D. Now, Greg Cady, he stole the file. What you're going to learn is he actually stole the file. He took the Tupac and the Biggie case files and walked out the door. This is an LAPD detective that they are using, or one of the people that they're going to be focusing on to establish their case. He writes the book, and then he holds himself out as the person who solves the murder. That's Greg Cady. That's the LAPD detective. Now, what you're also going to learn is Greg Cady, when he was a detective with LAPD, was basically caught manipulating witnesses. And because he was caught manipulating witnesses, it led to cases being overturned as a result. There was a court finding on this issue. A judge determined that. And there we go. That's Greg Cady. That's a witness in this case from that. Now, your challenges, right? I mean, gosh, we're sitting here, there's cameras in the room. I mean, things going on. But it's really time. Like, how do you, as jurors, try to figure out time on this case? There's been so much time. Delays. By who, though? And there's corruption. How do you look at your information that you're receiving with anything more than just like skepticism? Like, you're going to look at this stuff and be like, well, I mean, you have a motive to lie. You have a motive to tell or deceive. And it's because at the end of the day, there's not actual facts. When you get past all the talk and me talking, just look at the actual facts. What facts do you have to support any of what Keefe D said or any of his interviews or in the book? When you look at this relevant timeline again, and you see the length of time, ask yourself, what facts do they have to even put Keefe D in a car in Las Vegas on September 7th, 1996? What facts? When you look at the video that happened at the MGM, look for them. Try to find them in there. Try to find any of the other individuals, remember he said there's 3 individuals in the car with him and Orlando Anderson. Orlando's in the video because he's getting beat up. Find any of those other individuals on the videos of the MGM. Look for evidence that shows that Keefe D was even in Las Vegas on the night of the fight. Receipts, credit cards, a picture of him standing next to somebody else, maybe watching the fight from another casino. Something, give me something. In the book, you're going to learn that Keefe says that he was at the fight. He was sitting on the second row. He was sitting with all the celebrities, and he's dressed in his finest gear. There's not one iota of proof that he was ever at that fight. But you know who does show an iota of proof that he was at the fight? Suge Knight. Suge Knight was raided, and at some point, there is a ticket stub to that fight, the Tyson versus Selden fight with Suge Knight's possession. Because he went to the fight. And you would think, a fight like this, you want to show everyone that you were at the fight. There's no evidence at all that man was even at the fight. When we say fact versus fiction, really at the end of the day, what you're going to hear from witnesses that will testify to this is that Keefe D was known to do this. That's the testimony you're going to hear in this case. That's what you're going to hear about that man right there. And so you have to ask yourself the question, if I just say things, is that going to end up being one of those things where I'm going to be headed up for a murder if I just keep repeating that fiction? I keep repeating that? The answer is no. You have to corroborate everything I say in order for it to be true. Otherwise, it's just that, or fiction. And at the end of all of the time we spend together, what you're going to find is that the state cannot prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt the claim that Keefe had anything to do with a first-degree murder with use of deadly weapon. There's no facts to that matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sanders. State, at this time, are you prepared to proceed with your case in chief, or did you need a brief break?
Just need a break to bring the evidence in, so maybe give the jury a few minutes.
Sure, we can do that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we are going to take a 15-minute break. During this recess, you are admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report or commentary on a trial of any person connected with this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, internet, and radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until the case is finally submitted to you. We'll have you guys back here at 11 a.m. Please rise for the jury. For the record, the jury has exited the room. Is there anything we need to address outside the presence?
Hang on.
Okay, you guys are just going to work on marking those exhibits so it goes a little smoother.
I was going to bring the box in. We've already given our list and marked, and then I just need to grab the exhibits for the witnesses today.
Okay, sounds good. All right. And then we'll give you about an hour, or when we return about an hour and 15 before we have the break.
We're still on the record, so everybody still needs to remain quiet.
I have to stop at 12:15.
No, I'm just saying that we may be done before 12.
Oh, got it. Anything we need to address before bringing the jury in?
No, Your Honor.
All right, let's bring them in.
Actually looks a lot better than mine. So this is with females. Oh, no, that's not the one. Yeah, you don't want, do you want what it is? No. This one? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And that's the female that was falling off there, which is why the cups are. That's in the garage. That's it's the same person built it. No, it's for female and the Ford. And Ford. Different people. Oh, okay. Different guy. The handwriting on them. Yeah, well, I guess maybe they get taught how to do that. Yeah, it's like in this class. Yeah, so that's for females. Architect. All right. So he goes out and processes the stolen Dodge Caravan. I see. Thank you. Hey, 30 years later, we'll figure out the facts. Don't worry. We'll get there. As long as they're facts. What are facts? What are really facts? What are really facts?
Have a jury.
The party stipulate to the presence of the jury.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
You may be seated. All right, state, you may call your first witness.
Gary Dale.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this session shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
You may be seated.
Thank you.
May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
First name is Gary, Garry. Last name is Dale, Dale.
Thank you, sir. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Giacomo, you may proceed.
Thank you. Sir, back in September of 1996, how were you employed?
I was working for the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department at that time.
And how long did you wind up working for Metro?
25 years total.
September 7th of 1996, what was your assignment?
I was assigned to a bike team on bicycles on the Strip, Las Vegas Strip area.
Is the uniform similar to the ones they have today where you're wearing the yellow shirts, or were you wearing something different?
Yellow shirts and black pants.
Direct your attention to right around 11 p.m. What part of the Strip were you working?
I was working the a little bit further south end, south of Flamingo.
Did you have a partner?
Yes, I did.
What was his name?
Richard Goldgart.
While you were working on that area of the Strip, did you cause there to be some sort of car stop of a vehicle?
Yes, sir, I did.
And what was the purpose of stopping this vehicle?
I initiated a car stop on a black BMW that had no license plates.
May I approach the judge?
You may.
First, I'm going to show you what's emerging state's proposed exhibits 1 and 2. Now, there's some obvious markings on here, but these appear to be two aerials of the Las Vegas Valley from generally around the time period of the 2096 area.
Yes, sir.
Accurately reflect kind of the locations that they're describing on there. Flamingo, Harmon.
Yes.
Move to admit 1 and 2, Judge.
Any objection?
No objection.
So admitted. You may publish.
I'm going to start with exhibit number 1. And
Right next to you, don't click it, but there is a mouse that you can roll around with a pointer. Can you generally tell me where this car stop occurred?
It won't work because you're doing it off of your computer.
I have it plugged in. It works.
There it goes.
So it will work.
Trying to wrap around the boulevard here.
So if I told you that red dot's Harmon and Flamingo, or sorry, Harmon and Las Vegas Boulevard.
Yes, sir. A car stop was right around, I believe it was right around this area.
So just south of Flamingo on Las Vegas Boulevard.
Yes.
When you approached the vehicle, did you recognize the occupants?
No, I did not.
Why did you stop this vehicle?
It had no license plate on the back.
When you approached the vehicle, did the occupants communicate with you?
Yes.
And did you, at that point, did you learn their identity?
They told me who they were, but just as identifying them, not.
Did you know them?
No,
I didn't. They told you their names?
They told us their names because we asked them their names, but I didn't know. I had no knowledge of them before that. We ID'd them.
As you sit here today, do you recall who they were?
Yeah, Tupac Shakur and Marion Knight.
May I approach?
May.
Showing you grand jury exhibit number 3. Is that how the two of them appeared to look that evening when you approached them?
Yes.
In particular, Mr. Shakur is wearing or has on a very large gold necklace.
Yes.
Did you talk to him about that necklace?
Yeah, we talked to him for a few minutes out there, and I just remarked to him, "Wow, man, that's a huge piece of gold or something like that he had around his neck."
Would you describe your interaction with them as congenial?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ask them about the license plate, why their vehicle had no license plate?
Yes, I did.
And what was the response?
They stated that they were filming a video, so they had taken the license plate off because they were filming a video going up and down the strip.
Move to admit 3, Judge.
Any objection?
I'm sorry. No objection, Your Honor.
So admitted, you may publish.
And this large gold medallion is what we're talking about, correct?
Yes, sir.
How did that interaction with Mr. Knight and Mr. Shakur end?
We told them that they were going to have to put the plate back on their car, and we warned them and released them.
Did you remain down on the strip area after they left that car stop?
Yes, sir.
We'll fast forward about, let's say, 10 minutes later, something unusual happened. What happened?
We were continuing riding on the strip area. We were heading southbound on the boulevard, and we heard some calls come out about a vehicle. Can't remember exactly what was said, but heading up towards Harmon, we saw the vehicle that had been described in the median of the road. It looked like it had ran up on the median and was stopped there in the middle of the boulevard.
What do you do when you see that?
We approached the vehicle.
Is it you and Mr. Goldgart? Or Officer Goldgart?
Officer Goldgart and I.
And do you see either of the 2 people that you saw earlier in the vehicle?
Yes.
And who is that?
Marion Knight was outside of the vehicle, walking around, talking, and Tupac Shakur was being removed by EMS people.
As Marion Knight is talking, do you recall anything he's saying?
He was telling us to take care of Tupac Shakur. He had Marion Knight had a chunk of shrapnel or something in his head. He was bleeding, and when I went to talk to him, he was adamant that we needed to go and care for Mr. Shakur.
Did you then go to Mr. Shakur?
Yes, I did.
And then what do you do? What's your responsibility as it relates to Mr. Shakur as the EMT is working on?
I was trying to talk to him to find out what had happened. Excuse me. Gather information to see who had fired at them.
Did you wind up riding anywhere with Mr. Shakur?
Yes, I rode to the hospital
And
in the
during-
ambulance with him.
During that time period, between the time you get to Mr. Shakur and the time period he gets taken into the hospital, are you able to have any sort of communication with Mr. Shakur?
He was still talking, and I was trying to convince him to tell me the name of whoever his assailants were.
And did he ever respond?
Yes, he responded, no, we'll take care of it. So something like that.
No, we'll take care
We'll
of
take care of it, something like that.
And that's the only thing you were able to gather from Mr. Shakur.
Yeah, I couldn't get him to talk to me any further than that. That was repeated a couple of times.
I'm going to approach with a few photographs. Obviously, when an incident, well, let me back up. When an incident like this happens, there's first responders, but then there is detectives, crime scene analysts, everybody who's called out. Is that
Yes,
correct?
sir.
Showing you what's been marked as grand jury exhibit number 4. You recognize the individual who appears to be inside that vehicle at that time.
Dan Ford.
Do you know what he did for Metro?
At the time, he was a detective. I was not there when that photograph was taken. But at the time, he was a detective. I'm not sure what he was, homicide or general assignment or
Could he be a crime scene?
crime scene analyst, CSI.
And then I'm just going to show you a few other pictures of the vehicle itself. Showing you stage proposed exhibits 5 through 8. Just flip through those.
Okay.
Is that how the vehicle appeared to you when you first arrived on scene? Obviously without people in it.
Right. On the scene of the, where it stopped in the middle of Harmon Boulevard.
Move to admit 5 through 8.
Any objection, Mr. Stamp?
No objection, Your Honor.
So admitted, you may publish.
And then finally, while you were at UMC, did you collect some personal items off Mr. Shakur?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked as stage proposed exhibit number 33. You recognize that?
Yes.
What is it?
That's the objects I removed from Tupac Shakur. I impounded those into evidence. There should be a property report for those.
Let's talk about that large gold chain we see in that photograph right there. The second time you came across Mr. Shakur, was he wearing that gold chain that's around his neck?
No.
And so you weren't able to recover that from him at the hospital?
No.
Judge, I'm just going to put up a few of these photographs.
Okay. The clerk's letting me know that 4 was not admitted.
Move to admit 4.
Any objection, Mr. Stamp?
No objection, Your Honor.
So admitted.
Showing you 4. That's Mr. Ford appearing like he's inside that vehicle.
Okay.
5. That's the front of the vehicle. Yes?
Yes.
Sorry, she's typing down everything, so you got to answer yes or no.
Apologies.
That's the rear of the vehicle without the license plate still?
Yes.
Number 8 is the driver's side of the vehicle.
Yes.
And oops.
Mr. DeJacmo,
I know, I
33
put the
also
wrong
not
one up,
admitted.
sorry.
Okay. Withdrawn.
There you go. 7. That is what the passenger side of that vehicle looked like.
Yes.
Finally, for you, 33. Those are the items you were collected off Mr. Shakur at the hospital.
Yes.
But Mr. Samt has requested, and I've agreed, to also offer Dan Ford's CSA report, as Mr. Ford is not physically capable of coming to court to testify.
So that'll be admitted via stipulation?
Yes.
What exhibit did you want it to be?
I guess we could just make it next in order, which I believe is 143.
All right, that'll be admitted via stipulation as 143.
Thank you, Honor.
No problem. I think 33 has been withdrawn. They have not in front of it.
And based upon that agreement,
This is 33. 33 is also not admitted.
move to admit 33.
Any objection?
No objection here.
So admitted.
And based on that agreement that we've reached with Mr. Samt, I believe he has no objection to the rest of Mr. Ford's crime scene photographs at this particular scene, which is state's proposed exhibits 9 through 32.
That is correct, Honor.
All right, 9 through 32 will be admitted via stipulation. You may publish.
I'll pass the witnesses.
Okay.
And you are Mr. Dale.
Yes.
Well, welcome back to the courtroom.
Thanks.
So let me ask you this. So how long had you been working for Metro until you retired, basically?
Like 13 years.
I see. And at the time when you were on the bicycle on September 7th, 1996, how long had you been working for Metro at that point?
Yeah, I thought that's what you asked to begin with.
Oh.
I started in '83, so it would have been right around 13 years.
I see. And obviously, when you are first a police officer, you go through an academy before you become an actual police officer.
Yes, sir.
And you learn skills and techniques and things to help you become a successful police officer.
Yes.
One of those things I would imagine would be writing reports.
Yes.
Now, fair to say, though, in this particular case, what you had seen or what you had done was basically you saw a license plate that wasn't on a vehicle, you stopped them, you asked for their ID, and at some point you just allowed them to continue on their way.
Yes.
So there was no need to write a report about that.
No.
Okay. Did you write a report and with regards to that stop?
No.
Okay. Now, when you were present at the scene and you saw the vehicle stop, do you know if any other vehicles were behind it?
No, I did not see any other vehicles behind it, so I don't know.
So there wasn't like a caravan or a line of vehicles behind the black BMW when you stopped the BMW?
No.
Can you describe for us a little bit about what the area was like on the night of September 7th, 1996?
It was a pretty average night for the Strip as far as the amount of traffic flowing and things like that. Not particularly crowded or packed or anything like that. The area we stopped them in had some lighting, but it wasn't like right in front of a hotel or something that cast a lot of lighting on the area or anything like that.
I see.
You know, nothing out of the ordinary.
So there was nothing out of the ordinary as to that particular date and time in terms of any special events going on in Las Vegas at that particular time?
I'm sorry, there was always something going on the Strip. So I heard that things were going on that night, but I wasn't really aware of them.
Were you ever aware that on that particular night there was a championship boxing match between Mike Tyson and Bruce Seldon that was being held at the MGM?
Yes.
All right. And I would venture to say that would be something that would have been briefed to all the police officers prior to you going on your shift for that night.
No, we didn't really talk about it.
All right. And then with regards to the amount of traffic, you're saying that even though this championship fight had taken place, in your opinion, there wasn't a lot of traffic on the Strip.
Not more than ordinary.
Okay. And when you say not more than ordinary, can you describe for us what that means exactly?
So the strip is always pretty crowded, or was at that time. So, that's why they had us out there on bicycles. It's because we could get in between in and out of cars. So I guess when we conducted the car stop, there was enough traffic that we felt comfortable that he was going to have to stop and pull over. That he wouldn't be able to just take off on us.
Right.
And that's the best description I have. That's why we rode bikes out there. So, but there was always traffic in that area. So it's always congested over there.
Okay, and that's probably the best way to put it, right? It's still congested for Las Vegas.
Yes.
But it's normal for Las Vegas to be
Yes.
congested.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So it wasn't like, for instance, I don't know if you were around Las Vegas in 2020 when you could just take your bicycle and just ride down Las Vegas Boulevard with like no one around, right? It's not that kind
Right.
of
It's not like that.
All right. And when you say congested, meaning that cars could not go very fast because there's always cars around in that area.
Yes.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, your testimony was that you had arrived on scene, and then at some point you're actually in the ambulance with Mr. Shakur.
Yes.
Being transported to the hospital.
Yes.
And the hospital you were going to was UMC.
It was UMC.
Okay. Now, when a police officer first arrives on scene, is that police officer considered to be the primary officer until such time as they're relieved of that duty?
Ordinarily, yes.
Were you the primary officer at that particular scene? Were you the first officer on arrival?
I don't really remember. There were so many of us that showed up like at right around the same time. There's just a lot of officers showed up there pretty quickly.
Right. Now, I mean, you have a pretty clear memory of this. Did you review any records or have any meetings with the district attorney's office prior to your testimony here today?
Yes, I did. I reviewed the records.
Okay. And once again, you do that so it'll help you refresh your recollection as to what occurred 30 years ago.
Yes.
Okay. Even though this might be something that's unusual, right? You have a celebrity who's shot on the strip. You still have to refresh your recollection in order for you to remember things.
Some of it, yes.
Yeah. And once again, you're doing that so you make sure that for this jury that you're accurate about what you recall 30 years ago.
Yes.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, you were shown a map, and I'm going to show you again here. This is State's Exhibit number 1. See this?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me this map? Do you know if this map was the actual map in 1996 of the Las Vegas area?
No.
You're smiling.
It's just a long time ago. It changes so much down there.
Yeah. So we know that this is a map of Las Vegas.
Yes.
But you cannot tell us, for instance, if this is 1996.
No, I cannot tell you.
Okay. So, for instance, on the top over here, this doesn't look like the Sphere, does it?
No.
Does it?
No.
Okay.
Sorry.
And then down over here, does this look like T-Mobile or anything like that, as far as you can tell?
No.
Okay. Now, and once again, I just want to make sure I'm clear for the jury. This particular map, as it sits here right now, as it's here, for instance, we have what looks like down here at the bottom. I'm pointing where the MGM label is right here. Do these look like walk bridges over the streets?
I can't really tell.
Let me just scroll here real quick. Does that help you?
Yeah, they do look like walkways.
And fair to say that those walk bridges in 1996, people were still walking on the streets, crossing like pedestrian crosswalks, right?
I'm trying to recall. I couldn't honestly recall. I remember them taking the crosswalks out and putting those walkways in.
Right.
I remember when they did that, but I don't remember the year they did it.
And once again, I'm not trying to, it's not a catch-a moment.
No, I understand. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I don't want to say something that I can't be sure of, but I remember when I was down there working, they no longer allow traffic to cross on foot across the strip because of all of the accidents that we had. So they put those walkways in when I was still working.
Right. Okay. Now, and just finally here, with regards to the when you're riding on the strip and you're riding with your with the other person that's with you, you said at some point you were made aware that there was a shooting that had occurred, and the radio traffic indicated that the vehicle you had stopped was potentially the vehicle that was being involved. Remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell us just really quickly here, based upon State's Exhibit number 1, and once again, we're not looking at it in terms of an accurate 1996 view, but just in terms of the streets. Can you tell us where you were at when you took off to wherever the vehicle was? And I'll just pull that here real quick so you can.
Thank you. Sure. I couldn't really tell you where we were because my memory serves me, it was called out right around the same time as we were rolling up on that vehicle.
Okay.
There was shots fired call and vehicles involved, and then we rolled up and saw that vehicle in the middle of Harmon.
And when you and when you rolled up and you saw the vehicle, can you tell us other vehicles that were behind that vehicle? Were there any other vehicles in an entourage behind the black vehicle?
There were several vehicles stopped all over the strip. It was cluttered with cars. So I couldn't tell you if they were with them or not.
Sure. Did other police officers aid in terms of just securing the scene and making sure that anything of evidentiary value was going to be kept in that area?
Yes.
Because I would imagine it wasn't just you by yourself.
Right.
Your partner, other officers arriving on scene would have started to help as a team.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Any redirect examination, Mr. Bujapna?
No, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, do you have any questions for this witness? If you do, please raise your hand and I'll walk you through the process. Seeing no hands, thank you so much for being with us, Mr. Dale. You are excused.
Thank you.
State may call their next witness.
This Your Honor, State calls Ingrid Stokes. Yes.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this section shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
You may be seated. May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Ingrid Stokes, INGRID
Thank you, ma'am. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Paul, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Stokes.
Good morning.
Back in 1996, did you have a different last name?
It was Johnson.
Okay, so you went by Ingrid Johnson back then? Is that a yes?
Yes.
Did you come to Las Vegas on the weekend of September 7th, 1996?
Yes.
Who'd you come with?
My best friend and some girlfriends.
Okay, can you tell me who they were?
Shalane, Tanisha, and Lauren.
And why'd you come to Las Vegas that weekend?
Well, when you live in LA, you go to Vegas all the time. It's just a party city. So we decided to go for the weekend. We were all off work. And so we went to come hang out, have fun.
And were you aware, okay, well, first let me take a step back. So you guys were living in LA at the time?
Yes.
What part of LA?
I may have been living at my dad's, which is Carson.
Okay. And then and you came out for the purposes to party. Were you aware that there was a Mike Tyson fight that weekend?
Yes, that's one of the reasons. There was always a Mike Tyson fight. But we were coming because my friend knew one of the managers or coaches, I forget what they're called. And we had planned on going to the fight.
Did you end up going to the fight?
No.
What happened?
Women in the bathroom, 4 women in the bathroom did not work. We took too long. We missed the fight completely.
And so where were you staying that night?
I believe we were at the Lexor or the Rio, but I think it was a Lexor.
Okay. And then did you ever actually make it to the MGM where the fight was?
We made it to the let out is what I call it because the fight was already over. So everyone was kind of hanging out. So we went to see what was going on for the night.
And did you hang out there for a while?
I don't remember, but it would have been enough time to run into a few friends and say hello and hang out and maybe drink or two, maybe.
So what did you do after hanging out at the MGM Grand?
Well, we had met one of my friends, and they had mentioned there was somewhere they were going to go. So we decided, okay, we'll go there first and see what's happening before we decide, where we're going to end the night. So we all got back in our car, the rented car we took from LA, and drove.
And do you recall what kind of car that was?
It was a convertible Supreme.
And did all four of you go into the car?
Yes, all four of us were in the car.
And what happened once you guys started driving?
That's a loaded question. A lot happened. We got in the car. I believe we left the MGM parking lot, and then we went to the main street, Las Vegas Boulevard, I guess. And we were driving, and I believe we were, I don't know, about 10 minutes after leaving the parking lot. And then we ran into Suge and Tupac in the car.
And when you say you ran into them, what'd that look like?
Well, we were driving, hanging out in a convertible. And my girlfriend, Lauren, at the time, she knew Suge, and she told us, hey, there's Suge, pull up next to him. I'm going to ask them what they're doing. And so Shalane was the driver, and she slowed up close to me.
And so you said Shalane was the driver.
Yes.
Where were you seated?
I was a passenger in front.
In the front passenger? Yes. So Shalane's driving, you're in the front passenger, and the other two women are in the back seat?
Yeah, Tanisha's behind me, and then Lauren is behind the driver.
After all these years, you still remember that, huh?
Well, yeah. Some things you don't forget. That one.
And so then when you start driving, when you see Suge and your friend starts talking to Suge, what happens?
They were talking, and she was like, what's going on? What's happening? We look over initially, we pull up to the car, and we kind of nod or say hello, that kind of thing. But we were in our own little world. While she was talking to him, he said, hey, we're all going to the club. Why don't you follow us? Get behind us. You can go with us. And so that was decided we'll go there first and see what's happening before we go anywhere else.
So do you follow, do you remember who's driving and who's in the passenger side?
Suge was driving and Tupac was in the passenger seat.
All right. I believe States Exhibit 3 has been admitted. We're going to publish that. Is this kind of the way they look at night?
That was just like Rose.
And so you decided to follow Suge and Tupac to the club?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes.
That's okay. And so do you recall the name of that club?
66. It was an area code, so I remember it was 662 or 702, but now I know it's 662.
Okay. And then what did you do? Did you guys start driving over to club?
We got behind them and we start driving down the Las Vegas Strip, and it was weird because there was a car behind us and they kept going around us trying to get in front of us. It happened quite often. It was really annoying. We didn't understand what was going on. And then at one point we were getting ready to turn to go on the main street. I guess Flamingo was on, or Flamingo, I think is what it's called. When we turned that way, I was like, what the heck's going on? People keep getting in front of us. I know how to get to the club. Let's figure out our own way. I can drive them. We can meet them up there. And so our plan was to get out from behind them.
So you were confused about the way the cars were moving.
Yeah, I didn't understand in hindsight, I know now, but I didn't understand there was entourage. I just thought, they were going to a club. We didn't think about it.
And then at some point on Flamingo, do you stop at a light?
Yeah, so when we get close to the light, I tell Shalane, pull over, I'll drive. I know where I'm going. I've been there before. So we pull from around them, and then we stop at the light. And
before this, that's my fault, not yours. So before, when you guys are stopped at the light, where is your car relative to Suge Knight's and Tupac Shakur's car?
So I believe there was 4 lanes, a turning lane, the lane next to it, the middle, and then there was one for like the outside lane. So they were on the 3rd lane, I believe, and when we got off the lane behind them, we got out and we went past, and I think we were a car or 2 on the 2nd lane from the light.
And so were you behind or in front of Suge Knight's car?
We were in front.
So you're in the lane next over, a car, or maybe 2 in front.
Yeah, exactly.
Then while you're waiting at that light, does anything happen?
Well, me and Shalane were going to change seats. I was going to drive. I'm the more aggressive driver. And after what, she was nervous with them coming back in front of us so much. So me and Shalane were literally head down, taking our seatbelts off when we heard the gunshots, when it's all hell broke loose.
And to be fair, you didn't see those gunshots.
No.
And then what do you do when you hear the gunshots?
I freak out and I scream, what the hell? I said, what the hell? And then Shalane is kind of half up, half down. And so I grab her head to bring her down. And I was like, what the hell is going on? And then she has her hand on the wheel, but she's like frozen. And so I don't remember how many gunshots there were, honestly. But I know I put the car on drive and I told her to get the hell out of there and drive. And so I may even grab the wheel. Like I said, I'm very aggressive. And from that, she tried to drive off.
And then did you see the color of the vehicle?
Yeah, so we almost hit the car. When we were trying to drive off, there was a car in the lane, that last lane, that was the turning lane. And it was a white 4-door. Can't tell you what kind, but I just know it was like white-ish. And we almost hit him. We were trying to get away.
Were you trying to pursue the white car?
Hell no. Just want to get away.
And then where did you guys go? Did you turn off? Did you follow them turning off? Or
we turned off. We turned the only way you could turn because it was a red light, which was down that first street past. And then when we turned right, we were just driving fast. There still might have been gunshots. I can't speak for anyone else in the car, but it was a lot going on. There was a lot of adrenaline. And then the first street we saw that was on the left, I was like, turn left. And we just turned down a random street that had like apartments on it.
Now, it's fair to say you didn't see who was in the car, right?
No, didn't look.
But did you go back to where the shooting occurred?
Yes, I did.
Were you nervous about talking about what happened?
I didn't think I had anything valuable to say, to be honest. So I wasn't nervous initially because I just was like, we came back because just when we wanted to know what happened because we left. So we didn't know. We didn't look around. We didn't see anything. We just left. And so when we came back, we saw there were a lot of police presence. And I wasn't a big fan of the police at the time. So it was like I wanted to stop and talk to them and offer my help. But I also wanted to make sure if I could help, I would help. So when we went back, we told the officers we had been there when something happened, what happened when we left. And so he made us stop the car and get out the car. The police officer made us sit on the ground on the sidewalk in front of everything. Like cars are still, I think, may have been passing. So it was kind of an odd situation where they were like kind of rude to us. And then they're treating us like we're suspects. We really didn't know what happened though. And so they said, well, we need you guys, eyewitnesses, we need you guys to come downtown or in a van for you guys to come, and had us sit there. I kept asking a lot of questions, but no answers.
Now, I noticed some of your friends aren't going to be here. Is there this fear about talking in this kind of case?
Absolutely, yes.
Why is that?
Snitches get ditches. I'm saying, not the coolest, but yeah, talking to police is not a thing we do in our culture anywhere in LA. It's not a normal thing. So there was that, especially in the 90s and 80s. There was multiple reasons why, but I didn't see anything. So I was kind of limbo. I didn't see anything. I didn't think I'd be beneficial. And then I don't know. I was going to offer some assistance, what I could, because I may have had more memory back then. I may have heard the number of gunshots. I may have had, more. But the police treat us so bad that I just we start shutting down because we're like, if someone did it, they could come by and sitting on the ground. They can see we're sitting here telling people, even though we're not saying anything. So it just was a really bad situation.
And is it fair to say that that was something that also would scare you, is that if somebody was seeing you talk?
Absolutely.
Objection, Your Honor, is the leading.
What's your response, Mr. Paul?
I'm just following up on her question that she's going to lay the foundation to.
I'll sustain if you could rephrase.
Okay. Is it fair or unfair to say that you are concerned about people seeing you talking to police?
Yes.
All right. No further questions.
Cross-examination, Mr. Sands.
Thank you, Your Honor. Hi, Mr.
Hi.
Obviously, I would imagine you've never testified before about this particular situation.
No, I was in the grand jury.
Okay, so you were at the grand jury. And with regards to your testimony, when you were in front of the grand jury,
Mhm.
did you meet with the district attorney's office prior to giving that testimony to the grand jury?
Not except outside the door when I got to the courthouse. I mean, the door of the grand jury.
I see. And with regards to that testimony, did you review any documents, records, anything like that in preparation for your testimony in front of the grand jury?
No.
All right. Now, asking you again for today, did you review any documents in preparation for your testimony here in front of this jury?
I looked at the grand jury testimony that I said, but other than that, no.
Okay. Now, when this thing had occurred, I would imagine it would have been a very traumatic experience for you.
Yes.
And at some point, you go back to LA.
Yes.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
That's all right. It's just for the record. When you go back to LA, did you ever just sort of keep on top of it, like in terms of like articles that would come out in magazines, anything like that at all?
No, we didn't talk about that night for decades. We just didn't talk about it.
Okay. Now, did you ever at any point capture what you had remembered in a journal or anything like that?
I did a documentary, a couple of documentaries. Yes, years, like 20 years later.
I see. And in preparation for those documentaries, what did you use to refresh your recollection back then?
Talk to my girlfriend. I mean, more talk and try to remember pieces that I could.
Right. And your girlfriend was also present in the Sebring when it happened?
Yes,
as well?
she was driving.
I see.
No, that's fine.
Now, just to describe us a little bit that night, you're driving in a convertible Sebring.
Yes.
And I'd assume that the top was probably down.
The top was down.
Okay. And the weather that night, was it raining?
No.
Can you describe for the jury what the weather was like that night?
It was Vegas in September. It probably, I mean, I'd be guessing, but I know what it wasn't. It wasn't raining. It could have been a cloud in the sky, but I wouldn't remember that. I just know it wasn't bad.
Yeah.
No, I didn't. We didn't have any jackets. We had designer clothes. That's why I was mad. I had to sit on the curb. But no, it was a nice, cool evening. So I would probably say in the 80s, 70s, 80s. I have no idea.
All right. But obviously among the four girls, no jackets or anything that would indicate that it was cold that night.
Yes, no.
Now, in addition to that, your testimony was that you had pulled up alongside Suge Knight's vehicle at some point.
Yes.
Now, I noticed that you weren't given a map. Did you ever have an opportunity to kind of envision exactly where this had occurred?
I didn't forget that part.
Okay. If I were to show you a map, would you be able to point out for
Yes.
us exactly?
Much as I can. Yes, absolutely.
Sure. I'm going to show you what's been marked in there. This states exhibit number 1. And just for the record, I'm showing you states exhibit number 1. It's just an overview of Las Vegas. Does that help you at all?
No, not really. But I see the streets. It's what I thought. I'm assuming the red dot is Vegas Boulevard.
And when you say red dot, there's a mouse that's right there in front of you. You can use that to sort of move that mouse over to where. No, that doesn't do that.
I can point it, but
Now let me do this.
When you're on our computer, can you do that? This doesn't
you can point it.
All right. So would this be? And
Yes,
I'm using my
that's-
Sharpie. That's
yes.
the dot.
Yes.
Okay. So yes, that would be Las Vegas Boulevard. Now I'm going to point over here. Do you recognize this particular area?
Yeah, that's where it happened.
Okay. And this, I'm pointing now once again for the record, Flamingo, and it looks like this would be Koval.
Koval. That sounds about right.
Now you were describing for us a little bit about where the cars were. If I were to give you a piece of paper, can you draw for us just a little bit better so we can have a better view? And
I can try.
Okay. You want to may approach?
Yes, you may.
And what am I drawing exactly again?
If you can draw for us where on that night where Koval was. And just for the record, you're writing Koval. Is it for the horizontal line or the vertical line?
It is the horizontal line.
Okay, so that's Koval. And then can you draw for us where Suge's vehicle was when you pulled up to it?
Well, we were behind it.
Okay.
So It would have been, I'm just gonna make lanes and like, don't quote me, I could be off by one, of course. So I'll say this was Shug and we were behind. So this was, I'm gonna put I for me. And then we moved and went right here. So this is where we end up parking. I'm not parking, but stopping at the red light.
That's fine. And just for the record, you have made a mark that looks like an S, and I would assume that would be for Shug's vehicle.
Yes.
And then there's another I, it looks like right there, and that would be for your vehicle.
Yes.
And then you have an arrow pointing to the next lane over where the I is now at.
Yes, that's where it ended.
Okay, great. And then when the shots, when you're, I guess, trying to change seats, can you tell us where you were at that particular point?
You mean in the car? Or-
Well, not in the car, but
Oh.
where the car was.
It was here when the shots happened.
Okay.
And when we were trying to flee, we were trying to get in this lane to go around to get the turn.
I see.
And that's what we ended up doing eventually.
I see. So when the shots were fired, you were still in that I.
The I, yes.
And then you pulled off onto Cole.
Yes.
Okay. Now this area right here, what is this? What street is that?
What do you mean? This Flamingo? No, I know this is Flamingo, I'm assuming. I'm guessing, like I said, I'm bad at direction on places I still go today.
That's right.
And then here was like a gas station or something right there. And then here was where we turned off, right, which is where that first left was. So I don't know the name of the streets or anything.
No problem. I'm going to show this. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. All right. Your Honor, if I could have this marked as defense exhibit, opposed defense exhibit A.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
And move for admission.
Any objection to its admission?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so admitted. Did you want to publish?
I would like to publish it.
Okay, feel free.
Thank you. Now, I've shown you what's been marked and admitted now as defense exhibit A. All right, and I will just explain this for the jury again. So where you have Coble is actually the street Coble, is that right?
Yes.
And you have Flamingo, which would be the other street that's going vertical down the defense exhibit A.
Yes.
And then on the corner, it would be one of the corners. There's a gas station.
Yes.
Now over here, this S, that would be what you would call a Suge Knight's vehicle.
Yes.
And you were directly behind that vehicle at some point.
Yes.
And you pulled up, and that's the arrow pointing up to the next lane over. And that's where you were at, right next to Suge's vehicle.
In front of, not next to. That's why it's a little above.
I see. So you're slightly in front of Suge's vehicle. Was there another vehicle over here in front of Suge's vehicle?
I'm assuming yes, because we weren't at the front of the line. So yes, maybe two.
I see. Maybe two vehicles, but presuming that there would be at least a vehicle in front of Suge's vehicle.
At least two, I'd say, because there was one in front of me.
Okay. And then this lane over here is, what lane is that?
That's the a small lane that you could turn off.
Turning lane?
Yeah, it didn't say, but yes.
Yeah. And so at some point when the shots were ringing out, you just immediately just gassed the car and made a right-hand turn on Coble.
Yeah, into the turning lane.
Okay. And your testimony here right now, for instance, is that the top was down, but you didn't see.
No,
Yeah.
I was looking down because I was initiating changing my seat. So I would thank God I was all face down.
Okay. And when you pulled off and you made that right-hand turn, did anyone shoot at you?
Probably. I honestly don't know. There was a lot of gunshots.
Sure. Did any, after the event had occurred, did you ever observe any bullet holes in your vehicle?
There was no bullet holes in my vehicle.
Was there any shattered windshield as a result of anything
No.
happening on the scene?
No.
Okay. And then with regards to where you were at, when your testimony was that you were talking to Suge. Suge was saying, "Hey, come to 662." Is that what was happening?
Yes.
And during that time period, you said, and I want to make sure I'm clear, that while there was a conversation about going over to Suge's place, but it seemed like everyone was sort of talking. Like it was like the girls in the back seat maybe were having a conversation or something like that. Is that-
No. Lauren was the only one talking to Shook because she's the only one who knew him.
I see.
So nobody, we were just like, oh, okay, looking like, because it wasn't our conversation.
Right. And when that was happening, did any of your
people in your vehicle yell out, Tupac, Tupac, anything
No.
like that?
Absolutely not.
Oh my gosh, it's Tupac.
No.
Okay. Now, during that time period, as you're over here behind Suge's vehicle or next to it, did you ever see, can you describe for me what Tupac was doing in the vehicle?
When we pulled up on the side of him and she was talking to Suge, he was relaxed, like sitting in the chair, sitting in the passenger seat. And Suge was relaxed talking to Lauren. Nothing, like there was no engagement.
Okay, so as you're sitting there and you pull up, Tupac was not hanging out the window and doing something out of the window.
Absolutely not, no.
Okay. His torso was not sitting on top of the window yelling to his fans, Tupac, Tupac.
No, there was no fans around. They were just driving in the car, listening to music like we were.
All right. And during that time period, when you were here during this time period, there's a red light.
Yes.
Preventing you from moving forward. And I'm once again going back to Defense Exhibit A. There's no green light allowing traffic to move in the direction of Coble.
No.
Okay, so everyone was stopped at that particular point.
Everyone was stopped.
I have no further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for this witness? We do have one. Okay, so what I'll need you to do is write your juror number on the question and then write the question on a full sheet of paper and then hand it to my marshal when you're done. Any questions from anyone else? Okay, perfect. Can I have the party's approach? All right, one question from a juror. Could you gauge what direction the shots were coming from?
No.
No? Any fault? Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, I'm gonna say it was just
You're
too,
okay.
it was too chaotic, and you're not, thinking about that, but no.
Okay. State, any follow-up based on that question?
No, Your Honor.
Defense, any follow-up based on that question?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. You are excused. That was fast. State, any quick witnesses, or are we prepared to take a lunch break at this time?
Lunch break, sir.
Okay, sounds good. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our lunch break at this time. During the recess, you are admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report or commentary on the trial of any person connected with this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, internet, and radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until the case is submitted to you. We'll have everyone back here, let's say 1:15, so that everybody has enough time to get everything done over the lunch break. We'll see you guys back at that time. Please rise for the jury. the record, the jury has exited the room. Anything we need to address outside the presence?
Nothing from the state?
No.
Okay, we'll be in recess. We'll see you guys back right around 1:15.
Thank you.
If you need any more time, just let us know.
It should be, we should.
He did indicate that you could go over whenever, and so if you want to go over now, you'd get
He's like he was in a parade or something. Stupid ass, hanging out the window. Hey! And he was like, Tupac. And we like, oh, there go that motherfucker. And we popped a Yui. And that was it.
So I want to backtrack a little. So y'all was waiting at 662. Tupac and Suge Knight didn't show up. But if I'm not mistaken, y'all was actually waiting at 662 for Tupac and Orlando can fight, right?
Yeah.
Tell me about that, because Orlando actually wanted to fight Tupac, right?
They was gonna get his ass knocked out. So Lane had hands, one punch.
Oh, for real, he had hands?
Oh, hell yeah, like God. Yeah.
So tell me about that. Orlando saying he wanted to fight Tupac and have a heads up with him.
We was just, I was gonna tell Suge, let him get down. That's all. He's just gonna beat his ass.
So y'all was at 662, Tupac and Suge Knight didn't show up. So that's when y'all decided to retaliate, and that's when y'all was like, okay.
No, we just left because they didn't show up.
Okay. Von Zip is the one that provided y'all with the gun, right?
I don't know nothing about that.
I mean, it's in the book and everything, yeah.
I don't know nothing about that. Ask Gabe Gray King, you believe most of his stories. You know? You knew though.
Yeah, Greg Caden said it. I mean, it said it in the book. I got your book, the audio book.
See, he got the whole world fucked up. Like he got you fucked up. You know what I'm saying? Like that. Like I said, that.
No, this is in your book.
Unsolved is fucking unsolved is a fabricated bunch of bullshit. The way he wanted to portray me. You know what I'm saying? I'm sagging, khaki pants. Man, I ain't wore no khaki pants in fucking junior high school. High school, I was a player, dude.
But here's the thing. I got the audio book. So
yeah.
So it's all in the book. So Von Zip is the one that provided, not you, but somebody that was in a white Cadillac with the gun.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So tell me how that came about. You don't have to tell me the person he gave it to. Okay, so we're not trying to blame you for that, but just tell me how that came about. Von Zip offering somebody that was in the car with the gun.
What'd you say?
No, just tell me how it came about. Once again, you don't have to say who exactly he gave the gun to, but just say how it came about where Von Zip provided you and your crew with the gun.
No, he just asked, do we need some help? And shit. He came up with the thing. That's all. Shit, he had a thing on him. We already had things too, though. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
We had already had things too. And he had a thing. That's all.
So how did you know Tupac and Suge was in the black BMW?
He was hanging out the window.
Tupac?
Yeah.
What was he doing?
Shit, he had half his body out the window. Yeah. Just, you know, that Bay Area shit. You know how they do. That weird shit. Like Ghost Rider whip. You know, they just want to be flamboyant. You know what I'm saying? Want to be seen and shit.
But you said the females was yelling Tupac's name, right?
Yeah, once
that's
he
how
was hanging
y'all
out the
found
window.
out they was in the car, right?
Tupac, and he was, hey, you know, that's bullshit. You know, a real motherfucker, he gonna be sitting down and set his ass down somewhere. You know what I'm saying? I'll be hanging out no fucking window. Just want to be seen and shit.
Right.
Yeah.
So
what's up?
So you and your crew, y'all on Flamingo and Koval, and y'all slowly pull up to Tupac and Suge in a black BMW. Tell me how that came about.
We just took the gutter lane. Like we said, we pulled up to the stoplight, and they was making a right. It was about 17 cars. We just pulled up in the gutter lane and seen their ass. Yeah. And I first shot it, hit Big Boy in the head. I thought he was dead. Like, damn, he dead. And they didn't even give chase, make it so bad. Some brawls gave a chase. They got their little windshield shot out. It was over with after that.
Dre, he was the one that was supposed to shoot, you know, Tupac and Suge, but he got scared, right?
No, he didn't really get scared. You know, he wasn't ready for that. They was youngsters, man. Kids.
But once again, I mean, y'all Crips, right? So he should be used to that, right, Dre? So why was
he wasn't ready for that? Everybody got a role, man. Everybody ain't killers. Everybody, you know what I'm saying? Everybody ain't gonna kill.
So
Everybody
Dre,
ain't
he
with
wasn't a
that.
shooter?
No.
Okay, so but he was the one that was supposed to shoot up Tupac and Suge, but for some reason he wasn't ready for it, so he gave the gun to Orlando, right?
Something like that, yeah.
And Orlando is the shooter. He's the known shooter. I mean, everybody know Orlando Anderson was a shooter. So Dre got cold feet. He didn't want to do it. He gave the gun to Orlando, and Orlando shot Tupac and Suge.
Yeah, he did his thing, yeah.
Okay, so what was Tupac and Suge reaction when Orlando started shooting up the BMW?
Shit. Suge just ducked his head, and the first bullet went in his head. So the next one's hit him. It was like he was doing a breakdance, trying to jump in the back seat or something. Yeah, like damn. Yeah, what the fuck? It looked like he was trying to jump in the, but it was the bullets was in his ass. Then we made the right, and them bras tried to get a little chase. You know what I'm saying? But I wonder why Reddy didn't get a chase, because I seen him do some shooting before, for sure.
Right. So
you want to talk about that too?
No, we're gonna get into all that. So Tupac, you said he was trying to reach for a gun, or it looked like he was trying to reach for a gun.
Yeah. Looked like he was trying to get his thing. That's what it looked like.
And you said Tupac tried to jump in the back seat.
It looked like he was
when y'all start shooting.
He was reaching, and it looked like he was trying to jump in the back seat or something. He was like breakdancing or some shit. It was, yeah.
All right, so how you feel about people that say Suge used Tupac as a shield?
Oh, he used it as no shield. This man shot in the fucking head. That's what we thought was dead.
Okay.
First bullet went straight in his head.
So Suge Knight reaction wasn't him trying to grab Tupac?
Nah, he's lying. That's why I say Greg Caden, Reggie, Knockout, was they there? They wasn't there. Yeah.
So after the incident, what did y'all do after that? Y'all went to the hotel, right?
Yeah.
Tell me about that.
Just started drinking and shit. Popping bottles, shit. That's all. And shit. Didn't nobody know but us four that was in the car.
Right.
Yeah.
So what happened with the gun? Where y'all stashed the gun at?
I left it on the tire on one of them cars in the parking lot.
What did y'all do with the white Cadillac?
Took it back to the rental car place.
How long did y'all stay in Vegas after that incident?
We left the next day.
And you told Orlando not to tell nobody, right?
Yeah.
Tell me about that.
I said, on this type of shit, you can't be telling nobody shit. That's the only way you're going to stay free.
Yeah, you told Orlando and everybody else that was in the car that.
Yeah. Shut the fuck up.
There's people dying every day from drugs and alcohol who don't have anyone like me to tell them what the repercussions can be when you're addicted to drugs and alcohol. My story has value for people who are dealing with what I dealt with, what I was so lucky and blessed to overcome, man. That's just the reality. There's nothing more realer than that. You know what I'm saying? People are dying every day from drugs and alcohol. Just because I was Tupac's cousin doesn't mean that I didn't have my own problems. It doesn't mean that I didn't navigate life better than I should have back then. Now I came from out the dirt. I came from out the grave, literally. I'm gonna tell you that story. I might share it with you today, how I came out of the grave. You know what I'm saying? But I literally came out of the grave, man. I'm so thankful to just be alive and so thankful that my story can help other people who are dealing with what I dealt with. That's all it is to it.
The reason why I also say that, because your cousin is the catalyst, being the world-renowned superstar, may he rest in peace, that he is. And so I think that impact that relationship also can shed light, like you said, on people who are suffering, who've dealt with you've dealt with, who've dealt with what his mom dealt with, what she overcame, and some of the things he actually overcame, you know, being shot.
Absolutely.
And like I said, dealing with all of the issues that he did as a youth and as, you know, being one of the premier rap superstars that he was prior to his death.
And let me add on to that, man, because it's dope you brought that up. My family is not being the child of revolutionaries is traumatic, man. You know what I'm saying? Surviving the 60s, surviving COINTELPRO, surviving many of my relatives in jail, prison, you know, it's traumatic. You know what I'm saying? So my family, we didn't have what we have now back then. You know what I'm saying? And all of us suffered from that trauma. Tupac, my brothers, etc., Tupac's sister, the murders, you know, jail. We all suffered under that shit, man. You know, and just for us to be here today talking about Tupac, we will be remiss if we don't share the dark stories that emanated from what we went through. It's not all beautiful, you know what I'm saying? It's ugly. It's ugly, you know? Me, personally, I just don't have a problem sharing ugly. You know what I'm saying? My thing is like, man, like I shared on the last interview, I was never a big time dope boy because I love dope too much. I couldn't keep it in my pocket to sell it. If it was in my pocket, I was gonna use it. So I never, you know, never was a bit, I sold a little bit here and there, but I never made money from it. You understand? That was traumatic for me. You know, I never, you know, was the type of people that we see on podcasts every day that have this glorious past that's well respected in their neighborhoods or in communities because of this glorious past they had. My past wasn't like that. My past was jail, institutions, and damn near death. That was my past.
You visited Tupac in prison, and you were also his best man when he married Keisha Morse while incarcerated. I recently seen a copy of the marriage certificate in which you signed that proves that is an actual fact. What were your thoughts on Tupac getting married in prison?
Yo, wait a minute. Before I answer that, you got to send me a copy of that marriage certificate, man. Come on, man. Are you going to send me a copy?
Absolutely.
All right, man. Because first of all, I forgot that I even signed because I was his best man. It makes sense that I would sign the marriage certificate, but I clean forgot about it. You know what I'm saying? Damn, that's something, man, that you got the copy of the marriage certificate with my signature on it. That's something. That's amazing.
Absolutely. That goes to show, you know, when you telling the story about what you talk about other stuff, that you forgot about something that is an actual fact, proven actual fact that you didn't remember.
Right.
So that's just consistent with what you've been saying. Sometimes you might, you can't remember. But like I said, so what was that like, man? And you know, Tupac being, you know, marrying Keisha Morse in prison.
Yeah.
You know, what was that whole situation like?
It was, I remember feeling, wow, this is a big deal that I'm his best man. I remember feeling honored that he would name me his best man because there was other people he could have named. He could have named Stretch. He could have named Man. He could have named Mike Cooley. He could have named Watani. You know what I'm saying? He could have named Psych. You know, Big Psych. Shout out to all the people I just mentioned, man. I'm starting to get in the habit of when I do interviews, shout out people that I mentioned by watching other people do podcasts and seeing how cool that shit is. You shout the people out. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to all those people I just mentioned. But I remember feeling honored that he would ask me to be his best man. And I remember that my sister, her name is Maylene, she was Keisha's witness. And we both felt honored because, you know, we actually had to take a trip to Clinton Dannemora just for that. You know, it wasn't to visit Tupac like we normally did, but it was to be his best man and and Keisha's witness. So we made a day of it, man. We went up there, and you know, it was very simple. The wedding was very simple because it's in jail, obviously. There was a cameraman that was taking pictures as part of the inmate fundraiser that's in prisons. The fundraiser for inmate organizations is Click Click, which is you know, taking pictures of visitors and visits and stuff, right? So I remember that day as being like this joyful day because Pac, man, was happy to be marrying Keisha at the time, you know, and you know, Keisha was holding him down. You know what I'm saying? Like, she was committed to Tupac, man. And, you know, everyone in my family like Keisha. And shout out to Keisha, because, by the way, you know, I see her. I just saw her last year at Tupac's Walk of Fame in Hollywood when they gave him the star.
Oh, so Keisha was actually at the Hollywood Walk of Fame?
She was at the Hollywood Walk of Fame, and I saw her, and I took pictures of her, and shot. Hey, yo, she's one of the good stories that we tell of people in our past. She's beautiful. She looks great. And we just my family and I, we had a great time with her, man. You know, and I just have to say that, man. Shout out to you, Keisha. If you're watching this, shout out to you. And we love you, and God bless you.
And Keisha, I would love to sit down with you and have an interview.
Yeah.
Because Billy said that you're such a wonderful person.
Yeah, and plus she got stories. Like, you get a different perspective of Tupac and the kind of man he was from the woman that he married. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, it'll be dope for her to do an interview too, because she can speak to the time. You know, this is 1991, 1992, 1993. I think she came in our lives in 1991, 92, just before Tupac got shot in New York. And she's from New York City, you know what I'm saying? So she can speak to the context, to the background story of what all took place. A lot of people just know what is being said, but they don't know the background of why these things are being said or why it happened. She can add context to it.
That's the reason why I asked you what I asked you. And like I said, when I seen the marriage certificate, I was like, wow. But more importantly, I know that you could share, once again, being there, you know, going in to see your cousin. It's a lot of people that talk a lot of, or speak a lot on Tupac, didn't really know him, never met him. And like I said, this particular incident and him getting married in prison to Keisha Morris and you being the best man. And like I said, when I seen your signature on the marriage certificate, I was like, oh, wow, this is historic.
That's
right
crazy.
Here. And then
that's
and then
crazy. I can't believe that. Yo, man.
And knowing that.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
And knowing we're gonna do the interview, you know, I just thought it was important. So, you know, what was it? What was Tupac's move though? Like, you know, what was Tupac's and Keisha's move? If you can give me that.
Yeah, they were happy, man, because they were solidifying the deal. Like, they was going to be, at the time that they were getting married, they were committing themselves to each other, you know? So they were very, I remember the vibe as being very loving and joyful. Even though Pac was in jail, you know, it was an occasion for him to be joyful because he was marrying someone that he loved and she was going to remain committed to him. You know, when we used to go visit Pac, it wasn't for one day. Like, we couldn't travel to Atlanta or Keisha travel from New York City to go visit Pac and come right back home the same day because it was so far away. So when we visited Pac in Clinton Dannemora, we would have to get a hotel and stay a couple of days, at least 2 or 3 days. So I stayed in the town to visit Pac on that occasion for 2 or 3 days. And the whole 2 or 3 days that we was visiting him, before, during, after the marriage, those 3 days that we went up there, it was joyful because of the anticipation on the first day that I'm getting married. So Tupac is all, preparing, like, what should I say, and blah, 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 and all this stuff. And then the second day where they actually get married, the joy that he and Keisha was experiencing because they were solidifying their commitment was dope. It was beautiful, man. Just like any wedding would be, even though it was in prison. You know what I'm saying? And it was.
So did they let him? Did they let him come out of his prison garb, or was he had to get married in his prison?
He got
garb?
married.
Did they let him get in like a suit?
Yeah, So no, he didn't get married in his suit. He got married in his greens and a top. He had a top polo shirt and sneakers. Nothing fancy. I don't remember. I can't find the pictures that we took that day. We did take a lot of pictures that day, but I can't find them. But Keisha was dressed. She was dressed nice. My sister was dressed nice. I don't remember how I was dressed. But Pac was dressed in his state greens, in his prison greens. You know what I'm saying? But that didn't matter, Del Rey, because, like I said, the joy of the occasion was what really counted. And it was more overwhelming than the actual circumstances that Tupac was in, being in prison for something that he didn't do. You know what I mean? So it was a great experience, man. And like I said, I was honored that he chose me to be his best man. I mean, even today, like, he could have chose anybody, but he chose me. But that, I don't really talk too much about my relationship to Tupac all the time. So now that I'm talking about it with you, it's bringing back feelings and emotions that I long ago buried, particularly about the marriage, his wedding. I hadn't thought about his wedding in years, but now that you bring it up, man, it's opening up. I'm reliving some of the emotion that I was feeling at the time,
What's one of the biggest misconceptions about your cousin Tupac Shakur that you've heard from the media or people who've never met him?
Yeah, I've heard a lot of misconceptions about, particularly from people who never met him, because most of the people who, not most, but some of the people who I see talking about Tupac, by the way, let me say this, Pac is ubiquitous. Like, he's everywhere at the same time. He's all over social media. He's all over the news. He's on every social media platform all day, every day. And I'm noticing more and more people appearing on these podcasts talking about Tupac and their experiences with him. And, I'm not doubting that they're telling the truth, but I am hearing a lot of misconceptions. By the way, for instance, shout out to the person I'm about to mention, Fat Joe. Shout out to Fat Joe. Got a lot of respect for Fat Joe. He's from the Bronx. I'm from the Bronx. I know what hood he's from. I know some of his OGs from his projects. I think he's from McKinley or Forest Projects. McKinley and Forest are right across the street. I know some of the people from there, his OG. So shout out to Joe. I don't have nothing against him. I like him as an artist. I think he's dope. He's thorough. But I have to disagree with something that he's been saying on podcasts about Pac calling him about some Puerto Ricans putting pressure on him in Clinton. Now, the reason why I'm questioning that, I'm not saying Joe is lying, I'm just questioning it. The reason why I'm questioning that is because I know how the Puerto Ricans roll in prison, right? I know how they roll. And I know Joe is strong in New York with Puerto Ricans. I've been around Joe several times, and he got Puerto Ricans around him that'll hurt something, for real, right? So I know he got strength with Puerto Ricans, his people. But as far as Tupac being in prison and having to call Joe to keep the Puerto Ricans off his back because they think that he got beef with Joe in the street or some, I don't know about that. Mind you, I was going to visit Pac every month. If Pac was having problems with anybody in prison, I would have been the first to know about it. Not only would I have been the first to know about it, Watani would, you got to know, the people who are in prisons, who run the prisons, there's a lot of Puerto Ricans who do. Don't get me wrong. But a lot of people who run the prisons in the New York State penal system are people that we know. They people that love us. They family members, man. They people, you get where I'm coming from, Del Rey? Tupac wasn't in a prison where people was going to walk all over him. That wasn't going to be the situation. He was in prison with people who were strong.
Absolutely.
Tupac didn't want our people protecting him. He refused when he first got into Clinton. There were people already with care packages for him. Like strong people, like legendary. Like I'm talking about legend. They all in the newspapers, dude. Legendary. That is telling Pac, if you got problems, let me know. I'm gonna make sure that the CEOs know, blah blah blah, and this and that. And Pac telling them, nah, that's all right. I don't need none of you guys to help me with nothing. I'm good. I'm gonna ride this on my own. And then the officers, knowing Pac's connection with some of the strongest people in Clinton, taking him out of population and putting him in segregation so that he don't incite anything in population. So that there's no chance of anybody trying to take advantage of this guy who is being watched by some of the strongest men in prison. Does that make sense to you? That some Puerto Ricans is going to put pressure on him so that Pac can call Joe, of all people, to tell his people, does that make sense?
Well, like I said, everybody has their story. That's why I'm asking you this question, and the misconceptions and things that you've heard in regards to that. And I think that you would know more about that than anything, having had your experience in dealing and being in Rikers and all of those things, and knowing what you're explaining right now. I think that's something that you can answer better than I probably ever could.
Yeah, especially in Clinton. Like I was in Clinton. I used to work on Clinton Farm. So I know how that and like I said, he's right about the Puerto Rican. They got strength in those jails and they buck wild. But when it applies to them putting pressure on Tupac, I don't see that. I see that being far-fetched. I don't see that being actually accurate. Now, he may have embellished a little bit in telling that story, but I do not see Tupac being pressured enough to where he has to call Fat Joe to clear some stuff for him. Tupac could have called, look, dude, I don't want to go and get into names and shit like that, but he could have called any one of the people that I'm thinking about that could have put a stop to whatever that was going on with him, if it was going on. As I said, I used to go visit him every month, and you know what Tupac's problem was? His problems was with the fucking officers. Not giving him his packages, and keeping his cigarettes, and he can't get showers but once a day. He can't go out to rec. Not other inmates. Not other inmates.
And that was confirmed. That was actually confirmed, like by a letter that he had wrote in regards to having the problem with the guards and so on.
Yeah, he didn't have no problems with no damn inmates. And look.
So that brings me to another question, because I think this is very important. Once again, you were one of the people there. There's been rumors that Tupac was assaulted in prison. You know what I mean by when I say assaulted,
Yeah.
and not wanting to use that other word. There's rumors that something allegedly happened to him. Billy, you being one of the people who visited him often, stayed overnight in hotels so that you could visit him, being the best man at his wedding. Speak to that and put that rumor to rest, please.
Yeah, I'll speak to it because you're asking me to. But my little homie Edie already did a podcast about that. He did a show on YouTube about that, answering or addressing that misconception. And I'm just going to echo what my little man said. Like, yo, look, let me put it this way. No, that's not true. That's a lie. That's a flat out lie that Tupac will get violated in jail. That's a flat out lie. But it's even more deeper than that. And I'm gonna get a little bit into it. Number one, if you are a stand-up guy, if you are a man of substance, if you are a man that's not cowardly, if you are a man that do not create confusion, do not backbite or with people like that in jail, you're not going to have no problems with your manhood. You're not going to have no problems with other inmates trying to dig in you. That's not going to happen. Most of the time in New York State, I can't speak to prisons in California or anywhere else because I haven't been to prisons in those places. But in New York State, if you're a man that avoids the confusion, that avoids all the nonsense that sissies do, you're not going to have problems with other men in jail. Tupac was a man that was not into that type of confusion. He was not into that lifestyle. So just like any other man in prison, he's not going to have that problem. But for someone to start a misconception or tell a straight lie about either hearing about Tupac being violated in jail or spreading that lie, they don't understand the reality of New York City prisons. It just don't happen that way. It don't happen that way. I'm gonna tell a quick story. I'm gonna give you an example. When I was up north, when I was in prison, there was a guy that I was in prison with that was a stick-up kid. He was Puerto Rican. He was ruthless. Nobody bothered him. Nobody with him. He was ruthless. He was good with his hands. He always kept the Puerto Ricans in prison. They always keep knives. They're known for they'll stick you quick. They got knives that come from you don't even know where they get them from, but I'm telling you, they got knives everywhere. He would stick you quick. He put fear in a lot of niggas' hearts in prison. This dude ended up falling in love with a punk, so much to the extent that he and the punk would walk the yard together holding hands, that they would wear matching outfits. You know what I'm saying? Nobody forced him to do that. He did that willingly. And that drives to my point that it will either have to be asking for someone to dig you out, or you will have to be such a weak, nothing type of guy that people feel like you should be violated. None of us are built that way. We're not built that way. Nobody in my family is built like that. Nobody I know is built like that, except for the guy I just told you the story about.
Yafeo Fula, aka Yaki Gaddafi, was reportedly one of the only willing witnesses who saw Tupac's shooter. Do you think that his death was in any way connected to what he witnessed? And if you could share a little bit more about what you know about what really actually happened to Yafeo.
Good question. First of all, Yafeo wasn't the only witness. All right? There was there was others who saw who shot Tupac. They didn't see his face. They didn't see his face, but they seen the arm. So Yafael wasn't the only witness. And no, I don't believe that Yafael's death is related to what happened in Vegas. The only way that that could be possible is that there's a mass conspiracy to link Yafael's death to what happened with Tupac. I'm not that smart enough or that deep enough to even know how that can play out. So no, I do not believe his death was related to what happened in Vegas. On the other hand, Yafael died, he got killed November 10th, 1996. He got killed almost a month. He got killed over September. He got killed almost a little over 2 months after Tupac died, right? When Yafael got killed, I was the first one to get the phone call. I was the one who answered the call from a girl in Jersey telling me that Yafael just got shot in the face or got shot in the head, right? I was the one who told Afeni, my aunt, and everybody else in the house, the outlaws, everybody in the house, that Yafael had just got shot. He just got shot. I told everybody that. Now, mind you, this is less than 2 months or a little more than 2 months after Tupac got killed. Our emotional state was in shambles. We were afraid. We were beaten. We were still in shock. And we were traumatized. Every one of us, right? Then we get this news that Yafael got killed. It was so traumatic for us because when I got the news, the phone call, simultaneously, we was planning a memorial for Tupac the next day. The next day, we was gonna have a memorial for Tupac in Atlanta. So we're planning his memorial and I get the phone call that Yafael just got killed or got shot. He hadn't been dead yet.
So you guys were in Atlanta when you got that information?
We was in Atlanta. He was in New Jersey with a friend of his who happens to be Napoleon's cousin, Mutar's cousin. Mutar was a member of the Outlaws. And he was someone that was very, very close to us, right? At the time. He's still close to us, but not. Anyway, he was related to the person who shot Yafael, right? Mutar was with us when I got the phone call. He was in the house with us. So he had nothing to do with what took place in Jersey. He was just as traumatized, just as shocked, just as painful. It was just as, Pac's murder was just as painful to him as it was to every one of us, right? So we did the memorial the next day. Somehow we was able to gather enough strength as a family to go ahead and do the memorial that we had set up for Pac the next day. There was an outpouring of love and support from politicians and activists and people of that nature, other Panthers, old head Panthers that Fannie was close to. There was an outpouring of love and support from them because they knew that we were, you know, mentally, emotionally, physically drained, right? And that we were grieving deeply. So we went out to the funeral for Yafael. Yafael's mother was a dear friend of Afeni's, right? Her name is Yasmin Fuller.
Shout out to Yasmin.
Shout out to Yasmin, right? Shout out to you, Yasmin. I love you still. But And Yasmin Fuller was a very close relative. She wasn't a blood relative to us, but she was like an aunt to us, to my brothers and sisters. And she was very close to Afeni, and she was close to my mother. Wherever you see my mother and Afeni, you will see Yasmin. This relationship goes back to 1973 between my mother, Afeni, and Yasmin. Yafeo grew up around us as a cousin. He was Tupac's god brother. He was Sechua's god brother. Shout out to my cousin Sechua. He was their god brother. So he grew up around us very closely, right? So when we get to New Jersey for the funeral, Muta comes with us. And he's in a deep dilemma because his cousin just killed his best friend. Yafeo was Muta's best friend. Yafeo was the person who introduced Muta to Tupac. Muta came from New Jersey to Atlanta and stayed in Tupac's house and was raised and groomed by his family, Tupac's family. Tupac adopted Muta, pretty much. He adopted him, right? And we all loved Muta as one of our own. This is a true story. So when we all go out to New Jersey and see Yafeo in the coffin, it hurts us. But it don't hurt none of us more than it hurts his mother. Right? Yasmin. My parents and Afeni were trying their best to be as supportive as possible to Yasmin and her family at the time. Somehow, something occurred while we was in Jersey that created a conflict. The conflict happened with Yasmin and Muta. Yasmin knew that Muta had nothing to do with her son's murder. And she, by the way, I have to mention, she was very understanding of Muta's dilemma. This is how I remember it, this story. She was very understanding of Muta's dilemma that his cousin killed her son.
Okay, I'm talking normally now, and now I'm trying to mute, and now I'm trying to talk, and now I'm trying to mute.
Any difference?
I thought I did. Okay, I'm talking, and now I'm muting. I'm keeping on mute. Can you hear me? I'm on mute. I'm pressing the mute button. Sure the meeting is working when we hold that aside. All I left, everything was fine. That makes it that long. So let's go. You guys wired the joint.
Okay, we're on record in State versus Davis, C-337-407. We've gotten through some of our technical issues. Anything else we need to address before bringing in the jury? Okay, let's bring them in.
Staff and jury.
It's fine. Do the parties to do as requested to the jury?
We do.
Okay, you may all be seated. At this time, the state may call their next witness. All right, Mr. Becker, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to have my clerk swear you.
Please raise your right
Yes,
hand.
ma'am.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this nothing but the truth so help you God.
Yes, I do.
May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Brent Becker, BRENTBECKER.
Thank you.
Sorry. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you. Sir, you're retired these days. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And what'd you do for a living before you retired?
I was a police officer for the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
And what years were you with Metro?
I was there from 1984 to 2011.
And in September of 1996, what was your assignment?
I was a detective with the homicide section.
Do you recall how long you'd been with homicide when you, in 1996?
I got into homicide, I think it was November of 1994.
Did you have a partner in 96?
Yes, it was Mike Franks.
And who was your sergeant?
Kevin Manning.
Sorry. Oh, he's gonna hold on a second. All right, he's gonna work on the echo. Can you still hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. On September 7th, or into, I guess, technically into September 8th of 1996, did you get called out for a shooting that happened, ultimately determined to be happened at Flamingo and Cobalt?
Yes. Sergeant Manning called me. It was about 12:30 in the morning, and I was asleep, so it would have been September 8th. And so it was around 12:30. So by the time I got up, got dressed, and got there, it was probably about 1 o'clock in the morning on the 8th.
And when you say you got there, what scene did you go to?
Initially, from what I recall, I went to Harmon in the Boulevard because that's where general assignment and everybody was at to get debriefed on things and get some of the notes. And then from what I recall, I went over to Flamingo and Koval to kind of look at the scene, but they had some witnesses from the car that supposedly was directly behind Suge Knight and Tupac Shakur back at Harmon and the Boulevard that I needed to interview.
Can we talk a little bit, first of all, Tupac Shakur is still alive on September 8th of 1996, correct?
That's what I was told. He had already been transported. He was not at the scene when I got there.
Is it somewhat unusual for homicide to be a victim yet?
That was very unusual, and normally we don't get called out, at least at that time, we didn't get called out unless there was a deceased victim. So I think when we arrived at the scene, we were told that because of the nature of who the victim was, general assignment wanted us to come out to it.
Let me ask you, we've heard from a first responder today. Back in those days, what was general assignment? What does that mean?
General assignment was in essence, the night detectives. They worked swing shift and graveyard shift. So they were the night detectives that if something needed a detective to respond, they were the ones that got called out to the scene.
So they would have been at this scene before you, and then they made a determination along with, I assume, the command staff that homicide should be called out to this investigation.
Correct. Actually, uniformed officers would have been the first people called to the scene of anything. And general assignment, I'm sure, was monitoring the traffic. So if they had heard the call, they may have been responding, but they would have gone out, assessed the scene, and eventually determined if someone, the type of scene it was and if someone needed to come out to it. And in this case, I guess someone must have called Sergeant Manning because he's the one that called us.
And your partner, Detective Franks, do you recall?
I believe he got sent directly to a University Medical Center, the hospital, which is where Shakur and I believe Suge Knight got sent to.
And your responsibility, was there also crime scene analysts that were called up to the scene?
Yeah, my initial response was to the scene to start handling things directly at the crime scene, yes.
And then does at some point crime scene analyst Dan Ford show up and document the scene while you're present?
Dan Ford was already there from what I recall. They were called CSAs back then, I believe. Dan Ford would have already been there. Usually CSAs, because CSAs were assigned to each shift. So I'm pretty sure he was that particular shift CSA out there doing whatever he did for the scene, marking it, taking photographs and such.
When you, at the end of sort of both the two scene investigation, Boulevard as well as the Flamingo and Koval investigation, essentially, what was the facts you were dealing with?
Well, according to the I had interviewed Frank Alexander, Malcolm Greenidge, Katari Cox, and Yafu Fula, and I'm just doing what I remember the pronunciation was. They were in the car behind Suge Knight and Tupac Shakur. And what they described was that a white car, and from what I recall, they described a white Cadillac pulling up alongside Knight's car, and someone inside that white Cadillac opening fire or shooting into the car that Knight and Shakur were at. Their descriptions varied a little bit, but from what I recall, I believe they all said it was a white car and more or less agreed that it was a Cadillac. And there might have been a little bit of a variance between 2 and 4 occupants.
And what direction after the shooting does the vehicle head?
After the shooting, it would have turned south on Koval. That was at Flamingo and Koval, because the Knight group was heading eastbound on Flamingo, and the Cadillac would have originally been heading eastbound, but then it turned southbound on Koval.
And the nature of the bullet holes that are in the BMW that's located at Harmon and Las Vegas Boulevard, all those bullets appear to be coming in from the passenger side of the BMW.
The impact strikes that I saw were all on the right rear passenger door, the right front door, or the right front passenger door. I believe there was some sort of a mark or impact on the windshield. Those were the strikes that you could see. Like, you know, it was you couldn't tell if anything had been a stray of any kind.
So at your scene, you have bullets being shot from south to north into the passenger side of Suge and Tupac's car, but you have no idea how many actual bullets are fired because you can only see the strikes which are in the car.
Correct. All I can see is what the actual impacts are. That doesn't mean that's how many shots were fired. That's just how many struck the vehicle.
And I think we have another witness who's going to testify to this later, but there are a number of casings or cartridge cases, expended cartridge cases that ultimately get collected from the southbound lanes of Flamingo right before Koval. Is that correct?
Yes, without seeing the report, I know that there were fired cartridge cases recovered from the street. I do recall that the number of fired cartridge cases recovered from the street did not match the number of impact strikes on the vehicle, which wouldn't have been surprising considering what traffic probably was on Flamingo on a Saturday night and probably the delay of anybody arriving there, at least from law enforcement.
What happens when, in your experience as a detective, there's a bunch of cartridge cases laying in a busy street and cars driving through? What can happen to those cartridge cases?
Well, especially prior to the uniform officers getting there, cars are driving over them. They're either getting caught within the tread of the tires, or they're getting thrown down the street or thrown into a rain gutter, or, I mean, they could go a lot of different places. We've investigated numerous shootings within streets where you've had fired cartridge cases scattered all over the place. And you never know for sure if you've got all of them, because if something gets caught within a tread of a tire and it doesn't get ejected, unless someone tells you about it later or it gets ejected somewhere else, who knows where it ends up.
In addition to that, when you have your shooter inside a vehicle, are there times that you found casings have gone into the vehicle that the shooter's shooting from?
Yeah, that would depend on if the shots were fired with the handgun inside the window of the car, or if the handgun was outside of the window. Obviously, if the handgun is outside of the window, there's a higher probability. If it's a semi-automatic pistol, there's a higher probability that all those fired cartridge cases ended up outside. If the handgun is on the inside of the vehicle, you have a higher probability of some fired cartridge cases ended up staying inside the car. If it's a revolver, then everything is going to stay within the handgun.
Eventually, I'm kind of jumping forward here. Do you have those casings forensically tested?
The firearms examiner ends up testing them. I believe they were able to determine that they thought a Glock, it was going to be a 40 caliber. They were able to determine the caliber. And I believe, because I guess I'm not the expert, the firearms people are, but that a Glock has a particular marking that shows up, and I believe they determined that they thought it was a Glock that fired the weapon, that fired the cartridge cases.
So now you're looking for a white Cadillac occupied somewhere between 2 and 4 times, heading south on Koval, and a Glock 40 caliber firearm.
That was the information we had eventually at the time, yes.
After speaking to the witnesses, did you have any suspect information?
The only thing we had was 2 to 4 people, probably already all black males. The shooter, all we had was a black arm. There was a question of whether it was out the driver's door window or out the back window. There was a lot of questions, and this was strictly coming from the 4 gentlemen, Alexander, Greenidge, Cox, and Fula, from the car that was behind them. You got to realize, as I learned later, there was an entire convoy or entourage, whatever you want to call it, that had been behind them, and none of those people were around. Everybody had skedaddled before we got there, or at least by the time I got there. And so the only information we had was what General Assignment had acquired from, I believe, a couple of witnesses that they had talked to, and some of the people at the scene. I think Detective Franks talked to some girls later on that had been at the scene.
Now, during the course of this, you've mentioned Frank Alexander. Do you know what Frank Alexander's responsibility was that night in the car behind Suge and Tupac?
Frank Alexander said he was Tupac Shakur's bodyguard.
And Fula? I'm not even going to say his name right either.
Fula and Greenidge and Qatari Cox were supposed to be part of the Outlaws. I guess it's like the group, I don't know if you call them the band, but the part of the group that performed with Tupac Shakur.
And those are the only 4 that stuck around by the time you got there and you were able to take statements from.
I believe they were the only 4, plus I know there were a couple other guys that are mentioned in the report. I think Kevin Woods was one of them. And I think they must have got stopped by General Assignment or somebody when Suge Knight had made the U-turn to flee or drive away and ended up at Harmon and the Boulevard. Everybody else was gone.
I want to fast forward a little bit. Did you learn of an incident that occurred at the MGM casino shortly after the Tyson-Seldon fight?
We eventually learned that. No one claimed that night, but yes, there was a videotape that came about and information about a fight that was caught on videotape where a person was kicked, beaten down by Suge Knight and a bunch of other people in that group. Tupac Shakur was in the group, and Frank Alexander was off in the side.
When you learned about that, did you did Metro initially know the identity of the victim of that beating?
The only thing we had, I believe, was the first name of Orlando. One of the officers that was at the fight that night, I think they were working off duty, because we also saw some video where they had talked to the old Jersey, and I don't believe there was a written down ID where the ID was obtained, but the first name of Orlando was on there. That was all we had at that time.
Did you make efforts to talk to Suge Knight?
I know that night at the hospital, Detective Franks attempted to, he said, and then I know that for 2 to 3 days after that, we attempted to, and finally were able to get him in and conduct an interview with him.
How did that come about? How does Suge Knight wind up at Metro?
Well, the first couple of attempts weren't very successful, put it this way. He didn't want to come, he didn't come in. In fact, I think the one time he was supposed to come in, he didn't show up. And then the night he did, I think it was 3 nights after, it would be in the report. When he did arrive, he showed up with David Kenner, David Chesnoff, and George Kalisis, who are all 3 attorneys who were his representatives, which we thought was weird because Suge Knight was a victim. And I think Reggie Wright Jr. might have been out in the lobby waiting. And then that's when we were finally able to conduct a taped interview of Suge Knight with his 3 attorneys present.
And what were your impressions from that interview?
Suge Knight was not the Suge Knight I expected. Everything, we had done a lot of research in the short time we had been involved, and Suge Knight was not a very timid person in the previous interviews we had seen. Boisterous, in charge kind of guy. He was very timid, and to us, his interview was very practiced, and he was very timid, and I thought he lied to us. He just didn't know anything.
Your impression was he was withholding information about what happened.
He just basically said he didn't know anything. He couldn't recognize anybody.
A few days, or maybe a week even, does there come a point in time when you get contacted by law enforcement in Los Angeles area, whether it be LAPD, LASO, or Compton PD, that assists you in your investigation?
Tupac Shakur passed away on September 13th. We attended the autopsy, and we were later contacted. Well, I think there was probably some contact with other people within the homicide section. You got to realize there are people higher up than us, but eventually Tim Brennan from Compton PD, I think a Mike Coet, and I don't, Fontenot, something like that from Los Angeles County Sheriffs came down to exchange information, and that's when we showed them the videotape from the MGM.
And once you showed them the videotape from the MGM, were they able to identify for you, first of all, who Orlando was?
They immediately recognized Orlando Anderson. They told us that's Orlando Anderson.
And do they also identify some of the people that are with Suge that you didn't know might have been with Suge?
They recognized Suge Knight. I think they did by monikers, if I remember right. There might have been names. I think Buntry was in the picture, a guy named Buntry. There may have been some others. It would have, again, it would be on the report because we did document all this.
Does Trayvon Lane sound familiar to you?
Yes, Trayvon Lane does sound familiar.
What about Neckbone?
They ended up identifying a bunch of people because we ended up getting a substantial amount of information from them.
Does there come a point in time when they let you know that basically there's something happening in Compton that might be really indicative of who may have killed Tupac?
Well, we learned that they had a series of shootings occurring in Compton, and we're getting a lot of information from informants that was interesting to us. The problem was it was all from informants. We didn't have any actual people that would come forward and testify. So it was information we could use, but we didn't have any witnesses that would be willing to talk to us. It was all hearsay for us.
And before I get too far into the time you go to Compton the first time, were you able to identify that Suge Knight, Tupac Shakur, and their entourage was staying at the Luxor?
Well, yeah, we knew that after the beatdown at the MGM, they had all gone because the MGM security had videotaped or filmed the group going through the casino and exiting, and we got information that they went over to the Luxor where they had rooms because we observed or saw some videotape down in the valet area after they had changed clothes and were meeting down there for some vehicles where they had left to go to Suge Knight's house there in Las Vegas.
Judge, I have in my hand a certified record from Luxor of the reservations as 124. I'd offer it.
No objection, Honor.
So admitted.
So you mentioned something that I guess I should get to. Suge and Tupac's group leave the MGM, go to the Luxor, and then outside, not for this purpose, but did you have law enforcement working security near Suge Knight's house here in Las Vegas?
We did not. Homicide did not. Apparently, there was an off-duty assignment at Suge Knight's community. I guess it's a gated community is where his house was at. And they were working off-duty because of whatever the event was.
And so did you learn that after the Luxor, they went over to Suge's house?
Yes, we learned that they went over there. There was, I think, a gate log or something, and we learned that several people had gone over there, gone inside, and we eventually acquired that gate log. And then sometime after they had arrived at the house there, they departed, and
that's when the incident occurs.
That's not long after that is when the incident occurred.
All right, let me get back to Compton. At some point, do you get told that the Compton Police Department is going to execute search warrants on all of the Mob Piru and South Side Crip residences that they could identify as part of their investigation into the ongoing war now that's happening between Mob Piru and the South Side Crips?
It was kind of twofold. We were told that they were serving search warrants on all these locations for these different groups or gangs. but that there was also at least one murder warrant for Orlando Anderson that they had there in Compton. So it was our understanding that they were going to be arresting him on an outstanding murder warrant there in Compton.
In Compton when those warrants were executed.
Mike Franks and I were present to witness the Los Angeles jail.
And you talked. Had you seen that warrant?
Yeah, I saw one, and you showed me that kind of refreshed my memory.
And within that, all of the witnesses are identified as CRIs. Do you know what they were calling CRIs?
What I was told is that was called a confidential, reliable informant. I don't recall any person being named as a testifying witness to anything. It was all based on confidential, reliable informants that the search warrant was being based on, which I guess in some cases that's not unusual. I know narcotics cases do that quite often, but eventually if you're going to successfully prosecute a case, you need to have somebody willing to testify.
So on October 2nd of 1996, were you present on Burris Ave when Orlando Anderson's residence was, when the police hit it and searched that residence?
I can't tell you if it was Burris Avenue. I remember being somewhere where Orlando Anderson was arrested, yes.
And during that, did you find out information as to where Orlando Anderson was staying when he was in Las Vegas?
Well, yeah, we kind of had an idea before they arrested. We kind of confirmed it that he had been staying at the Excalibur Hotel. We knew he'd been in Vegas because we had him on videotape, but yes.
Judge, I have in my hand state's proposed exhibit number 125, which is a certified copy of, or it's a certified record of the Excalibur. I offer it at this time.
You want me to approach?
Yes. That will be a minute.
Okay, now I'm going to try my best here to share my screen with you and see if we can. I want to show you just one little portion of this particular record. All right, share screen. I guess I should have it up. All right, here. Are you seeing my screen at all?
I see you. I don't see the document. Oh, wait a minute. It just flipped.
You see that document now?
Okay, yeah, I do see a document. It's a affidavit of custodian of records.
Okay, I'm going to roll down here to page 2. And then I'm going to zoom in here, maybe. Oh, that's the search button. Is this gonna let me zoom in here? There we go.
I see some zoomed.
Yeah, I'm just gonna get to that writing now that I've zoomed. Well, on page 2 here, there's some handwriting on there.
That's.
You recognize that handwriting?
That's my handwriting.
That handwriting wind up on this record. What do you do?
Well, without seeing a report, I wrote it on there. There's no doubt that I wrote it on there. The question is why I wrote it on there. It's dated September 8th. Says they're local calls, and I put Stardust for one phone number, and then the Monte Carlo for the other phone number.
Does that suggest to you were looking to see if he was calling?
I'm wanting to see what the phone calls are, and the Stardust call is at 9:41. It should be 9 if it's correct. 0941 is 9:41 a.m. and then Monte Carlo is at 0946, and then right after that is the Stardust again at 0947 again.
Now, there's been some discussions, and I guess we'll get to that when we get a little bit farther, but why don't we address some of that now? Was there a problem at the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department of information related to your investigation being leaked publicly?
Well, I became aware that there may have been some information being leaked. I couldn't say who specifically was doing it, but I was to the point that in our office we had shelves not behind my desk, but there were some shelves where a lot of the case files were stored. And once this case continued, and the nature of who the victim was, especially when he passed away, there seemed to be a lot of interest in it, outside interest, especially with the media. And I became concerned about it. So I started locking my case files in my desk because I didn't want them to be available. Because times I had found things different than when I left them, and it just bothered me. So that's why I locked them up.
Did there come a point in time when you started saving your reports to a different type of medium than just the computer?
Well, yes, there were some reports that I ended up not sending off to records because I was putting them on what we had then was called a floppy disk. I guess today they've got a lot different technology, but back then we had things. Because we actually did some reports early on that I still early on that I guess nobody can find. We went looking for a vehicle on another guy that nobody can find. There's just a lot of things that disappeared. And some of them are reports that were before I even put them on floppy disk. So yes, I had some concerns.
Were you aware that some Metro employees sold a Polaroid of Tupac?
I was after we did the autopsy, I was outside. I cannot say that I saw a person take the Polaroid photo of Tupac Shakur's body. I saw somebody walk into the it was at with a Polaroid. I don't remember how long after that a book was published by, it was a Polaroid photo of his body. It wasn't one of our photos of his body from the autopsy. It was quite obvious it was a Polaroid photo afterwards, because it was not a full photograph that we took. We didn't take those kind of photographs at an autopsy. We had no reason to.
But needless to say, you yourself had concerns about the security of the information as it relates to the investigation.
Yes.
Now, going back to exhibit number 125, it says on September 8th at 9:46 a.m., it appears the Monte Carlo was called, correct?
Correct.
And Judge, I have marked state's proposed exhibit number 126, which is a certified copy of a record from the Monte Carlo. I'd offer.
Any objection?
If I can have a moment, please.
Yeah. Okay, they'll be a minute.
All right, Detective, I'm going to try and do this. Change the screen for you and now put screen. Ooh. Apparently screen sharing has stopped. Put it up first and then now I gotta go back to you and hit share. Can you see that now?
Now I do. There's a little delay, but it's a affidavit of custodian of records again.
Now this is the Monte Carlo, and I'm gonna jump down to the first page. There's a name, Corey Edwards.
Corey Edwards.
1301 East Sloan.
Okay.
And it looks like he arrived and departed the Friday night before, the Friday the 6th into Saturday the 7th of September of 96. You see that on the right side?
I see that.
And I'm going to roll down here. A few pages in. Do you see? I could zoom in a little bit here for you.
No, I can see the writing. The Excalibur. Well, go back.
Yeah, I gotta go back.
It's zoomed too much.
There you go.
Okay, it's Excalibur, Sahara, and Luxor. No, that's my handwriting.
And so, does that suggest to you that you took this record and checked to see
where those phone numbers?
The local phone numbers that are being called on it. And I'm going to roll down.
Yes. So the Excalibur was September 7th at 10:01 a.m. Sahara, September 7th at 10:26, and Luxor was at September 7th at 10:32 a.m.
Now, initially, did you have any idea who Corey Edwards was?
I did not have Corey Edwards' name until Compton gave us that name.
So now you're in Compton. You've executed search warrants. You learn about the Excalibur. You learn about the Monte Carlo and Corey Edwards. I want to kind of fast forward now. Well, you mentioned something about a pen register. Does there come a point in time when learn about an individual by the name of David Keefe that might have worked at the MGM?
Yes, we learned about him. Well, it would have been related to the pen register because it goes back to, I want to say, Yafu Fula's description when I took his statement. He gave a description that I recall. He described the driver of the Cadillac having a bitch face. That's the term he used. And I may have misunderstood the terminology at the time. I might have thought bitch face meaning a younger looking face at the time, because there were some names coming up, and we had developed the name of Davion Brooks, who apparently was a South Side Compton Crip. And he was a fair-skinned black male, and I don't know, we thought he kind of was a bitch face. And he was the person that the pen register was related to in a place, it was south, I can't tell you the address right off the bat. It was south of Tropicana between the Boulevard and Koval. Because all we had, I think, was a cell phone or something, and we did the pen register, but David Keith's name came up somehow in that as a worker in Las Vegas. And for some reason, I'm going off the top of my head without the reports. He had I thought a full-size Blazer, because I used to own a full-size Blazer, and there was an address in Las Vegas and I know we went out and checked that address, but it turned out nothing was there. We couldn't determine anything, but that's how that all came about, David Keefe. And I know that we ended up, because we couldn't find Davion Brooks, at the time, I don't know what they got now, we had a thing called Scope, which the people would get their sheriff's cards or criminal history would go in there, and we could flag a person. So if they were stopped by officers or arrested, that we could be notified. And so we had flagged Davion Brooks. And I believe eventually we must have been down because I was out of town, but Mike Franks and Kevin Manning went and interviewed him.
So at this point, we have the names of Orlando Anderson, you have the name of Corey Edwards, you have the name of Davion Brooks, you have the name of Davion Keefe. Kind of fast forward, but in November of 96, well, let me ask you this. Of all the people you interviewed in that car behind, was there anybody who said he thought he could make an identification?
Yafu Fula, from what I remember, thought he could ID someone possibly. I thought it was the driver, but I'd have to look at the report. He's the only person that thought they could possibly identify someone. I don't recall anybody saying they could ID the shooter. Frank Alexander, Malcolm Greenidge, and Katari Cox were more or less more of the dark arm kind of thing.
When in November of 96 in New Jersey, does something happen to Yafula?
Unfortunately, Yafu Fula was murdered. We were notified, I want to say it was Orange, New Jersey, somewhere in that area. We learned that Yafu Fula had been murdered. This was after we had made several attempts, because Death Row Records, David Kenner, who was the attorney, they had told us that if we needed to talk to anybody from the Outlaws or anybody, that we needed to contact them to make arrangements. And somewhere in the reports that there's several attempts were made to try to get a hold of Yafu Fula, and we got the runaround on that.
I want to fast forward 1997, did you become aware that another famous rapper by the name of Christopher Wallace, also known as Biggie Smalls, also known as Notorious B.I.G., was killed outside the Peterson Automotive Museum in Los Angeles?
Yes.
And LAPD was responsible for that investigation.
Correct.
At some point, do you have contact with Fred Miller, one of the lead detectives from LAPD?
Yes.
And then shortly thereafter, March 17th or so, did you attempt to contact, well, let me ask you this, did you contact Frank Alexander to do photo lineups?
Mike Franks and I went down and we met Frank Alexander. If that's what the report said, it was around March 17th down in county somewhere, California. And probably, I think it was 10 photo lineups that we had prepared, because I had since the shooting and all, Frank had kind of turned around. I think he had gone cross with Death Row Records, and things turned around and he was willing to meet with us, and that's when I showed him the photo lineups.
Judge, and I've talked to Mr. Stamp about not having to lay the foundation with each one of these with Mr. Stamp, but I have in my hand those 10 photo lineups, which are marked 76 through 85.
No objection, Your Honor.
No objection to admission?
Yes.
All right, they'll be admitted then.
And I'm going to start with number 10, which is 85. I have to go in and out here a few times. But each of these photo lineups that you have done here, did you have a reason why you had these particular people in photo lineups?
These photo lineups were, well, obviously Orlando Anderson was in there because of the beatdown at the MGM. I mean, and because of the information we'd acquired from Compton. Then the other people, I think Darnell Brim might have been in one of those because his name had come up. Duane Davis's name was in there. Terrence Brown, DeAndre Smith. There's another Davis. I think it's Duane Davis's brother, or he's related to him somehow. Is it Kevin Davis, I think?
Let me just share my screen and we'll go through each one by one, okay?
Yeah. I just remember there were 10 of them, and there was each person that was in the lineup. There was a reason for them being in there, just to cover our bases. We had particular people we were looking at, but we wanted to cover the basis of everybody that had come up.
So on these lineups, this is page 1, page 2, and then on the bottom, page 3 has the names of the people that are in each of those positions. Is that fair?
Those are the lineup records, yes.
And so it shows on March 17th of 1997, you would have created the photo lineup record. That's your name. And this one, the suspect is number 6, Duane Davis.
Yeah, and I guess I probably spelled his name wrong.
And if we go to picture number 6,
that's Duane Davis. He's younger. I mean, obviously, it's been a long
30
time.
years ago, right?
Yeah, it's been a long time.
Now, at this point in time, when you're showing these photo lineups, did you have a theory as to who was in this vehicle?
We had an idea from information. didn't have anybody stepping forward to say anything in particular.
Okay. And who was it? Who'd you think was in the car?
Well, the four names that we were leaning on was around DeAndre Smith and Orlando Anderson. Those were the names that we'd been leaning on. But again, those are just the names we had.
Right. You had no live witness to tell you.
No.
You all had confidential, reliable, the CRI that
we personally didn't even have that. I mean, I guess everybody else did, but we didn't have a name that would step forward to say anything. And I believe the CRIs were even throwing out Darnell Brim and other people.
I'm going to kind of go through each one of these, but there's one I want to show you. And you've looked at these 10 photo lineups recently, right?
Correct.
And then there's another 6 photo lineups that you have where there's just a handwritten log that goes with them, right?
Yeah, and after looking at those, I'm wondering if those are photo lineups that I did later, because the 4 girls that I think Mike interviewed that night at the shooting scene, I had attempted to get in touch with them, and I think I talked to a couple of them, and 1 or 2 of them lived in the LA area, and I think it was LAPD, we had sent some lineups to them to look at. Those might have been the lineups we sent to them, actually, because it was, 97 or 98? And I think technology might have got a little better by then.
So let me click out here. Judge, I have in my hand the log of 86, and then state proposed exhibits 87 through 91, which are the other 6 lineups, 5 lineups. Excuse me.
No objection. I'm sorry, Your Honor. No objection.
They'll be made.
Thank you. So let me start with the log for you, and then we're going to go back to the other ones for just a minute, but let me pull up the log first. Oops. I'm sure there's more technologically advanced if you were younger. If I were younger, we could figure out how to do this easier, but.
You're doing better than me, so.
These are the logs. This is the logs you wrote for each one of those lineups, right? So you had Orlando Anderson in one, Darnell Brim in another, Roger.
These are probably notes that I wrote down because we were just trying to put something together to send off. Because I'm seeing, Roger Williams would have been wasn't a South Side Crip, from what I remember. He was a mob guy or something. He was the opposite of everybody else.
Roger Williams, do you recall his nickname being Neckbone?
Yes, because I think we got to talk to him briefly down in Compton.
The name Jerry Bonds was the name that was coming up?
Jerry Bonds was a name that came up very, very early on. And I think Compton had it. And as time went on, Jerry Bonds' name kind of was fading out. I think he's a South Side Compton Crip, but as things went on, his name just started disappearing, even from the informants.
And then the last one on there is Big Dre or DeAndre Smith.
DeAndre Smith, who is the guy that we think was in the back seat with Orlando Anderson.
Now I'm going to go to the DeAndre Smith photo lineup, and that's 91. And he'd be in position number 3, correct? Oh wait, you
Yes,
can't
so
see it. I didn't share it with you yet.
Nothing's popped up yet, so.
Let me share it with you. But if your log has him in position number 3, that'd be him in number 3, correct?
Looking at it, yeah, that face kind of looks familiar. And that number 15 would be my writing. So this is one of the later photos. Yes. And this would, yeah, this is definitely one of the later photos. This is one we had early on.
So now I want to go to photo lineup that you wrote as number 1, which is State's Exhibit number 76. Can't believe I have to stop the share every time, but. I'm going to zoom in here on number 2 and then share it with you here. Maybe. The person there in number 2, that appears to be DeAndre Smith, correct?
Yes. That's probably an early photo because what I'm looking at, I think, is probably, I don't know if those were California DMV photos or what, because from what I recall, we had to cut the pictures out because the backgrounds were all different colors, and we were trying not to make different colors on the photo lineup so we didn't come into conflict down the road with anybody. I think Mr. Sanford agreed. If you have a yellow, red, blue, that causes issues. So that's why we did this. And this is all we had that was available at the time.
So I want to roll down here. The weird thing about this record is
number 6 didn't have a name.
Number 6 didn't have a name, but also number 2, DeAndre Smith. The record you have written is Andre Norton. Is that possibly an AKA for Mr. Smith?
Probably. We're talking what, 97? Yeah. Andre Norton. I'd have to look at his rap sheet. I don't know. But because there's no ID number over there, that's probably what it is. Because usually if there's an ID number, that's a Metro thing. And DeAndre Smith, whatever, wouldn't have had anything, because I don't think he had a history with Las Vegas.
Oops. Now, as I go through each of these photo lineups that you have, let's go to number 2, which is State's Exhibit number 77. And we roll down here. Oh, I guess I should share it for you so you know what I'm talking about. We roll down here, and position number 3 is Orlando Anderson. Is that right?
Okay, you're right.
And position number 3 is Orlando.
Yes, that's Orlando. He had a pretty recognizable face. And again, that would have been a similar deal where the backgrounds were all different colors, so that's why we had to cut him out.
I'm going to share with you 78. And then show you down at the bottom. Darnell Brim's in position number 1.
Yeah, when I saw the picture, it looked like him up in the something about the faces that kind of remember.
But that'd
Yeah.
be Darnell Brim.
That would be Darnell Brim.
Let's go to number 4. And if we roll down here, position number 5 would be Jerry Bonds. And if we roll up here, in position number 5, we have Jerry Bonds.
Correct. Yes. Okay.
Number 5. Number 5, we roll down to the bottom, which is State's Exhibit number 80.
That's Davion Brooks. Yeah.
Davion Brooks in position number 5. And if we roll up here, that's Davion Brooks in position number 5.
Yeah.
And that's the potentially young kid, based upon what Ufula said, that caused you guys to do the pen and all those other things.
He's the guy who did the pen register on. Yes.
Number 6. Oops. And this will be State's Exhibit number 81. I got to share it with you. We roll down here. David Keefe is in position number 1. And so that would be David Keefe.
Yes. And the reason we put the tape on there is I think those were probably ID numbers or something. So we're again trying not to create problems with the different booking photos or something. And I don't know if this was a booking thing or a sheriff's card, but we just covered them up to lessen the conflict.
You learned during the course of your investigation that Mr. Keith worked at the MGM, which meant he must have a work card, ergo he must have a photo.
At a minimum, he had to have a work card, yes.
Hold the next one. Oops. Number 82. There we go. We roll down to 82, and in spot number 5 is Kevin Davis.
Kevin Davis, yeah.
And number 5 is a photograph of Kevin Davis.
Okay, yes.
And your understanding is that Mr. Davis, Kevin Davis, is Duane Davis's brother.
I think that's what it was. I knew he was a relative, but for some reason I thought they were brothers.
Do you recall a point in time when a .40 caliber Glock was found on Mr. Davis?
I don't remember if it was on him. There's 2 firearms that I can recall. I know that Mike Coette from the LA County Sheriff's Office had a firearm. If that was on him, then that would be it. He mentioned a Glock 40, and I had him enter those cartridges into what we had was drug fire then. I don't know if they still have it. And then I had our firearms people do the comparison on that.
And ultimately, that wasn't your murder weapon.
The firearm firearms examiner said it was not the weapon.
And so drug fire, which is, I think the jury will hear later, is now called knife-in, but drug fire was a way for photographs of casings to be put into a computer, and then somebody somewhere else could check casings that were found and see if they matched the same gun, casing to casing.
Yeah, the forensics guys that do all those firearms things, they know how to do all that stuff. All I know is if I get the information, I ask the people to enter it in to drug fire at the time, and then those firearms people know what to do. I depend on them.
So we only got 2 more here. Let's do your number 8, which is going to be my 83. In position number 2 is Terry Brown.
Terry Brown.
You see that right there? It says Terry Brown.
I don't see the photo lineup yet. I just see the lineup record.
Yeah.
Evans.
Terry Brown would be in position number 2, correct?
Yeah, he's going to be in number 2. Okay. And I don't. Oh, there he is.
And
yeah.
Photo number 2 is Terrence Brown.
That's the old photo. Yes.
And then the last record I have for you, Detective. Oh. Well, I have to share my screen with you. Excuse me a second. State's Exhibit number 84. You have Corey Edwards. And when we roll up here to position number 3, that'd be Corey Edwards.
Yeah. Does he always have that beard? I don't remember. It's been so long, but yeah.
Now, when you showed Mr. Alexander these photo lineups, was he able to pick anybody out?
He said he could not.
And do you know where Mr. Alexander is today?
From what I was told, he committed suicide, so he's deceased.
Did you attempt to show those photo lineups to Malcolm Greenridge?
I think it was the next day, because what started this was a newspaper article. So we went and met Malcolm with Reggie Wright Jr. And I think I learned later, because there was a report, that there's some other guy came with him. We met them at the Compton Police Department. And we sat down with Malcolm and we offered to show him these photo lineups. And Malcolm said he never wanted to see the lineups because he said he could never identify anybody. So basically, he declined to look at the photo lineups.
You mentioned a news story. What was in the news story that caused you to think you should go probably talk to Mr. Greenridge?
There was a reporter named Chuck Phillips that was working for the LA Times at the time that was, well, that's my opinion. Anyhow, Chuck Phillips was writing an article claiming that there were 2 witnesses that the Metropolitan Police Department were refusing to talk to, Frank Alexander and Malcolm Greenidge. When we got a hold of Frank Alexander and Malcolm Greenidge, they both stated that the words that Chuck Phillips used were not their words, that they had never said those words, and that Malcolm Greenidge said he said he could never identify anybody, so he had no reason to look at the photo lineups. Frank Alexander basically said the same thing, that the story was not the way he had told it.
Now, you were a homicide detective in Las Vegas, Nevada.
Correct.
This crime appears to have come from Compton and returned shortly thereafter to Compton, right? All the witnesses, everything is there, correct?
Everybody that is related to this crime that we know of is coming from California, yes.
And so, are you a peace officer in California? You got the same powers you have here in Las Vegas?
No.
And how many times did you trip to California, generally, in an effort to talk to people about this?
We made 10. Not all of those trips were with law enforcement because there came a time where we weren't necessarily wanting to deal with law enforcement. So we went down there that many times to try and to contact different people. In fact, every time we went to California, we tried to contact Death Row Records, but got the runaround. So
ultimately, were you left with any avenue to further your investigation?
The only thing we ever got was we ended up the revocation hearing for Suge Knight, where I ended up providing a videotape of from the MGM for the DA's office down there.
Let me ask you about that. So Suge Knight, at the time that he is a person at the MGM, he is on probation, both federal and state probation in California, correct?
That's the way it was presented to us, yes.
And at that particular hearing, did he call a witness in his defense to claim he was trying to stop the fight?
Orlando Anderson was subpoenaed as a witness for Suge Knight, yes.
And did he testify that Suge Knight was trying to help him, not hurt him?
Orlando Anderson apparently, because I wasn't allowed in the courtroom, but apparently Orlando Anderson testified in court that day that Suge Knight was trying to help him.
And then were you the witness that laid the foundation for the videotape that disputed that testimony at that revocation?
Because I had talked to Orlando Anderson in Compton the day of the search warrants, and he told me differently, I was there as an impeachment witness in case Orlando decided to tell the story that he did tell. And I testified that Orlando told me otherwise, that Suge Knight and Tupac had basically beat him down pretty good.
Thank you, sir. Judge, I pass the witness.
All right, cross-examination, Mr. Sand.
Detective Becker, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
I just need to follow up with a couple things. Let me start off with this. So you talked a little bit about your powers as a police officer in Nevada. You had mentioned that those police powers end at the border of Nevada. Is that what I heard before?
Yeah, our basic law enforcement powers are within Nevada.
And as a result, what that means is when you enter into another state, you're technically not a police officer per se. I mean, you are a police officer, but you don't have a jurisdiction. Is that how you would frame it?
Correct. If we were, say, to want to arrest someone in another, someone arrest them, but you'd have to go through an extradition proceeding to bring someone over to Nevada. And that takes time. It's not like you can just go grab a guy and bring him back to Nevada.
Right.
Now, in terms of your work here on this case, I just wanted to make sure that I was clear on a couple things. We went through a lot of photo lineups, right?
Correct.
And you had referenced to me a little bit about the photo lineups, and fair to say, of course, you know, as a defense attorney, you want to make sure that each photo lineup does not suggest the answer to the question, right?
Correct.
So back in those days, you're cutting pictures, you're actually cutting photographs out and just pasting them in such a way to try to eliminate backgrounds and so forth, so that the person that's looking at the photo lineup won't be suggested as to what the answer is.
That's what our attempt was, yes, sir.
Now, just for the jury's edification, when someone is being shown a photo lineup, they're in a room, they see the photo lineup, and then at that point, you wait for them to respond and see which one of the 6 people in there they recognize, right?
Well, you'd show the lineup and ask them if they recognize anybody in the lineup. That's, you don't say who in this lineup, you know, do you recognize? You just say, do you recognize anybody in the lineup?
Right, and the reason why you ask that question that way is you do not want to suggest an answer to your question. Or
correct. You don't want to try and make them lean towards anybody in particular.
Right, because there are instructions that are part of those photo lineups that say there may not be a person at all that we're interested in the 6 people that we present to you, right? You could have a photo lineup with nobody in it that you would have as a target. Fair?
That's a fair statement. Yes, sir.
Now, in this particular regard, once a person sees who that person believes to be somebody associated with whatever investigation you're looking at, they typically would circle the picture and maybe put down a percentage of how sure they are of that person being the person that's involved in something. Is that how that works?
Yeah, typically what I would do anyhow is I'd have them initial the back of the photograph, the particular photograph of the person.
Right.
And if there was a percentage, yeah, I would have them put that on there, whatever that is, you know, or 100%, whichever.
Now, of course, during this time period, as you are putting together these photo lineups, the majority of the individuals that the state identified in each photo lineup are people that are associated with South Side Crips. Would that be an accurate description?
I believe everybody was, I don't remember, was Roger Williams one of them? Because he's not a Crip. He's a Pyru or mob guy. So he's a Blood.
I think right. And so, because you were under the premise that there was a gang war, that the South Side Crips had actually shot at Tupac and Suge Knight because they were Pyru Blood. And so you were identifying just South Side Crips and putting them into photo lineups. Is that how that worked?
Yeah, we were using Crips because that was the information. Again, we were basing a lot of things off the information we were getting from Compton.
Right, and even so, even as you're receiving this information from Compton, even as you sit here right now, sir, you weren't comfortable necessarily with all of the information you were receiving from Compton, right?
We weren't comfortable with certain things in Compton, yes.
For instance, the way they were conducting their business as law enforcement in Compton was not the way you would recommend or know that Metro would do here in Las Vegas. Fair?
We witnessed a couple of interview techniques that we weren't comfortable with, yes.
Yes, sir. Now, in addition, as you are having these photo lineups, did these photo lineups ever go to anyone back in Las Vegas? For instance, we've heard some testimony from some females that were in a vehicle, some other people maybe that would have been at the scene. Were those photo lineups ever shown to anyone that was, you know, like the girls in the Sebring or anything like that?
That's where I'm wondering. I think there was 5 photos later on that are shown, not the original 10. I don't remember the exact number, but there are 5 later photos. And I think I mentioned it during my earlier testimony that we sent, I believe, someone in LAPD, and I know that of the 4 girls in the Sebring, I only think 1 or 2 said they were willing to look at the photo lineups, and I think photo lineups were sent to LA so they could show them to those.
And do you
1 or
recall?
2 girls.
Do you
yes.
recall what the results were of those photo lineups being sent to the girls in LA?
I don't believe they identified anybody.
And fair to say that in this particular regard, the photo lineup that shows Terrence Brown, no one, as far as you know, no one identified Terrence Brown as being in a vehicle, even in Las Vegas on September 7th, 1996.
Yeah, if Terrence Brown was in one of those photo lineups, then he wasn't identified, correct?
How about DeAndre Smith? Was he ever identified by anybody in a photo line and his photo lineup as being present in Las Vegas, Nevada on September 7th, 1996?
I don't recall anybody being identified in a photo lineup.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, sir, your testimony was that you were the primary detective on this case originally.
Myself and Mike Franks, we didn't really have a lead, but yeah.
All right. You like drew the short straw basically on this one, right?
Well, I guess I'm the guy that his name is all over everything, but yeah.
Well, congratulations. Let me ask you this question though. As a police officer, did you write reports of all of your activity that you did during the course of this investigation?
Anytime we did something, I did an officer's report. I know Mike Franks did several reports too, yes.
And would there ever be a time during the time that you were handling this investigation that you of officer's report?
Not that I can think of.
Okay.
No, if we'd had a trip, especially any trip we did out of state, anything where we went out and did anything, I'd have done an officer's report. Back in the day, apparently they do things a little different. Even if it was a 1 paragrapher, we did officer's reports.
And as far as you know, based upon your knowledge of what happened to your file after you left, is the file complete in terms of your reports and what you did in this case?
When I left, it was, yes.
Is it now?
I don't know. I've never seen the case file, so I don't know what it looks like now. I've heard rumors.
Now, the district attorney's office had forwarded over to you some documents to help you with your preparation for testimony here today, right?
Correct.
Were those documents all of the officer's reports that you wrote while you were on this investigation?
No.
Now, in addition to that, sir, you had testified a little bit about mentioned something about there was some information that Tupac and Suge Knight had both had rooms at the Luxor. Is that correct?
That's the information we had, yes, sir.
Okay. In addition to that, was there any video that was captured of the vehicles that had gone to the Luxor to pick up Tupac while he was at the Luxor?
I don't remember a specific video of the vehicles.
Yeah.
I mean, there was hearsay of vehicles, but I don't remember specific videos.
Now,
off the top of my head, I don't. No.
Right. And because you were the lead detective, of course, you're accumulating all of the information that's being gathered, sometimes from other police officers in furtherance of your investigation, right?
Yeah, if it's given to me, yes, and it's put into the case file, yes.
Right. And so with regards to the Luxor incident, you learned and you had put into your officer's report that Tupac Shakur was picked up with some people, looks like around 10 o'clock at the ballet. Do you recall that?
I don't think I did an officer's report reference the ballet. No.
I have a document here. Looks like your
Okay.
signature is at the bottom as the officer.
If you could show it to me, like I said, I've seen some documents from this that I don't recall, but if you have it, show it to me. I'd be happy. And
Do you want me to run it right over for you right now?
yeah, if you could show it to me.
Let me do it.
I just don't recall it.
Now, I believe that we had submitted some documents for your review as well. Do you recall the documents that were reviewed?
I remember, because I remember you showing me a document from LA that I didn't remember too. So,
right.
But it's been a while. So
this would be titled the Murder or Attempt Murder Supplement. Do you recall that document?
okay, wait a minute. Is this the report with Beard on it?
Correct. That's right.
Oh, okay, that report. Now I remember that report. Yes,
and I apologize if I wasn't clear enough.
Okay, I remember that report. Yes.
And in that report, for instance, there was a discussion about the number of vehicles that had pulled up to pick up Tupac, and one of the vehicles that was there was a Cadillac that was white with 4 black males in it. Do you recall that?
Correct.
Okay. So the way we're looking at it right now is Tupac comes out of the Luxor. He gets picked up in a long caravan of cars, and the last car is a white Cadillac with 4 black males in it. Right?
Correct.
Okay. And that's based upon your investigation.
Correct.
Now, in addition to that, we talked a little bit about the pen registers. Can you explain to the jury what a pen register is?
Pen register isn't the same as a pen register is more or less you're getting a number and you're it's not quite the same as you're recording phone calls and listening to them, where in that particular case you actually have people in a room and they're actually listening to calls, and if the call is not pertaining to your investigation, you're supposed to turn it off and not listen to it. It's something that's not pertaining to it. And that a pen register is more or less information to record calls. It's a tool to assist you in your investigation if it turns out to be something that's valuable. That was the intent.
Right.
When we did the pen register, we never got to do it because we did the pen register. You have to file it with the county, and lo and behold, the next day it was in the newspaper. So basically, it was a waste of time.
Well, I mean, for instance, the pen register would be you would target someone's phone number, right? And so
correct. That was the intent.
And the pen register would record the numbers that were either going to that phone number or that phone number making phone calls out of that to other phones.
That was the intent.
Now, in this case, can you tell us, for instance, what Keefe D's phone number was at that particular time?
I couldn't tell you. No.
And with regards to the phone records that we had received, there were some numbers that were either from Monte Carlo, and I don't know if it was from the Luxor, but do any of those phone numbers register back to a pager? Because this is 1996, right? So it's got to be a pager or maybe, I don't know. I don't know what was around 1996 besides the pager.
I believe those phone numbers were actually the phone numbers to the hotels themselves.
Right. And so outside of that, we don't have any fact that Keefe D's pager or phone number was either dialed to or received in from either the Luxor or the Monte Carlo, is what's been shared here today, right?
Not on those calls, sir.
Now, in addition to that, you had mentioned as well the search warrants that occurred in Compton. Now, these search warrants that occurred, fair to say that they also, they were doing these search warrants to try to retrieve firearms to help quell or to suppress any potential violence in Compton. Is that the reason or purpose for those search warrants?
I don't know what, it was their search warrant. I can't tell you what the purpose, other than my understanding was there was an arrest warrant for Orlando Anderson. All that other stuff, that's Compton's thing.
Yeah.
It was their search warrant.
And in terms of that search warrant, did you ever see the results, or was Keefe D's house or residence in Compton searched as well?
I don't remember. I'd have to, the return had so much information on there, I'd have to sit there and look at it again. I just don't remember right off the top of my head if Keefe D's house was on that return or not.
No worries, sir. And in terms of your investigation, did you ever have to deal directly with Reggie Wright Jr.?
The only face-to-face, and it would have been brief, would have been at Compton when he brought Malcolm Greenidge in, but I don't think there was any talk. And the reason we probably didn't talk to him was because his dad was a lieutenant at Compton.
And what did that mean to you as to why you wouldn't talk to him because his dad was a lieutenant?
Right, wrong, or indifferent, our feeling was, well, if your dad's a Compton lieutenant and you're the head of Death Row Records security, I just have a problem with the communications line there. Maybe I'm being distrustful on that. I just worry about what's being said between the two parties.
Were you aware during the course of your investigation that Reggie Wright Jr. instructed his people to lie to you?
I was told later on by Frank Alexander that he said that, yes.
In addition to that, we had talked a little bit about the video footage that was captured at the MGM. Did you at any point when you looked at that video footage observe or see Duane Davis, Keefe D in that surveillance video?
No.
And then finally, your recollection is, so you wake up in the morning, you get the call, you arrive on scene, and when you get there, you had said, and this might be an old Nevada thing, but everyone skedaddled before I got there. You remember saying something like that? Did you, during that time period, ever observe a white Cadillac sitting there waiting for somebody inside to talk to either yourself or any other police officers about what happened at the scene?
No.
And then finally, you had mentioned a little bit about Suge Knight, and you had said that you believed that he was timid or afraid when he showed up with 3 attorneys to talk to you.
Yeah, I think he was rather timid, yes.
Sure. And it would be fair to say, of course, that you don't know why he was timid, right? I mean, he's walking in with 3 attorneys. I mean, is he worried that he's going to get caught doing something wrong, or is he there because he's worried about something else? You don't know, right?
I don't know why he was. It's just I'm sitting there thinking, one, why is a victim showing up with 3 attorneys? That was just an odd thing to me.
Right. Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Any redirect, Mr. Duckman?
Free.
Okay. Of course.
All right, Detective. I'm going to jump in here just a little bit with you. Hold on one second while I get ready so that we can share some screens here. And of course, now I can't get that thing to come up so I can share the screen because this is annoying. There it is. I found it. Here we go. I want to start with an aerial that's been admitted as. I'm going to put it up big for you here.
Okay, yeah, now I do.
So, your understanding is that Suge and the entourage were coming down this way. 6-2 plus.
Yeah, Flamingo towards Koval, yes.
And after the shooting, what's your understanding is what? Towards the 662, correct? Understanding as
my understanding is once the shooting happened, they made a U-turn, went westbound on Flamingo, southbound on the boulevard, Las Vegas Boulevard, and Harmon. That's where they came to a stop.
And it wasn't just Mr. Knight's vehicle that was stopped at that location. There were a number of other cars that were part of that entourage that remained at the scene for photographing. Is that correct?
My understanding, because obviously Frank Alexander and the other three gentlemen were there, so their car must have been there. If Kevin Woods got talked to, and I think there was somebody else, so I'm guessing their car was there. If there were other cars there, no one said anything about it. So I don't know how many. I remember the car that Suge Knight and Tupac Shakur were in was there in the intersection.
Right. And two of the wheels have been blown out from hitting a curb.
The rims were banged up from going over the median there in the middle of the Flamingo.
So, and then the entire crime scene would have been taped off by initial patrol officers, correct?
Yeah, I remember the street was pretty well taped off from what I recall.
And when they put crime scene tape up, they put crime scene tape up around the entire area they're trying to protect. Whether or not the people that were in those vehicles stayed at that location, there are more than one vehicle that's taped off in this scene. Would you agree with that?
They should be. They should be taping off a wider area than a smaller area. It's easier to come in than to go out.
So this is going to make me kick me back in and out every time, but let's go through this.
Well, what I'm saying is, if you're going to tape off an area, you'd rather make it bigger than start smaller, because it's easier to start bigger and close it than to start small and make it wider, because once you've made it small, you got looky-loos, everybody coming in, and it's tough to get people out then.
So now I'm going to share this photograph. That's the rear of Mr. Shakur and Suge Knight's vehicle, or at least appears to be, correct?
This is at the scene, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I see the tape in the distance. Okay. And then
that's exhibit number 6.
Okay. Is this on the boulevard?
I believe the testimony is that this vehicle is Las Vegas Boulevard and Harmon.
Okay, I see the black and white up ahead just because I see the reflective from the door.
I'm going to go through exhibit number.
What's that white car?
Well, we're going to go through all of these for you in just a second. Of course, I got to do this the hard way. So now I'm going to show you number 20. Give me a second. I don't know why this thing won't roll up for me when it's photographs. There's obviously a different black BMW that's inside. If you look real close on the right side, the crime scene.
Okay. Okay.
There is 22. Oh, I'm going to click out of this.
I'm guessing that license plate number is on the report, so.
You just click through. That's 23. Now we're looking at 24. Share my screen. There's a black Lexus within the crime scene tape.
Okay.
Stop sharing.
So all those cars that are in that line to the side is just regular traffic thing going by, I take it.
Then within the tape, this is State's exhibit number 24. There's a silverish Mercedes.
Okay. So is Kevin Woods is probably in at least one of these.
And then 26. Share 26. Also in the tape, there's white. I think if you zoom in really close down here, which I don't know if I can do on here.
Yeah.
Oh, I can do this. There you go.
It's probably the license. Oh, it's a
Dodge Avenger.
Okay. A Dodge Avenger. Okay. And the license plate number, because I remember on the original crime report, there are license plate numbers on vehicles, and I'd have to look at it to see what they match up to.
And then Mr. Stampt asked you questions about going to the Luxor.
Okay.
You recall those questions?
Yes.
Would it refresh your memory as to exactly what you found out at the Luxor to review that report that you generated?
Uh-huh.
Okay. There we go. Why is it not coming up? Stop. Share this one more time. Let's see if this works. There we go. All right. All right, here we go.
Right, Brian Beard, yeah. Okay.
So the beginning is just sort of a little paragraph that you wrote about what the investigation is about.
That's just a very brief synopsis about what happened the night of the shooting, yes.
Now, you indicated you talked to Brian Beard, who was working security at the Luxor.
Correct.
At about 10 p.m., he saw Mr. Shakur with a large group of people at the valet. Shakur and his group entered numerous vehicles and drove onto Las Vegas Boulevard around 10:30.
Right.
Beard recalls a black two-door Mercedes, a dark-colored Hummer, a two-tone van, and a black four-door Mercedes or BMW in the entourage.
Yeah, and the Hummer was supposed to be MC Hammer. I remember that.
And then you also talked to Angel Zavala.
Right.
He was working as well. His recollection of the vehicles were there was a white Dodge Caravan, a black BMW or Mercedes, and two other black vehicles. Two white vehicles were also behind the group. Zavala said he thought the last car was a Cadillac or Buick with four black males, was what he reported.
Right. That's correct.
Thank you, Judge. I have nothing further.
Okay. Any requests?
Just real quick, Detective Becker, with regards to that last line, the last line is that the last white vehicle was either a Cadillac or a Buick, right? So the Cadillac was a white Cadillac.
Correct. That's the way that's worded, yes.
All right.
Either a white Cadillac or Buick, yes.
All right. No further questions. Thank you.
Anything else?
No.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for this witness? Seeing no hands, thank you. You are excused. Have a good day.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, state. Any additional witnesses for today?
We approach that.
Come on. All right, we're going to take another 15-minute break while we try to get some Zoom things going. During this recess, you are admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report or commentary on the trial of any person connected with this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, the internet, and radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until it is submitted to you. We'll see you guys back 3:30. Please rise for the jury. We'll be in recess. Thank you, everyone.
Death Row?
Oh shit, that was a big plus for for sure. He was still my friend. Yeah, so that was a big plus. Rolling. Matter of fact, my people really started that record company.
Oh, for real?
Yeah,
Who?
I can't tell you his name, but he started that record company, and Suge knew that he started that record company. So that's why that night when that shit happened, he really they told the police on me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we're gonna get into all that. So you was cool with it, right? So was you a Tupac fan before, like when he
Yeah,
joined Death Row?
yeah, it was cool. Tupac, yeah, he was out there as a rapper.
Okay, so you
And
was
he had
cool when he
lyrics.
joined Death Row.
Yeah.
Y'all was all happy. You, Orlando, because I heard, or I don't know if he was just saying that in an interview, but Orlando Anderson said he was a Tupac fan.
Yeah, we was Tupac fans. We wasn't against him.
Is it true that you had a run-in with Tupac at the House of Blues?
Yeah, him and that dude, Edie.
Yeah, Edie, I mean.
Edie, is that him? The
Yeah.
kind of bad dude.
Yeah, he an outlaw, remember?
Yeah. So yeah, one of we had went to the House of Blues, and one of our big homies went with us, older dude, and as a matter of fact, his name Old Man. He went with us, and Tupac had came out with that song, Long Beach and Rosecrans.
Yeah,
And
California Love.
Yeah, and the big homie like, motherfucker, you know what the fuck that shit stand for? And he like kind of snatched him up at him, collared him, and then Edie got like, man, no, that's just a song they wrote. It. He don't know what's going on in these neighborhoods.
Oh, okay, so y'all had an issue with the line Tupac said in California Love, the Rosecrans line.
Yeah, that's what the big homie did. Yeah.
And what was Tupac's reaction when y'all confronted him?
Shit, he was scared. Shit. That's really, he didn't know nothing about no Long Beach and Rosecrans when he got out of jail.
What was your reaction when Tupac dropped Hit 'Em Up?
He at that last verse, I think he was like, what he said, like, fuck whoever hang with him. You know what I'm saying? I guess he was meant that for us. But shit. He ain't ready. They wasn't ready for us though. You know what I'm saying? Because they rappers and they was in that music shit. We street dudes. You know what I'm saying? They wasn't ready for us. Period.
So you felt like Tupac was talking about you at the end of the song when he made that
Talking about our hood, yeah.
When did Puffy first approach you about being his security when he came to LA?
He never approached me about no shit. He just asked, was it cool to come out there for concerts? Because they had that conflict in Atlanta with Big Jake, shit like that.
So you was hanging out with Von Zip and Puff Daddy called, right?
Yeah, this was like maybe like 95, beginning of 95. And he was doing that tour. I think it was the BET tour. He had Naughty by Nature on there, Craig Mack, what's them broads' name? Total, Mary J. Blige, and Jodeci, then Junior Mafia, and then Biggie. That was that tour. And we so one night me and Zip was rolling in his van. Had a little nice ass luxury van. And the phone rang, and he asked to speak to me, and I talked to him. And he said, "Is it cool to come out there for concerts?" Shit. So why not? He called the show CEO, big CEO. And I like, man, just give us like 50 tickets to every concert, and we'll be there. And we went to the San Diego one in Anaheim, the Irvine shit, one out here in Vegas. Most of it, yeah. But he didn't have no problem with that.
Puffy, if I'm not mistaken, Puffy, he approached you on 3 different occasions, right? About pitting the hit on Tupac and Suge?
No. He never approached me about that. That's Greg Kane. He want to make it's like he had me a little fat dude sagging little gang member, you know what I'm saying? Wearing khakis and shit. They were dressed like that. You wouldn't even know we was gang members if you seen us, you know what I'm saying? He stereotyped our ass. To me, all that show was a bunch of bullshit. It's like the dog with the gun in the mouth. That was a bunch of bullshit, all that. You know, that show was bullshit. If they want a real show, they need to come and get me and all. They can get a real show. You know what I'm saying? Really, really what happened. You believe everything he say, you know what I'm saying? He just put it the way he wanted it to be. The white man way. You know what I'm saying? Stereotyped us bad. To me.
Yeah, but some of the stuff, I mean, with Greg Caden, because like you just said, he recorded you and you didn't know. But yeah, some of this stuff you actually told him in a recording, right?
Some of the stuff, yeah. I didn't tell him.
Right.
I was telling the people that was in charge of this shit.
Right.
Yeah.
So you told him this stuff, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so Puff Daddy, he put a hit.
Have
maybe
you ever heard that on the recording?
Maybe, okay, here's the thing, right? Maybe he didn't directly say, yo, put a hit out on Tupac and Suge, but he did make comments about it. Maybe he wasn't serious about it, but he did when he was around you saying that, yo, I'll put $1 million if somebody can handle Tupac and Suge. Even if he wasn't serious about it, but he did say that around you.
It was floating in there. I'll just say that. Yeah.
So before we get off of that, you and Puffy was hanging out one day, and he wasn't serious about it, but it was floating in the air. He made a comment.
You just gonna keep on trying to get that. I keep saying it was floating in the air, dog.
Okay, gotcha.
Let's move past that.
Okay, so the 1996 Soul Train Awards, was you there?
Yeah.
Tell me about that.
I never pulled no gun on nobody. I wasn't even with Biggie and them. I said it, I had some tickets for my little scapper dude, me and my homie Win. We wasn't never with Puff and them. I never pulled no gun on them dudes. If I pull a gun on you, motherfucker, you would have been dead. You know what I'm saying? That's just the law. You pull a gun, you use it. You know what I'm saying? I'm from the old school, homie. If you pull a gun, you use it. You know what I'm saying? That was a bunch of bullshit, man. I swear to God, that shit was fabricated. He made it out to what he wanted it to be, what his perception of his vision of what it was supposed to be.
Yeah, Reggie Wright even said that he remembered you pulling out a gun.
And then one of their guys kind of pulled out a gun. Gene said who the guy was. I could have sworn it was Keefe D. I always said it was Keefe D.
I ain't pull out no fucking gun. I'm bigger than that, homie. If I send motherfuckers, what I look like, the man pulling out a gun. That's just like Suge pulling out a gun. Come on, homie.
Right.
What I look like pulling out a gun.
So did you see the
I've never seen Puff and them there, nothing at that Soul Train Award. I never seen them. I wasn't backstage or nothing. I was in the audience. Sat next to the fucking Boys and the Man dude. And they ain't even complimented my suit. Brother, you clean as a motherfucker. I sat next to Boys and the Man at that fucking award show. I was never backstage or nothing. So Reggie Wright, he lying about that. That's a lie.
Did you see the TV show Unsolved?
Yeah.
And you see how they portrayed you?
A bunch of bullshit. I wasn't sagging, little fat dude. Come on, man. I only weighed about 160 pounds back then. That would have fucking happened, I would have been on the news for murders. If I would have pulled a gun on the motherfucker, Suge would have been dead, Tupac would have been dead, Reggie Wright would have been dead, a whole lot of motherfuckers would have been dead. I would have emptied the clip. I ain't gonna pull no gun on nobody without using it. That's a street law, man. That'll get you killed quick, dude. You don't pull no gun without using it, homie. I'm from the old school. I'm a real Crip, dude. I'm not fucking pulling no gun without using it. I would have been on the news, homie. I would have been in custody if I would have pulled a gun on them at the fucking Soul Train Award. I wasn't fucking with them. Puff never seen me that day. Biggie never seen me. Suge and them never seen me that day or nothing. I was sitting in the fucking audience. Sitting next to the Boys and Men. What's that dude's name? Wayne and whatever their fucking name is. Yeah.
So what did you hear about it? Because you wasn't there, but it did happen. So What story did you hear about that?
I heard they just had a little class. I didn't hear about no gun being pulled or none of that bullshit. I heard they had a little class.
Who told you that?
Well, they told me later on that night at a party.
Okay, we getting somewhere now. Okay, you wasn't involved in the incident. Okay, we get that. So what I'm telling you is, tell me what they told you about what happened at the Soul Train Awards after the incident.
They just say, dude just try to throw a fake ass nutty. Tupac tried to throw a fake nutty on him. That's all.
And they said Puff Daddy ran, right?
Hell no, man. They didn't run. They had hitters there too, dude. You know what I'm saying? They had hitters there too. I wasn't there. I never pulled no gun. I told you we can end that shit. You just keep on trying to get it out.
No. I'm just saying.
I wasn't there. They didn't see me at no fucking thing.
No, I get it. You wasn't
God
there.
can strike me down right fucking now if I pull a gun on a motherfucker. I would have been in for San Quentin right now on death row. I pulled a gun on a motherfucker. Come on, man.
Yeah, I got you. No, I'm not saying
I've
you
been
was
shooting
there.
motherfuckers, man. Come on, homie.
Make you feel, man, when people call you a rat for admitting that Orlando killed Tupac? Like when Boosie called you a rat, you got real mad when he said that, man.
No, he said it one time, but once I got on his ass, he apologized. I don't want no beef with Keefe D. I apologize. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you don't know me, dude. You don't know what type of situation I was in. You don't know what type of situation I was put in, dude. To me, I was like Moses, because they was gonna take about 48 people to jail, motherfucker, and take everybody's house, leave people homeless, motherfucker. Shit, I don't know what you talking about. I freed my people. To me, shit, yeah.
You said you was like Moses, yo.
I freed my people, man. They was for to make us homeless, dude. Take everybody's shit. They was gonna destroy niggas, just not just the people in Compton, niggas all over the country. Every nigga I was fucking with. They followed me around for fucking 15 years. You don't know what the fuck I've been through. You know what I'm saying? So he better not say that in my face, ever. I better not ever see him. And he lucky, you know, I'm 60 years old. I'm gonna grow the fuck up. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna grow the fuck up, homie. I wish you wouldn't do it today, Boosie. But you need to, you know what I'm saying, stop talking so much. You know what I'm saying? Speaking on shit you don't know nothing about. Then that dude put you in crosses and all that shit. And you always got something to say. Who stamped you to make you the spokesman for the black, you know what I'm saying, for the folks, for the gangsters? You ain't even no fucking gangster, dude. What the fuck have you did, Mr. Boosie Boots? You no fucking gangster, dude. You look like Anna Ant with some black eyes, dude. That little motherfucker, you know that little ant? I'm talking about that Martian.
Right. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
You don't know what? Yeah, that's who you look like. Little bitty, yeah.
Right. So for the people out there, right, break it down for the people, man, because you keep saying that they put you in a situation that made you tell. So break it down for the people, man. What kind of situation did they put you in, you know, that made you tell on your nephew, man?
Okay, first of all, I was a boss, dude. So they did all the low-laying fruit. That's how the feds work, dude. They do the low-laying fruit first. You know what I'm saying? Then they come up to the top, dude. You know what I'm saying? And them low-laying fruits put me in a fucked up position. You know what I'm saying? Put me in a fucked up position where, you know what I'm saying? And they already knew what happened before I even got there. The feds don't knock on your door unless they got you know what I'm saying? Unless they got a conviction. And their conviction rate is like 99%, dude. I couldn't win. I ain't no fucking Donald Trump or nothing like that. I ain't got no fucking billions of dollars. Saying I'm just a fucking dude from the ghetto trying to make shit happen. You know what I'm saying? That's what happened, bro. Tell them what happened. Shit. I gave me a deal that I couldn't refuse. Oh shit. I don't give a fuck what Boosie's saying. Boosie ain't in my life. You know what I'm saying? Boosie ain't no factor in my fucking life. He don't pay my fucking bills, none of that shit. He can suck my motherfucking dick. So his opinion like an asshole to me. He lucky he ain't got a state charge out here, nigga. I mean, you know, my brother. He lucky he ain't got a state charge out here. You know what I'm saying? They'll really get his ass. They got monsters in the state prison out here, dude. Folsom and Corcoran and all them big prisons. They'll spin him on they'll pack his ass up with some motherfucking peanut butter. You know what I'm saying? Little bitch. But Boosie, he you know, fuck him.
You really feel a type of way about Puffy not reaching out to you, man. I can tell by talking to you that you feel a type of way about it. So nobody from Puffy team reached out to you.
No, hell no, hell no, hell no. I did time for the bro, everything. You know what I'm saying? That nigga, he didn't even send me a suit, man. That's bad. I seen it. This other dude named Fleetwood ran into him. He like, man, Puffy send me $20,000 worth of clothes every season. I said, for real? Yeah, but yeah, no, he never reached out to me or nothing. Yeah, and don't look like he won't ever reach out to me. Yeah, yeah. I met him. I met him back in like '91. He was doing an Usher video, My Way. You know what I'm saying? My Way. No, not My Way, but Can I Get With You? That was Usher's very first song. And they called my hydraulic place and asked to use some lowriders. So I let them use my phone. We took the car up there. Usher danced all on the hood, on the window door. So it was a big old dent in it and shit. So I took it up to the paint shop, man, and they like, man, we got to paint the whole car. So Puffy reimbursed me with that. That's where I met Puffy. Puffy, everybody think I met him through Zib and D-Mac and stuff like that. No, he called and asked to use my lowrider for an Usher video. Could I get with you? Usher got the little Lakers uniform on. He in school. You know what video I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Can I get with you? Yeah. That's how I met Puff. And he wound up kicking me the $4,000. Paying $4,000 to get the car repainted. Yeah.
What makes you say you lost your empire because of Puffy? Why you say that?
I did. Shit. If I wouldn't have never met him, I wouldn't have never been involved in this bullshit. You know what I'm saying? If I would have never met the brother, I would have never been involved in this bullshit. Really. Because me and Suge was playing on the same Pop Warner team and everything. My homeboys helped put Suge in the game and all that shit, you know? And it really crashed two people empire that fucking one night. You know what I'm saying? Mine's for sure. Suge's too. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, man. So you feel like Puffy, he's the reason for your empire and Suge empire going down because of the whole situation with Tupac.
Exactly. He the only one still balling. Shit. Yeah, he made our shit go down, man. Yeah, I ain't even met the motherfucker. He won't even look out or nothing, you know?
So break that down, man, for the people out there that don't know the backstory. What did Puffy do exactly to break down y'all empires?
Because he pitted us against each other, it seemed like he pitted us against each other. You know, which was kind of smart because we're Crips and Suge was Bloods. Like, you know what I'm saying? He just called me and Zip was rolling up Greenleaf one night. He called and asked, you think it's safe to come out here to do our concerts? And I just said, man, give me like 50 tickets to each concert and we'll be out there with you. We'll go with you. We went to the concert in San Diego, went to the concert in Anaheim, Irvine Meadows, and the one in Las Vegas with them. Yeah. Yeah, and back then they was just a startup coming up, you know what I'm saying? They didn't really have no money like that. We were balling. We was bosses. For sure. I know I was a boss. My whole crew was bosses. I made bosses all over the country, like I said. I even made some bosses in Boosie Town. What you up, Baton Rouge? I got a couple of homeboys out there in Baton Rouge rolling. You just don't know who I know. And if he smoked any kind of crack or snort any kind of coke, he probably had some of my product. You know what I'm saying? Mr. Boots. But yeah, getting back to Puff, yeah, I feel he never reached out or nothing. He had like some shit on the grass or something. You know what I'm saying? You know how you step around and shit on the grass? Yeah.
everybody that's in here. Y'all already know what's up. And we're going to get right into this video, man. As what I think is going to be the trial of probably the century is coming up very soon, man. And something was just dropped. Oh, my God. Y'all got to come in here, man. They're officially stating that they have just released documentation evidence that the murder of the notorious B.I.G. was definitely linked to the murder of the late, great Tupac Shakur. And I got all the information for y'all. I'll let y'all come on in here, like, share, and subscribe as y'all come in the building. Let me know if you guys can hear me in the chat. Y'all pull on up, man. Come on in the building. We about to let it ride for y'all, man. Can you guys hear me in the chat? Y'all let me know, man. Hit the like button, share the video, turn me up in the headphones. Turn me up in the headphones, man. Because we definitely gonna get into it. I don't know. I caught y'all at this hour, but this is crazy. Unbelievable stuff. So Keefe D, the man who has been accused, the one person who is still living, that was allegedly in that car the fateful night that Tupac Shakur lost his life. Dodo, salute to you, brother. Appreciate it. His trial is getting ready to come up, man, and his lawyers are now scrambling. His lawyers are scrambling after they just got hit with this paperwork. Apparently, you guys, 4,000 files have been dropped on Keefe D's lawyers connecting the murder of the notorious B.I.G. to Tupac Shakur. And I'm going to go through what's going on right now. So, according to the report, you guys, shout out to allhiphop.com. Keefe D's defensive team is now scrambling after the prosecutors have flooded the case with evidence that's connected to the murder of Tupac, or Biggie Smalls, right? So let's get right into it. So basically, they're reporting that Keefe D's attempt to keep his confessions and book out of the Tupac trial just hit a major roadblock in court right now. Now, apparently, Keefe D is back in court, and once again, he's fighting to keep his own words out of the trial that can send him to prison for orchestrating Tupac's murder. It said the South Side Crips member appeared today in Las Vegas for a hearing focused entirely on what evidence prosecutors can actually use against him, and his legal team is trying to block some of the most trials damaging material against him. According to Fox News 5 Las Vegas, his attorneys want to exclude his police interviews and his tell-all book, Compton Street Legend, from the trial, claiming that both were protected under a previous agreement with the LAPD. The problem for Keefe D is that prosecutors say he violated that agreement by publishing the book in the first place. They're arguing that once he went public with those confessions and details, that the protection disappeared for Keefe D. And now they want to use everything he said to prove he's a shot caller who ordered the murder of Tupac Shakur after his nephew Orlando Anderson got into a fight with the rapper at the MGM back in 1996. The prosecutors are not backing down on this one, according to the reports. What's making things more difficult for Keefe D is that the prosecutors just dropped over 4,000 pages. 4,000 pages, you guys. They just dropped of records. My bad, you guys. If it's the sound, man, my bad. I'm gonna have a new mic very soon. Don't worry about it. If it's the sound, I apologize. I'm gonna have a new mic very soon. Do not worry about it. I will have a new mic very soon. Don't worry about it. All right. Y'all just bear with me and let's get through this video. So it says that, you know, what's making things difficult for Keefe D is that the prosecutors just dropped over 4,000 pages of records related to Biggie Smalls' murder on his defense team the day before the hearing, you guys. Hold on, y'all. Y'all telling me to check the sound. It's not my signal. My signal's perfect. I can show you that on the screen. My signal is absolutely perfect. Hold on, you guys. Just give me 1 second, y'all. Let me check something. I don't know why it's acting like this. Oh, it sounds good now. It sounds good. I'm listening through my headphones. I think we cleared out now because I'm listening through my headphones. All right. So yeah, I'm listening to my headphones, you guys. Yeah, it sounds good now. Doesn't sound like a problem on my end. So I apologize about that. I got a new mic coming, so don't worry about it. It'll be in here a couple days. So as I said to you guys, and as I was telling y'all, man, this thing is crazy right now. It just all went down for you guys coming in the building. All right. Basically, the situation is this. The prosecutors just dropped over 4,000 pages of records related to Biggie Smalls' murder on Keefe D's defense team a day before this hearing. Now, they claim that some of this connects to Tupac's case and Keefe D's involvement. This is bad news, y'all. His attorneys are already complaining about the timing and the volume of these files. They're saying that they can't properly review everything before the trial starts on August the 10th. It seems like this trial is going to get pushed back, you guys. It says the defense team says that they're ready to go, but they're clearly frustrated with how much material keeps showing up at the last minute. Keefe D's been locked up since his September 2023 arrest, nearly 27 years after Tupac got shot in that drive-by on the Las Vegas Strip. His book is basically what triggered the whole grand jury investigation that led to his indictment in the first place, and now has become the prosecution's best weapon against him. He's pleaded not guilty and claimed his innocence in jailhouse interviews, but the evidence keeps piling up. His next court date is scheduled for June the 30th. I'm going to tell y'all something, and I have more information. I think that they're going to push his date back. But let me tell y'all what's going on. Basically, you guys, these court documents have been unsealed. And they were unsealed, and they were sent to Keefe D's team a day before. Yesterday, actually. They were sent yesterday to Keefe D's team, right? Now, these files basically establish a direct link between the murders of Tupac Shakur and Christopher, the Notorious B.I.G. Wallace, through Keefe D's role as a former police informant. Let me repeat myself again. Keefe D's trial has officially established a direct link between the murders of Tupac Shakur and Christopher, the Notorious B.I.G. Wallace, through Keefe D's role, according to reports, as a former confidential police informant. They're saying he was a police informant. He was a confidential police informant, Keefe D, a former one. Basically, the documents outline how the two investigations intersected, right? Now, let me go and play this for you guys, and I'm going to finish telling y'all what's going on. Let me play this for y'all. And I'll play this for you guys right now, and then we're going to talk about the rest of this situation. So I'm going to play this now. Let's get to this.
But first, from our 8 News Now investigators, the Valley home searched in connection to the Tupac Shakur murder investigation nearly 27 years after his death. Thanks for joining us here at 6. I'm Denise Valdez.
And I'm Brian Loftus. Metro Police confirming they searched a home as part of their ongoing work to solve who killed the rapper and hip-hop icon. 8 News Now investigator David Charnes breaking this story. David, what are you learning tonight?
Right, Denise, sources telling the 8 News Now investigators this search involves Duane Davis, also known as Keefe D. Davis speaking publicly about the night Tupac died in videos on YouTube and in a book. It's a murder that shocked the world of music. 25-year-old Tupac Shakur shot 4 times inside this BMW in this intersection near the Las Vegas Strip in September 1996. He would die from his injuries 6 days later. 8 News Now investigator Vanessa Murphy speaking exclusively with paramedics in 2016.
We brought the gurney up over, just pulled them out, pulled them out. And that's when, everybody was yelling, Tupac.
Over the last 27 years, Metro Police have made no arrests, suspecting a rival gang targeted the rapper after a Mike Tyson fight. Someone in another car shot Shakur. The question, after all these years remaining, who was it? Sources telling the 8 News Now investigators Tuesday the warrant served at a home in Henderson Monday involves 60-year-old Duane Davis, also known as Keefe D. He's made several public statements about a possible shooter. Sources say detectives may have been looking for writings or documents connected to a book Davis recently published. People at the home declined to comment Tuesday, warning things could escalate should we stay outside or record them. Right now, nobody is in custody, and a quarter century later.
Did y'all hear that? They said that they went to the house, and that people said that it wouldn't be safe for them over there right now. That things could escalate. Listen to this again. Listen to what he said. I peep what he said. Listen to what he said again, y'all. This stuff is very important. Again, according to the paperwork, you guys, and let me say this to everybody. Listen to this video. According to the paperwork, it's saying that basically, Keefe D's trial has officially established a direct link between the murders of Tupac Shakur and Christopher the Notorious B.I.G. Wallace through Keefe D's role as a former confidential police informant. It goes on to say the documents outline how the two investigations intersected. Remember I told y'all that in this trial, a lot of people's testimonies behind the scenes, a lot of people that gave statements to the police over the years, a lot of people who said things that thought was going to be buried and never come out, it's going to come out in this trial. Boy, this shit look like it's crazy. Y'all smash the like button as y'all come on here. Share the video, like the video, because this is wild. They're saying 4,000 pages have just been released to Keefe D's team a day before they were supposed to go into court today to find out what evidence is going to be allowed in this case. And now Keefe D's lawyers are scrambling. His lawyers are scrambling because they don't know what to do. They've been hit with all this evidence, and I pretty much think that this is going to cause the case probably get pushed back more, that they dropped this much evidence the day before they were supposed to find out how much evidence is supposed to be released in this case. But back to this part right here where they were saying on the news, they're saying that when they went up to Keefe D's, I guess his residence, the people around him told him, hey, man, it ain't safe for y'all around here. I want to play that again. Let's play that again.
D. He's made several public statements about a possible shooter. Sources say detectives may have been looking for writings or documents connected to a book Davis recently published. People at the home declined to comment Tuesday, warning things could escalate should we stay outside.
See, he said people at the home warned them that it could escalate. So the tensions at an all-time high, y'all. Tensions at an all-time high. Boy, this is wild. Listen what they said again. You see, you got to everything these people say. These tensions are at an all-time high, and I think we're going to find out a lot of stuff that's been buried in those documents, man. I think we're going to find out a lot of stuff that's been buried in these files over the years. And let's keep going. Listen to what they said again. They said they went to the house to ask about this book, I guess, with Keefe D. And whoever's at the house, they said they was warned. It ain't safe for y'all around here. That's wild, bro. And that's the news. That's the news. So y'all know what it's on if that's the news. Let's keep going.
D. He's made several public statements about a possible shooter. Sources say detectives may have been looking for writings or documents connected to a book Davis recently published. People at the home declined to comment Tuesday, warning things could escalate should we stay outside or record them. Right now, nobody is in custody, and a quarter century later, police have never filed.
And I can believe that. Cats don't want to be on tape. Cats, they don't want to be on videotape. So I definitely can believe that was the case. Definitely can believe that was the case. Let's keep going.
All charges in this case, a case Metro says it is determined to solve. I'm David Charnes, 8 News Now.
Our CBS affiliate in Los Angeles reporting Davis is on tape confessing to being in the car with the shooter. Nevada does not have a statute of limitations in murder cases.
The arrest of Keefe D puts his Henderson neighborhood in the spotlight.
Our 8 News Now investigators team coverage continues now with Kyle Payne outside of the murder defendant's home.
Almost an eerie quiet here in this Henderson neighborhood, which has become today one of the centers of the news and entertainment universe. Neighbors finding out that one of the residents here
charged with a notorious murder.
I didn't know there was an arrest this morning. Like I said, this is a quiet neighborhood. I've been here 20 some years, and never had any problems. But I mean, I had no problems with them either. I didn't even know they were there.
But they were there, at least until Keefe D got arrested, sources say, in this Henderson neighborhood. None of the neighbors we spoke with saw or heard anything this time, far different from the scene several weeks ago when they searched his home.
Hands on top of your head right now. Hold on, my lord.
Today, even though the neighborhood's Facebook group, which called itself Section 27 Neighborhood Watch, circulated a couple of rumors about the arrest, nothing the 8 News Now investigators could confirm other than surprise.
Yeah. There's several other neighbors are all surprised too, so it's I guess exciting.
You know what happened here today? A little exciting also at Keefe D's doorstep, where we tried to speak with the man in this car who said he was there to see Keefe D's son, who neighbors say also lives in the home. He did not want to talk.
No comment.
No comment from anyone inside Keefe D's home either.
Hello?
Hello, Channel 8.
What do you want?
We wanted to ask a couple questions.
Get right from my door.
The last time an 8 News Now reporter...
Man, them people ain't playing. Bro, them people from the news crazy. Them people from the news, all this time, they have been going to this dude's house. This is all stuff that they had compiled together over all this time, you guys, to get to where we're at. For you guys who are just getting in here, y'all smash the like button, share the video, like the video. Keefe D's legal team is now scrambling. They just dropped 4,000 pages on these people. 4,000 pages, y'all. Right? They have flooded the case with evidence that's connected to the notorious B.I.G. murder. Man, this is wild, bro. And I knew it was going to get heated up, man, but I think now this is going to push the case back. Let's keep going.
Was on this street at this house for this story. The family said to get off their property or things would escalate. Reporting in Henderson, Kyle Payne, 8 News Now.
Public records indicate that Keefe D does not own the house in Henderson. By all accounts, that home is in his wife's name.
A judge sets bail at $750,000 for the man accused of ordering the murder of Tupac Shakur. And this is a case our 8 News Now investigators blew wide open this past summer. Well, now Duane Keefe D. Davis has a chance to get out of jail pending trial. 8 News Now investigator David Charnes shows us what happened from court and plays the audio recording Davis believes gave him immunity.
The problem for defense is that their defense is our client's a liar. That's the defense. Our client is a liar.
Prosecutors hoping to send Duane Davis to prison for the murder of Tupac Shakur say Davis's own statements work against him.
So you hand the gun to the back seat? Yeah.
In addition to interviews in his book, Davis spoke to Los Angeles police detectives in this 2008 recorded interview the 8 News Now investigators obtained.
He leaned over on the window, we rolled down the window, popped. They would drove on my side, I would have popped him.
Davis believes this conversation gave him immunity. Even
so, they're using this, all this stuff that they're compiling, they're using this against Keefe D. Because the report I'm reading right here to y'all, again, here's what the report states before we get right back to this video. It says that Keefe D's trial officially has established a direct link between the murders of Tupac Shakur and Christopher the Notorious B.I.G. Wallace through Keefe D's role as a former confidential police informant. The documents online, the documents outline how the two investigations intersected. In 2008, the Los Angeles Police Department proffer agreement. In 2008, the Los Angeles Police Department task force was specifically investigating the unsolved 1997 murder of the notorious B.I.G. Keefe D was caught by federal and local authorities trafficking a large amount of narcotics. To avoid severe drug charges, Keefe D agreed to sit down with investigators for a quote-unquote proffer session. While being questioned regarding his potential knowledge or involvement in Biggie Smalls' unaliving, Biggie Smalls' murder, which Keefe D denied that, Keefe D pivoted, and according to the report, y'all, Keefe D gave the police a detailed recorded confession regarding how he and his gang orchestrated the 1996 drive-by shooting of Tupac Shakur in Las Vegas. Lord Jesus have mercy. Then it says the Sean Diddy Combs connection. It says in those unsealed 179 pages, y'all. Let me repeat this again. In those unsealed 179 page documents, prosecutors detailed that Keefe D, he claimed that Sean P. Diddy Combs allegedly offered him and the South Side Compton Crips $1 million bounty to assassinate both Tupac Shakur and Death Row Records CEO Marion Suge Knight. And once again, this was all in the news. As a matter of fact, I have those reports from when this was reported. Remember, all this is all had come out. He had given up, according to the reports, he had given them Sean Diddy Combs. He basically is saying, testified that Diddy offered them that bread. Right? Wild work, man. Wild situation, bro. Wild situation, y'all. Unbelievable stuff. I can't believe that we're here right now. I can't believe that, man. And it's still going. Hold on, you guys. So basically, hold on. Let me put that on the screen. I want to put that on the screen. Hold on 1 second, you guys. Because I don't want people to think. Hold on. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Just give me 1 second. Hold on. Hold on. One second. Just give me 1 second, you guys. I want to pull this up. For you guys, so y'all can see I'm not just telling y'all this, right? Oh shucks, let me stop this video right here. Hold on. Stop that video. My bad, you guys. It was in the USA Today, y'all. So I just want to show y'all, just so y'all know, this was in the USA Today right there. As you guys can see, the USA Today. This was in the USA Today. Y'all see the USA Today right up there. Right? It's right up there. Right? So as you guys can see, it says, hold on, y'all. Give me 1 second, you guys. Oops. Damn. Let me, I think this is it right here. Right there. Y'all see it right there. USA Today, right up there in that corner. So that was in the USA Today, man. Right? This is all coming out now and ahead of this case. So and as y'all see right there, it says the man charged in the Tupac Shakur death claims that Diddy put out $1 million hit. Right? This is wild, man. And this is what I told y'all. Diddy, they don't brought up this man's name and this man, or he brought up his name. Let's put this in here. Let's show you guys what I'm talking about. Right? Let's see. Here it is right here. Here it is right here. So it says 2 more accusations that Combs, that's Diddy, was involved in Tupac Shakur's death have surfaced in records filed as a part of a spat of civil suits against Diddy that he bragged about ordering the hit and that he may have paid for the rented Cadillac used in a drive-by shooting. Shakur's murder and that of rival rapper Biggie Smalls, who was shot in March of 1997, have been scrutinized for nearly 3 decades, both in the media and in the courts. The killings have spawned conspiracy theories of cover-ups, hitmen, and cops on gangbangers' payrolls, right? USA Today's review of the previously secret law enforcement and grand jury files along with court records and civil cases against Combs, provide a new insight into his suspected involvement in a murder for hire and the violent hip hop rivalry that preceded it. It goes on, you guys. As you guys can see right here, it says he has pushed back. Diddy has pushed back against these claims, right? Let me see. I want to see right here. I want to show you guys what I'm talking about right here. Right? Here it is right here. Hold on. They got a long article on this stuff, you guys. This is a long article, right? Okay, so here it is right here, you guys. It says that, let's see. Let me see. Wow. What the fuck? Yo, it says at a California stop in the 1995, you guys, Summer Jam tour, where Biggie Smalls and other hip hop acts performed, about 40 Crips protected Diddy's group, according to Keefe D. Davis, who's Keefe D, told a joint state and federal task force that night. Let me blow this up for y'all. Damn, what the hell? So it says Keefe D told a joint state and federal task force that night was the first time that Diddy expressed desire to have Tupac and Suge killed. Diddy said something along the lines of, and I quote, he'd have anything for those dudes' heads, according to the DEA, the Drug Enforcement Agency, report summarizing the 2008 task force interview. Wow. What the fuck? So they're saying that Keefe D told the Alphabet Boys. They're saying he told the DEA this information he alleged about Diddy. Wow. So it goes on to say, Keefe D said the bounty was $1 million, according to the DEA report. The same claim had been made by a 2003 lawsuit by former Bad Boy president Kirk Burroughs, right? Wow, bro. Wow. Damn. So they're saying he told the DEA. So this is where they're getting these allegations that he was talking to the cops or that he was an informant. So they're saying he really was an informant. That's what the reports are saying. You know, the reports are saying this about Keefe D. They're saying that he was an informant and that he was giving up information to the authorities. He was giving up information allegedly to the authorities, and they're saying he put Diddy into play. They're saying he told the DEA this. He allegedly told the DEA this information on Diddy, man. Wow, bro. That's damn, bro. Damn. Let's get back to this video. Hold on.
Even though it happened outside of Metro Police's jurisdiction. Prosecutors say Davis called the shots, but his nephew fired the bullets that killed Shakur. Davis's public defenders say his comments and others from purported gang members muddy this case's waters.
Part of the problem is this case has been tried on YouTube already.
As Judge Carly Kearney weighed setting bail, prosecutors pointed to a witness list they say another public defender, not even assigned to the case, provided Davis.
It was probably both unethical and ridiculously dangerous to provide a list of 39 people and tell Mr. Davis that these are people that have provided information to the police.
They claim Davis then told a family member the list of names and that those people may have been threatened.
This wasn't any surprise. Duane know everybody on there. Half of the people on that list aren't involved in the case. Half the list are dead.
We did not receive a response from that public defender. Davis's public defenders say they do believe he can post bond. That would be just above $100,000. If he does get out of jail, he will be confined to house arrest, and his trial, however, was scheduled to begin this summer but will likely be delayed. The attorney for the man accused of ordering the murder of Tupac Shakur says his client is close to posting bail and could soon await his trial from his Henderson home. That development as a judge moves that trial to later this year. 8 News Now investigator David Charn speaking with that attorney. And David, he says this is going to be big.
Yeah, Kirsten, so big he needs more time to go over the evidence prosecutors have against his client. Now, if this schedule holds, Duane Davis would go on trial in November. And today his new attorney says he can win.
Well, it's the biggest case that since OJ. Why wouldn't you want to take this case on?
It's a big case Duane Davis's new attorney is taking head on. Davis, charged with murder in the death of Tupac Shakur, hiring Carl Arnold in January.
Page 6, Duane Davis.
In court Tuesday, Arnold asked a judge to give him time to review the evidence, pushing a trial to November. Prosecutors allege Davis was the shot caller, ordering the rapper's killing a block off the Strip. Over the past several years, Davis has made public comments about that night and handing the shooter a gun, though police never found the weapon. Arnold says prosecutors will have to prove truth beyond Davis's own words.
Right now, the state hasn't provided any evidence to corroborate the statement that he's given.
Metro Police arrested Davis in September, and he's remained in jail since. Arnold says his client is close to posting the $75,000 he needs to go on house arrest.
He's upbeat that he can possibly get out of here real soon.
In the meantime, all eyes are on the fall.
It's going to be a great trial, I'll tell you that.
So if Davis comes up with that money to post bail, remember his total bail is $750,000, but he just needs to put up a portion of that. He'll have to go before the same judge again and tell her just who is paying for it. I'm David Charns, 8 News Now.
Thank you, David. If the trial schedule holds for November, it will mark 28 years since Shakur's death.
You do not think he had any involvement in the murder of Tupac Shakur?
No.
None?
None.
He was not there?
No, I don't believe he's there.
The lawyer representing the man accused of orchestrating the murder of Tupac Shakur says we shouldn't believe his client as he prepares to represent him in what's being set up as the year's biggest trial. And tonight, that attorney is sitting down with one local journalist, and that's 8 News Now investigator.
Now, they're going through all of these files, you guys. So this is why they posted this. They went through all of these files. And I want to say this. According to this report, it says that in the unsealed 179-page documents, prosecutors detailed Keefe D's claims that Sean Diddy Combs allegedly offered Keefe D and the South Side Compton Crips $1 million bounty to assassinate both Tupac Shakur and Death Row Records CEO Marion Suge Knight. Keefe D claimed the $1 million payment for the hit was allegedly funneled to a New York-based gangster by the name of Eric Zip Martin. To prove the conspiracy, the documents have revealed that the LAPD task force flew Keefe D to New York in 2009 to undercoverly corroborate the financial. Damn, this is crazy, bro. What the? Hey, hold on, y'all. What the hell? I didn't even know all this. They're saying, hold on, y'all. They're saying that they basically ran a sting operation with Keefe D to where they were trying to get Keefe D to line up them New York cats. Let me read this to y'all. It says in this report, says, to prove the conspiracy, the documents reveal, it said the documents revealed this, that the LAPD task force flew Keefe D to New York in 2009 to undercoverly corroborate the financial links and plotting between the East Coast figures and the Compton Crips. That's crazy. It says Keefe D's defense attorneys have repeatedly filed motions to exclude these 2008 and 2009 recorded police interviews and his subsequent 2019 tell-all book, Compton Street Legend, from being used as evidence. They argue that his statements were protected under that original LAPD proffer agreement. However, prosecutors have successfully countered that because Keefe D violated the spirit of the agreement by quote unquote talking too much and boasting about his role in the murder across books, podcasts, and documentaries for a commercial profit. He violated or voided his protections. A judge subsequently cleared the path for these confessions to be used as core evidence in Keefe D's trial. Damn, bro, I didn't know that they're saying that he had a police sting. Listen what they're trying to say, y'all. They're saying that there was a police sting, that they flew Keefe D out to the East Coast to try to get him to get financials somehow linked. They ain't saying no names, but I think I know who they're talking about. They tried to, bros, this dude was on. So you mean to tell me they put Keefe D in a sting operation? Damn, bro. That's crazy. They're saying that this is in the files, y'all. And Keefe D has been fighting to keep this from being revealed in court. And all of his statements he made to the cops, bro, that's crazy, bro. That's crazy, bro. Unbelievable work. Let's keep going. Hold on. Let me see what else is talking about. Hold on.
David Charnes. Thanks for joining us. I'm Denise Valdez.
I'm Brian Loftus. Our 8 News Now investigators broke the news of the raid at Duane Keefe D. Davis's house. That set off his arrest and now his criminal case in the murder of the hip-hop icon.
And now his attorney says, don't believe him. Here's 8 News Now investigator David Charnes with the interview you will only see on 8.
He's a liar then. That the statements.
I would definitely say he's a liar.
Defense attorney Carl Arnold says we shouldn't believe what 60-year-old Duane Keefe D. Davis has to say.
Bro, your lawyer can't say you're a liar, bro. This is the reason why I think that lawyer is off the case. The lawyer went on national TV and said he's a liar. I mean, bro, what are we talking about, man? The lawyer goes on the case and said he's a liar on national TV, on Channel 8. What? Hold on, man.
About the shooting of Tupac Shakur.
He keeps repeating this, is that the whole thing is unfair. He feels that he had protection from his earlier statements that were made.
Those earlier statements to police in California who were investigating not the death of Shakur, but the death of Notorious B.I.G.
He didn't have any information, but said, hey, let me try to, rehash this Tupac murder, give you some information that he heard on the streets, and he filled in the gaps as they were asking questions.
Arnold says Davis lied about his alleged involvement in Shakur's murder, saying he was in the shooter's car and handed him the gun. That eventually unraveled, according to Arnold, where those private statements to police turned into public interviews, paid interviews.
He's sitting over there, how come I didn't make any money on this? And now someone's presenting him with the opportunity to make some money, combined with, okay, he's looking at these are his last years of life. Let me tell my story.
So isn't it kind of stupid to do that and then get hit with a murder charge?
Yeah, it was really stupid. But then again, here's what he's thinking is,
he called this man a liar and stupid. No wonder he's off the case.
He already said all these things way back when.
Arnold says it's now up to prosecutors to prove Davis's own statements are true beyond a reasonable doubt. And as far as Arnold knows, there's no video or DNA evidence to prove that.
How do you defend those statements?
Again, there's no proof of that. That's the first thing.
So his own words, you can't take for granted, is what you're saying.
Correct. There has to be some type of corroboration. Anybody can say, well, I gave this person the gun and he shot Tupac.
So if he didn't do it, does he know who did?
No, he does not know who did.
And why should we trust Keefe D now?
You shouldn't trust Keefe D. You absolutely should.
He said you shouldn't trust Keefe D. This is why his lawyer's off the case. Bro, that's crazy, bro. Bro, this is unbelievable stuff, man. This is all this been going on. They done dropped 4,000 files, y'all. For y'all who don't know what's going on, they have dropped 4,000 files that are saying that they're going to pull up in this trial. Keefe D had an evidence. He's supposed to have an evidence hearing tomorrow, right? Today, they dropped 4,000 files on his lawyers that they intend to use in court to link the death of the notorious B.I.G. to Tupac Shakur. Lord Jesus have mercy. And now his lawyers are scrambling, as y'all can see, because they hit these dudes with all this paperwork today. And his lawyer's like, oh, yo, we need more time, man. They hit us with 4,000 papers today. That's crazy, bro. And then his lawyer goes out here and says, oh, he's a liar. This is his old lawyer. He's a liar. Yeah, you shouldn't believe him. Oh, then why the hell are you here? If we shouldn't believe him, why the hell are you here, lawyer? Bro, that lawyer did so much damage to that dude on TV, man. That's crazy, bro. Listen to this guy, man.
I gave this person the gun and he shot Tupac.
So if he didn't do it, does he know who did?
No, he does not know who did.
And why should we trust Keefe D now?
You shouldn't trust Keefe D. You absolutely shouldn't. And that should be the thing that causes him to walk.
Arnold says he plans to subpoena Suge Knight for the trial. Knight is the only living witness.
Oh, they said they plan. So he planned on subpoenaing Suge Knight. Suge Knight can get on the stand? I think not. But if he subpoenas Suge Knight, he'll force Suge Knight to get on the stand. Now, Suge, he might not say nothing. But if he subpoena him, he'll force him into court. And it's not like he can hide. He's already locked up.
Witness and was driving the car Tupac was riding in. Arnold also says another witness we could hear from, Sean P. Diddy Combs. I'm David Charnes, 8 News Now.
Sean P. Diddy
Davis
Combs.
remains in custody.
They was going to call up Diddy, too. They had a plan on calling up Suge and Diddy. Let's keep going, y'all.
And $750,000 bail. Arnold and prosecutors back in court next week to tell a judge how their preparation for the scheduled fall trial is going.
They're not only ugly on the outside, but they're ugly on the inside, too.
Duane Keefe D. Davis lashing out at prosecutors during another hearing about releasing him on bail.
And you just use something in the box. They just use something in the box. From 1996.
Those boxes contain a 2006 interview from a gang member who prosecutors say implicates Davis in Shakur's murder.
Oh, shit. Didn't I tell y'all this? Didn't I tell y'all? I missed that. They said that they got a box, y'all. All this shit get ready to come out in the trial, bro. They said that they got a box. And in that box is a recording from a fellow gang member. Now, I don't know if this gang member got caught up or something like that and told, but they're saying that they got a fellow gang member ratting out Keefe D. Listen to this again. They're saying that they got a fellow gang member on tape. Remember I told y'all, a lot of this stuff going to come out because you never know who got jammed up over the years, who got questioned, who said what behind closed doors. Man, that shit coming out in court. That shit coming out in court. They already had that in the files. That's wild, bro. So they're saying, listen to what I'm saying to y'all. They're saying that whoever this fellow gang member was, he gave up Keefe D. And they got him on tape. And they said he went and he gave up Keefe D. Listen.
Not only ugly on the outside.
And that's why Keefe D's going off in court. Because when they told Keefe D the evidence that they had with that, Keefe D went wild.
To tell a judge how their preparation for the scheduled fall trial is going.
They're not only ugly on the outside, but they're ugly on the inside, too.
Duane Keefe D. Davis lashing out at prosecutors during another hearing about releasing him on bail.
And you just use something in the box. They just use something in the box. From 1996.
Those boxes contain a 2006 interview from a gang member who prosecutors say implicates Davis in Shakur's murder.
So somebody who was in the gang in 2006, they're saying that they have an interview where he told on Keefe D and he snitched on Keefe D, a gang member. So they're saying a gang member is on tape snitching on Keefe D in 2006. And they got that information. Play it again.
Boxes contain a 2006 interview from a gang member who brought another hearing about releasing him on bail.
And you just use something in the box. They just use something in the box. from 1996.
Those boxes contain a 2006 interview from a gang member who prosecutors say implicates Davis in Shakur's murder.
He makes that statement 2 years before any confession the defendant ever made.
But speaking out of turn, Davis says he believes those boxes came from retired LAPD detective Greg Kading, who interviewed Davis as part of the investigation into the death of rapper Notorious B.I.G. In a recorded interview, Davis told Kading what happened in Shakur's case, believing he would have immunity.
The boxes should not be allowed. I've been at his house for 15 years.
He said the boxes should not be allowed. Wow, bro. They got somebody on tape. They got a gang member on tape giving up Keefe D. That's crazy. That's wild, bro. That's wild, man. They got a gang member on tape giving up Keefe D. Unreal, man. Unreal. Unreal, bro. Unreal. And they're saying they got this in a box. And that's why Keefe D had went off at that time in court.
B.I.G. In a recorded interview, Davis told Kading what happened in Shakur's case, believing he would have immunity.
The boxes should not be allowed. I've been at his house for 15 years, and he's doing interviews, going in the boxes.
Well, Tuesday's hearing centered on that new evidence. The main reason was Davis's bail, the judge denying Davis's first attempt over concerns the man putting up the more than $112,000 was really a middleman. She also said she was concerned Davis could profit off the alleged crime, but Davis's attorney says no law prevents that until a person is convicted.
Right now, his son, myself, even he can enter into a contract with any media entity and make money on this case.
Now,
A judge refusing to dismiss the case against the man accused of orchestrating the murder of Tupac Shakur. Thank you for joining us at 4. I'm Kirsten Joyce.
And I'm Brian Loftus. Duane Keefe D. Davis says he was there when the rapper and hip hop star died. And prosecutors say those statements are really the key to their case.
8 News Now investigator David Charnes in court as a trial gets ever closer.
Clark County District Court Judge Carly Kearney declining to dismiss Duane Keefe D. Davis's murder case Tuesday after hearing arguments from his attorney about why she should drop it.
We cannot have just the confessions, because if you just leave that to the jury's going to just assume guilt because he confessed.
Those confessions in Davis's book and in TV interviews where he said he was there the night in 1996 when Tupac Shakur was shot and killed. Davis has said he handed Shakur's killer the murder weapon.
Mr. Davis chose upon himself to publicly confess to a crime multiple times.
Prosecutors say they accelerated their case against Davis once he published that book in 2019. But Davis's attorney says they waited too long, 27 years to charge him.
They just can't sit here and say, well, he kept talking about it. No, you had that information in the beginning. You should have arrested him back in 2009.
Over the years, Davis met with police in California and Nevada. He thought he had protection from the law regarding the murder case, but prosecutors and the judge disagree.
Only a court in the state of Nevada can say, Mr. Davis.
Now, I'm going to tell y'all something before I play this again. Bro, this case is crazy. So in these files, you guys, in these files that y'all see right there on your screen, right? In these files, Lord Jesus have mercy. They have evidence that links the notorious B.I.G.'s murder to Tupac. In these files that are released, the 4,000 files that's been released today, they have released retaliation framework, right? This is what the cops have released, the prosecution. The files include extensive investigation or investigative records from both the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department and the Los Angeles Police Department, showing that detectives formally agreed that Christopher Biggie Smalls Wallace 1997 murder was a direct retaliatory execution for Tupac's 1996 killing. Also, crucially, the documents explicitly state that while Keefe D is the alleged shot caller who orchestrated Tupac's murder, Joint Task Force investigators officially concluded that Keefe D played no operational role in the secondary hit on a notorious B.I.G. Also, the files released today expose the disclosure, introduces comprehensive and historical notes from the federal and local task force that monitored the mid-90s bi-coastal rap feud. This includes the dossiers tracking the movements of South Side Compton Crips aligned with Bad Boy Entertainment and the Mob Piru Bloods aligned with Death Row Records. Also in the files released today, roughly 15 years of intelligence gather up details in the 2009 undercover travel logs, wiretap request, and surveillance notes from when investigators flew Keefe D out to New York to secretly gather evidence against East Coast co-conspirators. Oh shit. They had Keefe D does not want this to come out. If Keefe D knows that this evidence comes out in court, it is over with. They're saying that they put Keefe D on a goddamn sting. Let me repeat myself again. They're saying that they have exposed in court today that they put Keefe D on a sting. They sent Keefe D to New York on a sting operation to try to jam up those East Coast guys, to get evidence to lock those East Coast guys up. Look at this again. It says roughly 15 years of intelligence gather up details, the 2009 undercover travel logs, wiretaps. They had wiretaps going on, y'all. Wiretap request and surveillance notes from when investigators flew Keefe D out to New York to secretly gather evidence against East Coast co-conspirators. Wow, bro. They was really trying to get, they was on the wiretaps and everything, y'all. This is unbelievable stuff, man. It goes on, you guys. It says that the package, this is more stuff that was released today. This is all the shit that was released today, y'all. The package holds the complete grand jury transcripts featuring deep testimony from retired homicide detectives such as Clifford Mogg, who walked jurors through the systemic gang war that claimed both artists' lives. Also, these files included statements and evidence tying Keefe D to other figures in the alleged conspiracy, which directly aligns with the complex conspiracy claims outlined in the concurrent wrongful death lawsuit filed by Tupac's family. Remember, Mo Preem just filed that wrongful death lawsuit. In that lawsuit Mo Preem filed, Mo Preem put a lot of unnamed co-conspirators. We already know who he's at, this unnamed. And Mo Preem said that directly the reason why he filed that lawsuit is to force those unnamed co-conspirators in the death of Tupac Shakur to have to testify under deposition, sworn deposition. And what happens is when you sue people and they're forced to testify, when you sue people and it goes to the deposition and evidentiary stage, potentially, you can force them legally to be deposed and be asked all these questions under oath, under the penalty of perjury. So who you think that he have this unnamed co-conspirators that he gonna name? You know who's number one on that list. And that's the way you get them in a room and your lawyers can ask him anything they want to ask him pertaining to your allegations. That's wild. And you have them on the record speaking on this stuff. That way you have them basically speaking under oath under the penalty of perjury, right? Now, so that was released in those files today. It says, once again, the files include statements and evidence tying Keefe D to other figures in the alleged conspiracy, which directly aligns with the complex conspiracy claim. So when it says other figures, you guess who it is. You guess who these files are aligning Keefe D to? If they had Keefe D going to the East Coast on a sting operation, bro, this nigga did an undercover sting operation. It was wiretaps, all kind of shit. They flew him out to the East Coast. That's wild, bro. They flew Keefe D to the East Coast to try to jam up the East Coast cats. That's unbelievable, man. That's crazy. They had wired everything. So it also goes on to say, you guys, it says that those files, as I told y'all, right, they include the evidence and statements tying Keefe D to the other figures in the alleged conspiracy, which directly aligns with the complex conspiracy claims outlined in the concurrent wrongful death lawsuit filed by Tupac's family. It goes on, you guys, right? They have raid materials in these files that was released today. So basically, in these files that was released today, the raid materials say this, right? Hold on. The raid materials say this, right? It says hard documentation was released today of data extracted from the 2023 SWAT raid of Keefe D's home. This includes, they have contents, you guys, that they seized from laptops, tablets, and 1990s era's photographs showing individuals connected to the drive-by vehicle. How in the hell do you have this shit in your house in 2023? Allegedly, bro. That's crazy. Also, they released today, y'all, draft notes and audio files related to Keefe D's 2019 memoir, Compton Street Legend, which the prosecution is using to prove he voluntarily waived his right to confidentiality by seeking commercial profit from these confessions. Also, because of the sudden delivery of this massive 4,000-page filing, Keefe D's defense team raised significant logistical concerns regarding their ability to analyze every cross-case link before the scheduled trial date, prompting ongoing legal status checks, right? Hold on, you guys. This is wild, man. This is wild, bro. Hold on one second, you guys. Just give me 1 second. Give me 1 second, you guys. Oh shit. I got paperwork, y'all. Hold on. I got paperwork, y'all. What? Hold on, what is this? Hold on, you guys. I got paperwork. Hold on. What is this shit? Hold on, you guys. What? Hold on. Hold on 1 second, y'all. Hold on 1 second. Y'all give me 1 second. Everybody, y'all give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. What? Hold on. Oh. Hold on. Hold on, you guys. Hold on. What? I'm trying to figure out what this is before I put it on the screen, y'all. Just give me 1 second. I got some paperwork, but I'm trying to figure out what the hell is this? This is a transcript of the proceedings. Some type of proceedings that went on. Okay. I see what this is. What? Hold on. I got paperwork, y'all. Hold on. I'll put this on the screen for y'all. I got paperwork. This is one of the transcripts. Y'all know I be getting this shit, man. Hold on, y'all. This is one of the transcripts right here, y'all. What the fuck is this? Hold on. Let me blow this up for y'all. What? Hold on, everybody. What is this? This is a transcript. Hold on, you guys. The state of Nevada versus Keefe D, Duane Keefe D Davis. Just give me 1 second, you guys. Let me pull this up. Pull this up for you guys. 1 second. 1 second, you guys. It says, all right, we're gonna get right into it. It says this right here, y'all. We got to get down to this. Hold on, y'all. I saw something down here. That's why I said something, y'all. I saw something down here. Hold on, y'all. I seen something down here. What the fuck? Hold on, bro. Hold on. This shit finna all come out. I saw something at the bottom of this page. Hold on. Clifford Mogg. Oh, that's the guy who died. So this is the guy who died, you guys. Clifford Mogg. That's the guy, one of the guys who was covering this case. He got a lot of information on this case that's secret that is now being released, y'all. It's being released. It's secret information that's being released. Hold on, you guys. It says, Detective Mogg, you were here last week and you had presented sort of a lengthy interview of Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis is Keefe D, you guys. Of Mr. Davis concerning the events surrounding Mr. Shakur's death. Is that accurate? He said yes. He says, question, have you, or at least we have within grand jury exhibit number 48, 3 more, I'll call them clips, some more lengthy than others, describing certain facts and circumstances surrounding that as well. Answer, correct. Question, in addition to that, are there numerous other times that Keefe D, Mr. Davis, has been portrayed on the internet in videos describing essentially the same version of events? Remember I told y'all this? This is exactly what I told y'all. All they were going to do is, I told y'all this shit. I knew they was going to do this. All the stuff that Keefe D said in the interviews from all these years of investigation that they had, the reason why they're going to prove everything that Keefe D was saying was true in the interviews, because they all had all this paperwork over the years from investigations, people they had talked to, different gangsters they had talked to, people who may have given statements over the years, things that they had kept, secret audio recordings, wiretaps they had over the years, all the information they secretly had that never came out because nobody ever went to trial. And now that Keefe D's on trial and he said all of those things, they're going to use all of this shit in court to corroborate everything Keefe D said. So Keefe D coming out, right? Keefe D coming out. Keefe D coming out and saying that it's a lie. It's not going to work because all they're going to do is they're going to show the evidence. They're going to show the evidence, you guys, that says otherwise. Oh, shit, bro. They're going to show evidence. Look, because they got this is the officer who died. I told y'all this. This officer had did a lot of research on this case. He's not really spoken of too much, but they're saying he did a lot of interviews with different people that was involved in this case over the years. He gathered a lot of information. So this is the transcripts. They were questioning him about this whole situation, and they asked him, was the things that Keefe D was saying in these different interviews and in his books and stuff, were they lined up to what you investigated over the years? And he said yes. This is before he died. They said yes. Look, it's right here. It says jury exhibit number 48. 3 more says, I'll call them clips, some more lengthy than others, describing certain facts and circumstances surrounding that as well. Answer, he says that's correct. says, question. In addition to that, are there numerous other times that Mr. Davis, that's Keefe D, y'all, has been portrayed on the internet in videos describing essentially the same version of events? He says there are hours worth. It goes on, y'all. It says, and during those hours, while would you agree with me? There are some small inconsistencies, some of which he gets confronted with. Is that fair? He says, correct. The question says, but ultimately his story is fairly consistent on who's in the car, what direction is heading when they realize that certain caravan with Suge and Mr. Shakur are in it, and that they do a U-turn and pull up on the gutter and shoot the vehicle, essentially, question mark. He says that's correct. So they asked him, so I'm going to play what's marked on grand jury exhibit number 48 as number 2. And they played a video, y'all. Now, some guy, Mr. Digacomo, I can't pronounce that name right here. Diagmo. It says, we'll go to the next clip, which is marked number 3. Right? He plays the clip. Now the question from Mr. Diagmo. He says, now, detective, he's talking to the detective in this case. He says, now, detective, to clear some things up, you reviewed the transcript of Suge Knight's formal interviews with police. Is that fair? He said, yes. Question mark. Would you agree or disagree that he was less than forthcoming about both the event at the MGM as well as the shooting event itself? He said, yeah, but he was less than cooperative with detectives that were interviewing him that night. Question. So when Keefe D says that Suge told the cops that first night, Suge didn't tell Metro that first night, correct? He lied on Suge. It's in the effing paperwork. He lied on Suge. He lied on Suge. It's in the paperwork. It's in the paperwork. He lied on Suge. Read it right here. Read it right here. It says, so when Keefe D says Suge Knight told police that first night, he's at least Suge didn't tell Metro that first night, correct? Answer. I don't have any evidence that Suge Knight told Metropolitan Police Department or any other police department who was involved in the shooting of him and Tupac Shakur. Question. You, since your interview, he says, since your interview, or since your investigation, he says, and this jury's heard from Reggie Wright Jr., who was the head of security for Death Row Records, correct? He says, yes. Question. He says, you're aware that Suge and Reggie Wright and people around Suge were having conversations in the days after the homicide. He says, hold on, you guys. He says, what the fuck? Hold on, you guys. Hold on one second. Hold on, you guys. Hold on, you guys. What the hell? Hold on. What? Hold on, y'all. Look at this shit. Hold on. Oh shit. Oh shit. It says you're aware that Suge and Reggie Wright and people around Suge were having conversations in the days after the homicide? Question mark. Says that's correct. And you're aware that Reggie had communicated to his father, who was either at the time a lieutenant or captain of the Compton Police Department gang unit. He writes, yes. And so when Mr. Davis says Suge told that first night, that appears to be corroborated by the event that occurs with Reggie Wright Sr. He says, yes. And I also learned that through my investigation, right? It goes on to say, hold on, you guys. It goes, hold on, what the fuck? It goes on to say, you guys, I'm looking kind of down, y'all, my bad. This shit is crazy down this page right here, bro. I'm looking down. That's why I'm looking. That's why it's taking me a second, you guys. I can't really believe what I'm seeing. It says one more video to play. And this is marked as 4 on exhibit number 48. The video plays. It says throughout these videos, Mr. Davis, meaning Keefe D, keeps referencing telling on himself. Do you hear that a variety of times? He says, yes. He says, question, in the course of your investigation, there have been portions of some recording that was taken in California by California law enforcement and or federal agents as a part of California task force. Is that correct? He says, there was. Question mark. Have you ever received a full copy of the recording that allegedly occurs in LA sometime between 2006 and 2009? He says, I have not. Question mark. It says, the only parts of that you know about are what has been posted on the internet in small snippets. He says, that's correct. He says, thank you. That completes my questioning for this witness. Does a grand jury have any questions? Right now, we got to keep going. Hold on. Hold on one second. Because I saw something down here. I want to show y'all. They asked this person right here. There was evidence that we have obtained that was relevant to this case from the house in Henderson. That's Keefe D's house in Las Vegas. He said, uh-huh. They said, and let me, first of all the electronics that were in the house were collected, correct? He said electronics that we believe were relevant to the investigation were collected from Keefe D's. Bro, this dude had electronics in his house for all these years until now, and he never got rid of it, bro. Lord Jesus have mercy, bro. This is the worst thing ever, bro. It says, what was the purpose of collecting those particular electronics? The answer, so we took his cell phone that he had with him at the time the warrant was executed, because I went to review the download from the phone to see if there's any communications between him and anyone else that's associated with this investigation. He says, when I say that, I mean people who he has conducted YouTube interviews with, documentation as to his involvement in Death Row Chronicles documentary, and anything that would have been related to his involvement in the publication of this book. They asked a question. In addition, were you looking to see if there were evidence of remuneration or financial payment for his claims of being responsible for the death of Tupac Shakur? Answer, That was one of the things we were going to look for also. Question, in addition to that, were there 2 giant bins of photographs and other sundry items that you collected? He said they were. Question mark. And the purpose in grabbing all those photographs was what? He asked. He says, I was looking for any documentation, any photographs that might connect him to the murder of Tupac Shakur or any other YouTube videos, the documentaries, the book. And during the search of those bins, I located a small photo album that was a cloth bound. What did he say? A cloth bound, and inside that photo album were numerous clippings of the murder of Oh shit! What the fuck? Oh shit! What? I was looking for any documentation, any photographs that night that might connect him to the murder of Tupac Shakur or any of the YouTube videos, the documentaries, the books, and during the search of those bins, meaning the trash bins, I located a small photo album that was cloth bound. And inside that photo album were numerous clippings of the murder of Tupac Shakur dating back to 1996 and in that time frame. And also his book. I recovered a copy of that. A magazine talking about the murder of Tupac Shakur. And I believe I also recovered a copy of Greg Kading's book, Murder Rap. What? Hold on, y'all. Oh, shit. Question. What the fuck? And talking about those newspaper articles, he references in his interview very early on that the LA Times was reporting that Keefe D's nephew, Orlando Anderson. We ain't got no sound. I know we don't. We got sound. Y'all can't hold on. Y'all can't hear me? Hold on. I know y'all niggas capping. Hold on. I know y'all niggas capping. Hold on. Let me check this shit. Hold on. This is getting too good. Hold on, y'all. I know y'all niggas capping. Y'all can't hear me? Oh, yeah, y'all can hear me. I can hear myself. What y'all talking about? Hold on. I know y'all can hear me. I can hear myself. How the fuck is we going? Hold on. I know y'all can hear me. Hold on. Hold on. Y'all stay with me, man. I don't know why. Bro, I'm starting to hate Streamlab. I'm starting to hate this shit now. I got this to get away from the other one, and this one's acting crazy. Oh, they hating. All right, they capping. All right, let's go. I'm about to say, them niggas capping. It says, hold on, you guys. In talking about those newspaper articles, he references in his interview very early on that the LA Times was reporting Keefe D's nephew, Orlando Anderson, as being a potential suspect in the early part of September, early to mid part of September. Do you recall that? He said yes. He goes on. Did Keefe D actually keep a copy of that LA Times article? He said he did. Hold on, you guys. Let me see something. Hold on a second. Hold on. What? Just give me 1 second. Let me see this. They got everything, bro. Oh, shit. Remember Keefe D said, you guys, that he wasn't in Vegas? Remember Keefe D said he wasn't in Vegas, bro? You guys remember this? Keefe D his whole argument was that he wasn't in Vegas. Bro, these mofos got evidence he was in Vegas at the time of that murder. And here it is right here. They was talking about this back in the transcripts. Look at this, y'all. It says, question, okay. And the return we have that was found was from May of 1998. Is that correct? He said, I believe so, yes. He said, okay. Once you saw there was paperwork recovered showing a bill due to the Monte Carlo, was there efforts to, well, let me rephrase this. Prior to the recovery of that, did you have evidence from the Monte Carlo that Keefe D has stayed at the Monte Carlo at the time of the Tyson fight? Now, he said this. Oh, no, he didn't have it. He says, I did not. He says, question, but you did have, and he mentions repeatedly through interviews, C. Ray or a guy named Corey Edwards, correct? He said, yes. He said his claim is that Corey Edwards is in the van before he gets out of the van and gets into, before Keefe D gets out of the van and gets into the Cadillac. He said, that's correct. He says, and do you have records establishing that Corey Edwards, from way back in the initial investigation, was staying at the Monte Carlo? He said he was staying at the Monte Carlo during the time that Tupac Shakur was murdered. Wow. What the fuck? Wow, bro. Wow. What? Damn. They say they never recovered the murder weapon in the files. Hold on, you guys. He says, let me ask you this. During the course of your investigation, you learned that obviously Bubble Up, Terrence Brown, was the driver of this particular vehicle? He says, yes. He says, during the course of your investigation, did you learn that Terrence Brown had a family member that used to rent cars in Compton? He said, that's correct. He said, but that company, or I guess you call it a company, that rented those cars in Compton no longer has, or no longer either exists or has records that go back to 1996. He says, so I was aware based on information I obtained from other police departments and other detectives of a company that was used to rent vehicles. I contacted that company and attempted to find out if they had records going back to 1996, and they did not have records. The only way they might be able to obtain any information is if I had the name and the phone number of the person who rented the vehicle or the vehicle identification number from the car. Since I had neither one of those, they were unable to provide my information. Hold on, you guys. He says, question. In the first video we watched today, towards the end, Mr. Davis said, Keefe D said, don't tell anyone. That's the only way you'll stay free. So did he at any time state why he did so many interviews, being that the murder had not been, no one had been actually charged for the murder? If he was involved, why is he speaking out so much? Answer. He says, so he never told me personally why he was doing so many interviews. The only reason I can see now that he's doing all the interviews is monetary gain, and everyone else that's involved in the murder of Tupac Shakur is deceased. Wow, bro. He says Keefe D mentions that he believes the police knew he committed this crime back in 1996. He said, yep. He says, and Keefe D, as far as you know, has no law license, correct? He says, nope, he does not. He says Keefe D told some Los Angeles or people in California associated with law enforcement about his involvement and didn't get prosecuted for this crime, correct? He said, that's correct. He says, but Metro, the jurisdiction that has the authority over the investigation, never received whatever information is, nor as far as you know, or nobody has ever from Las Vegas ever provided Keefe D any sort of immunity from prosecution, correct? He said they have not. Bro, this is wild, man. Hold on, you guys. The YouTube interview did him, y'all. He says, and so by 2018, he decided to write his own book and start talking on YouTube videos in an effort to gain money from the killing of Tupac Shakur. Tupac Shakur. Wow, bro. He says, that's what I believe. He said, okay. Man. What the hell? That's that, bro. Hold on, you guys. So that is the god daggone. Hold on, y'all. Hold on, you guys. Hold on, you guys. Hold on, you guys. Hold on, you guys. They got this shit sealed. They sealed those files. I know what's in the files, but they sealed them to the public. The 4,000 files that was released today, you guys. Or that have been released, they sealed them shits to the public. Oh, they got witnesses, y'all. They got out-of-state witnesses. What the fuck? They got certificates for out-of-state witnesses. They got a lot of requests for out-of-state witnesses in this case. I'm looking at it right now, you guys. It's not filed yet. I mean, it's not released yet to everybody, but I know what's in it. Wow, bro. They finna get this nigga. They finna hit this nigga with the Holy Ghost. Hold on, you guys. Hold on 1 second. Just give me 1 second, you guys. Give me 1 second, y'all. I need to see something. I need to see it with my own eyes. What? Hold on. Damn. So these files, you guys, which is, it constitutes a discovery. It has raw evidence like the police notes from 1996. Remember I told y'all this shit was going to come out? The police notes from 1996, private electronic data from the raid, and sensitive LAPD and FBI gang dossiers. So they got all the gang dossiers. That's basically all the gang members that they interviewed back then. They got all the statements from all the gang members. And it's all going to come out in this trial. Keefe D takes this shit to trial. All this shit coming out. Whoever said what is coming out in court. It's right here. I'm reading this right here on the what you call it. It says, because it contains personal. Okay, yeah, okay, I see what it said. Oh, shit. They're saying it's uncharged individuals. Oh, what the fuck? It says, here's what it says, y'all. Right? Here's what it says. The discovery in Keefe D's case includes raw evidence files like police notes from 1996, private electronic data from the 2023 SWAT raid, sensitive FBI and LAPD gang dossiers, because it contains personal identifiable information, which is called PII, of uncharged individuals and active security details. The court is keeping this raw file restricted to the attorneys of the record to protect the witnesses' safety ahead of the trial. They got witnesses coming in, bro. They got witnesses coming in this trial, bro. Not only do they got witnesses coming in this trial, you guys, They got uncharged individuals, bro. It's in the. I'm reading it right here. It's in the paperwork. They got uncharged individuals, you guys. Damn. They're saying it's uncharged individual. Who else gonna get charged with this shit? And they're saying they're suppressing this for the safety of the witnesses. And I got the paperwork to show y'all that they requested for these witnesses. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna put this on the screen. I'm gonna put this on the screen for y'all. I got the paperwork to show y'all. Y'all know I got that paperwork. You know I got that motherfucking paperwork, y'all. You know I got that paperwork. I'm gonna put this on the screen. Hold on, y'all. There you go, right there. Filed under seal. Certificate for attendance of out-of-state witness. Request for attendance of out-of-state witness. File. All this is under seal right now. They're not gonna tell y'all who snitching. This nigga got all kind of snitches in this case. This shit finna be crazy. Look at this, y'all. Ex parte motion in order to file the certificate for attendance of out-of-state witness and the request for attendance of an out-of-state witness under seal. 129, ex parte motion in the order to file the certificate for attendance of out-of-state witness and the request for attendance of out-of-state witness under seal. Wow. It keeps going. It's more. Another request for attendance of an out-of-state witness. Another certificate for attendance of an out-of-state witness. Bro, this nigga got so many, and I got more. I got more of this shit. Hold on, y'all. This nigga got snitches in his case. He got some real snitches in his case, bro. They finna pack this nigga up. They finna pack him up, y'all. Let me show y'all this. Hold on. Let me show y'all this. This is the next page. Right here. Defendant's motion to sequester the jury. They want the jury sequestered, which means they don't want the jury to be able to get out. Defendant's motion to suppress defendant's statements to the police in the book Compton Street Legend. That means that Keefe D does not want the statements that he gave to the cops to be released in his trial. He's done, bro. That nigga know how serious this shit is now. Hold on. I ain't even, my bad, y'all. Look at this, y'all. I ain't even show y'all the top. Ex parte motion in order to file the certificate for attendance of out-of-state witness and the request for attendance of out-of-state witness under seal. They're sealing all this shit, bro. Look at this, y'all. Who is the witnesses they got against this nigga? They got a lot of witnesses. Certificate for another witness, attendance out-of-state witness. Another request for another out-of-state witness. Again, I already showed y'all he motioned to sequester the jury. They don't want the jury to be able to get out there in this trial. Also, they also do not want whatever that nigga told the cops, he don't want this shit put in the public. They want to suppress his statements to the cops and the book he wrote. They don't want that shit coming up in court. Also, hold on. Let me see. Oh, fuck. Read the last one, y'all. Notice of motion in limine or lamine to admit gang affiliation for the purpose of establishing motive and identification. Hold on, y'all. I got more. What the fuck? Bro, this shit is crazy. How many snitches do they got in this case? Hold on, y'all. I got more. Hold on. I'm about to send this shit to y'all. Hold on. Let's look at this, y'all. Another one? Another request for attendance of an out-of-state witness. Wow. Certificate for attendance of an out-of-state witness. How many fucking witnesses they got? Ex parte motion in order to file a certificate for attendance of an out-of-state witness. Another request for another attendance of another out-of-state witness. Man, they got a whole bunch of witnesses in this case, bro. Bro, they got a whole bunch of witnesses in this case, bro. This is crazy. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. They got a bunch of witnesses in this case. Hold on, you guys. What does this say? Hold on one second, y'all. I got another one. Just give me a second. I got another one right here. Why is my shit not loading up? Let me see what this one say. Just give me a second, y'all. Here we go. Trial readiness. Hold on, y'all. Yeah, man. This shit wicked, bro. This shit wicked, bro. Definitely is wicked. Hold on, you guys. Hold on. Let me see something. What? I think I seen. Yeah, I got that right there. I got that one. All right, I got that. Let me see. Damn, bro. They gonna bring out all them statements, man. All them, James, what up, boy? All them statements they got, they bringing that shit out, y'all. They bringing out all these statements, man. Hold on, let's look at this, you guys. Hold on one second. Hold on, let me fix this. Hold on. I gotta fix this so y'all can see this. Just give me 1 second. I know I got that joint way too big. Hold on. Just give me 1 second, you guys. I'm finna show y'all something. Hold on.
Davis has immunity from the crime of murder in the state of Nevada.
Right now, a trial in this case is scheduled for March, but that is unlikely to happen. The judge ordering everybody back in February to talk about if they're going to be ready for that date. At the Regional Justice Center, I'm David Charnes, 8 News Now.
And the judge has declined to release Davis on house arrest over concerns he could profit from his criminal case. She previously set his bail at $750,000. Brian?
The man accused in the murder of hip-hop legend Tupac Shakur giving his first interviews with 8 News Now investigator Vanessa Murphy. You're watching 8 News Now at 6. I'm Brian Loftus.
I'm Denise Valdez. Vanessa has been visiting him in jail actually now for months as he proclaims his innocence and insists he'll soon be released.
Duane Keefe D. Davis insists he was not involved in the murder of rap legend Tupac Shakur.
So were you there that night in that car? What was your role?
No, I wasn't there. I wasn't there at all. No car or nothing. I wasn't even in Vegas. They ain't got no proof I was in Vegas. They ain't got no gun, no car, no Keefe D, no nothing.
Shakur's murder, an unsolved case since 1996 when he was shot and killed near the Las Vegas Strip. As first reported by the 8 News Now investigators, Metro Police arrested Davis in 2023 after he wrote a book and gave interviews stating he passed the gun to the shooter.
How much money do you think you made from the book and the interviews?
I'm gonna answer that when
Davis insisting he'd be released from jail since our first visit with him back in September. Clark County District Court Judge Carly Kearney set his bail at $750,000 with a requirement to know exactly where the money is coming from to make sure Davis wouldn't profit from the case.
I'm an American citizen. They act like I'm guilty before I give the chance. Let's not rush to say Iran. This is wrong.
He claims he previously made an immunity deal with the federal government.
Really violating all my amendments and constitutional rights. I'm never supposed to be put in jail for this. Never.
Well, they're pointing to the interviews and the book.
I didn't violate that.
And during our visit in January, Davis continues to insist he's innocent.
They ain't got me. They ain't got no car. They ain't got no gun. They don't have no forensics. They don't got me. They got everybody on video. Do they got me on video?
By our visit in
See, he think that that's gonna help him. That's what Keefe D thinks. Keefe D thinks that this is gonna help him. That's what he thinks. That's not gonna help him, bro. He think because they don't got all that. That's not going, bro. They got everything else. They got your own admission, brother. They have people who gave them information, brother. Informants. You don't see how many goddamn people that's going to get that they calling up here to testify against you. That's why they keeping the file sealed, brother. For the safety of the witnesses. This is insane.
Davis insists he'll soon be a free man.
I ain't no flight risk or no threat to the community.
At the time of his arrest, Davis was living in Henderson, a grandpa by then who had fought cancer. Now he is charged in one of the most notorious murder cases in America.
A jury trial is scheduled for early 2026. Vanessa Murphy, 8 News Now.
And Davis's next court appearance is scheduled for June.
We anticipate presenting a competing narrative and a more truthful narrative concerning those events of September. Our client was not involved in the shooting.
It's wrong in my life, but I've done nothing criminally.
Not involved in the shooting death of rap icon Tupac Shakur. It's a huge murder case that happened right here in Las Vegas. And tonight, it's taking yet another turn. Thanks for joining us at 6. I'm Denise Valdez.
And I'm Brian Loftus. The man accused of orchestrating Tupac's murder has new attorneys, and they are speaking first with 8 News Now investigator David Charnes about how they plan to prove Keefe D is innocent.
Well, Duane Davis has repeatedly said that he handed a person the gun used to shoot and kill Tupac just right here off the strip nearly 30 years ago. Tonight, his attorneys say don't believe him because lying to the public isn't a crime. You don't think we should believe him?
In reference to his claiming to have committed a murder that he did not, no, don't believe him in reference to that.
62-year-old Duane Davis's new attorneys say we shouldn't take their clients' public statements about the murder of Tupac Shakur at face value. A grand jury indicting Davis 2 years ago for the rapper's 1996 murder. Now Robert Draskevich and Michael Pandulo are taking over. Draskevich most recently representing ex-politician Robert Tellis in his murder trial last year. Davis's case set for trial next winter.
Usually cold cases that are brought many, many years later are brought on the basis of strong forensic evidence.
DNA.
So we don't have that here.
What we know prosecutors have, Davis's own words, whether true or not. In a book published with a co-writer in 2019, Davis says he was in a group that followed Shakur that night.
Are those statements accurate?
It's not a crime to claim that you did something that you didn't in fact do.
Davis's history with police, both in Nevada and California, dates back decades and focuses more on drug dealings than Shakur's death. His attorneys say anything he said about the murder should include the lens of his receiving immunity and making money.
But we anticipate providing a much more in-depth and true explanation of why those statements were made.
Possible witnesses who would provide testimony at trial, Suge Knight, who himself was injured in that shooting, and Sean Diddy Combs, who ran a rival record label. Now, Combs has denied any involvement in that. It is important to mention we don't really know what prosecutors plan to present at trial, and if that includes other evidence we haven't seen yet. The trial is scheduled to begin next February, and those attorneys say they will be prepared for that date. I'm David Charnes, 8 News Now.
Earlier this summer, a jury found Davis guilty for taking part in a jail fight. The sentencing for that scheduled to happen in just a few weeks.
It is video that you saw first here.
Hold on, you guys.
This is wrong. I got attacked.
62-year-old Duane Keefe D. Davis tells a Clark County judge he's the victim, months after a jury took just 90 minutes to find and that he knows better.
It seemed like a setup to me, and it was wrong, man. I'm trying to do my time as best as possible, trying to stay out of trouble. The dude attacked me.
So with credit for time served, Davis will be up for parole for the fight in about a year. Meantime, the murder trial is scheduled to begin in February. At the Regional Justice Center, I'm David Charnes, 8 News Now.
So as we first told you, Davis recently changed attorneys for that particular trial. Those attorneys telling us they are prepared for that trial, which is scheduled to start next year.
Lawyers for the man charged with murdering the rapper Tupac Shakur filing a motion this week. 8 News Now investigator Kyle Payne joins us live in studio with more. Kyle, why now?
Brian, the murder trial for Duane Davis, best known as Keefe D, is coming right up this summer, and his new lawyer wants to get some of the evidence the state plans to use against him tossed as soon as he can.
They have a right to their point of view. We have a right to ours, and nobody has a monopoly on the truth, or in this case, the facts.
And some of those facts, Davis's attorney, Robert Draskevich, wants to clarify, as he did in this 24-page motion to suppress evidence that Metro Police seized in a nighttime search of Davis's home. Davis's lawyer writing the police didn't have good reason to break down Davis's door in the middle of the night, so to speak, and that this affidavit Metro showed a judge in order to get that warrant shouldn't have been enough for her to allow the nighttime search. The motion to suppress says the court was misled and that there was bad faith, meaning the judge should toss any evidence the police recovered that night. The 8 News Now investigator spoke with Draskevich earlier this year.
We keep our eye on the ball. What we do is we lay out all the tasks that need to occur before the trial date, investigation that needs to occur, interviews that need to take place, subpoenas that need to be issued. We are just beginning that now.
And now, this motion to suppress, accompanied by 186 pages of supporting documents, including a list of items the cops took from Davis's home after the search, like a USB drive, an iPhone, iPads, laptops, and other tablets. The second page showing the police also grabbed a copy of Vibe magazine on the murder victim, the rapper Tupac Shakur, a copy of the book Compton Street Legends, in which Davis is alleged to have confessed to the murder. District Attorney Steve Wolfson, back when Davis was arrested over 2 years ago, standing behind the evidence Davis is now challenging.
This is an important case. We wanted to make sure we get it right. We wanted to make sure we had legally admissible evidence. We wanted to make sure that we felt comfortable that we had sufficient legal evidence. You know, if you're going to charge a person with murder, he has a right to believe that the system would only bring charges if there was sufficient legal evidence.
Davis's attorney is no stranger to high-profile cases. Robert Draskevich just defended a former porn star who was convicted of beheading her ex-husband, and he represented disgraced politician Robert Tellis in his murder case a year ago, August. Brian.
Duane Davis and the lawyers on both sides will appear in court January 6th to argue the latest motion. Davis is serving a sentence at High Desert State Prison for a fight he started when he was in Clark County Detention Center awaiting his murder trial.
Prosecutors say the man charged in connection with Tupac Shakur's murder repeatedly confessed to it. That in response to a motion by lawyers for Duane Keefe D. Davis to toss evidence police collected in a nighttime search of Davis's home. The lawyers call that search unnecessary. Documents say police seized several computers, tablets, hard drives, firearm cartridges, and black tubes containing photographs. Prosecutors say Davis was a high-ranking leader of the South Side Compton gang Crips and served prison time as recently as 2015.
Bro, that's wild, bro. This whole situation is crazy, man. Just me being honest with all of you guys, man. It's not gonna end well, bro. It's not. Matter of fact, let me show y'all something.
Let me show all y'all something. Let me show y'all something. This blew my socks off, man. This literally blew my socks off, man. When I tell y'all they said that they have unnamed individuals, I literally, matter of fact, let me put it on the screen. I want to show y'all that. Where they said they have unnamed individuals. Who the hell are they talking about, bro? When they say unnamed individuals, you guys, who are they talking about? Hold on. Let's put this up here. Do y'all not see that? Those 4,000 pages are restrictive. Now read this right here, you guys. The 4,000 pages of discovery, which is different from a typical court filing. Discovery includes raw evidence like police notes from 1996, private electronic data from the 2023 SWAT raid, and sensitive LAPD, FBI gang dossiers because it contains personal identifiable information, PII. That means that they didn't release these files in their full today because there's so many people's names in it. The fear of the safety, the fear of the public safety would have been through the roof. Because if they would have released today with all these, the 4,000 pages, if they would have released the names of some of these gang members and some of these people that was involved that may have given information or may have said something or may have even been involved. Look at what it says right here. It says the 4,000 pages constitute discovery, which is different from a typical court filing. Discovery includes raw evidence like police notes from 96, private electronic data from the 2023 SWAT raid, and sensitive LAPD, FBI gang dossiers because it contains PII, personal identifiable information of uncharged individuals, and active security details. The court keeps the full raw file restricted to the attorneys of record to protect witness safety ahead of the trial. And I showed y'all all them witnesses that they gonna be out-of-state witnesses they flying in. This gonna be crazy. This gonna be crazy. This gonna be crazy, man. This is gonna be crazy. All them out-of-state witnesses, you guys. Yeah, this is gonna be one of them ones, man. Wow, bro. We'll see if they push it back again. That case been getting pushed back for years now. But we'll see because they dropped 4,000 pages on this dude, bro. And now they have linked the death of Biggie to, and they said, bro, this is the craziest part. I gotta show y'all this. Hold on. Just so everybody don't think I'm capping. I have to show y'all this. I don't want nobody to think I'm capping. Hold on, you guys. I have to show y'all this. I could not believe they said that Keefe D did a effing, bro, this is wild. They said that Keefe D, y'all, did an undercover sting. You know how like the FBI be having people do undercover stings? They said Keefe D did an undercover sting, man. Come on, man. Bro, you can't do no undercover sting, bro. They said this man did an undercover sting, bro. Hold on, I'm about to show y'all. Hold on. Let me see. Wow, bro. He's so fucked, man. Unbelievable, bro. They said that Keefe D claimed. They said that Keefe D claimed that the $1 million payment for the hit was allegedly funneled to a New York-based gangster by the name of Eric Zip Martin. And in order for the cops to confirm that claim, they said that they flew Keefe D. So it was the cops that flew Keefe D to the East Coast to jam them niggas up. It's right there. They say the cops flew Keefe D to the East Coast, y'all. Look at it. It says to prove the conspiracy. The documents revealed that the LAPD task force flew Keefe D to New York in 2009 to undercoverly corroborate the financial links and the plotting between the East Coast figures and the Compton Crips. That nigga was wearing a wire, they said, and he don't want that to go into court in front of the world. And they said he was wearing a wire, man. Damn. That man, they said this nigga wearing a wire, man. What? Hold on, let me put this on the screen. Hold on, you guys. I'm putting this shit on the screen. Cause I know niggas be thinking I'm capping. Damn, bro. They said that nigga was a confidential informant for the LAPD. And they said the reason why he did it was because he was they had caught him on the drugs. So instead of him going to prison, they're alleging that he cooperated. Now, this is their allegation. You know, Keefe D is gonna have his own statements or his own thoughts about what happened. You know what I'm saying? But this is what they have in the paperwork. So this is not me just making this allegation. I'm telling you what they're putting in the paperwork on this shit. Hold on, let me put this out here for y'all. I want to get this up for you guys so y'all can see it. Cause this is just wild. Hold on, you guys. You guys have to see this, chat. Bro, I couldn't believe when I'm seeing this. I still can't believe my eyes. Hold on, here we go right here. Keefe D. Here it goes right here, you guys. Hold on. Hold on 1 second. How do I make it bigger? Oops. My bad. How do I make this shit bigger? Okay, here we go. Keefe D went undercover for an LAPD-led federal task force in 2009 during a sting operation in New York City. According to a 179-page court filing by the LA prosecutors, Keefe D actively worked as a confidential informant. His primary objective was to uncover evidence connecting Sean Diddy Combs and his associates to the 1996 murder of Tupac Shakur. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. The details of the New York sting. The primary target of the undercover operation
was Harlem gangster Eric Von Zip, right? Keefe D had previously claimed that Martin intercepted the $1 million bounty offered by Diddy to kill Tupac. He kept the money for himself, keeping the money for himself. Keefe D flew to New York City alongside Los Angeles law enforcement officers under the guise of a drug transaction. Keefe D met with Eric Zip Martin and his nephew. His instructions were to recruit Martin into a narcotics trafficking scheme. That nigga was wearing a wire? Man, that's crazy. His instructions were to recruit Martin into a narcotics trafficking scheme to gather wiretap evidence and build a case regarding Tupac murder conspiracy. Wow. Wow. Wow, man. This can't be true. This can't be true. What the hell? Damn. It goes on to say, the outcome was the sting failed to secure the intended results. As Eric Zip Martin told Keefe D he was out of the business and redirected Keefe D to handle any drug activities with his nephew instead. Zip was smart. Keefe D agreed to the undercover operation because he had been caught trafficking a large quantity of drugs by a joint federal LA task force to avoid a life sentence in prison. He signed a proffer agreement. Under this agreement, he confessed to his role in Tupac's murder and agreed to work as an informant to help implicate bigger targets. That nigga was trying to put, y'all know who he was trying to put down. Wow, bro. And now Keefe D is fighting right now to keep all this information from coming out in the trial. Because in the trial, it's all gonna come out. It's all gonna come out. So he's fighting to keep this information private for the trial. Like, share, subscribe, man. Y'all gotta let me know what y'all feel about this, man. This is crazy. I did not expect this today, y'all. 4,000 pages, y'all. They dropped 4,000 pages on this dude today of evidence that has now linked Biggie Smalls to the murder of Tupac Shakur. They have linked those two murders together, the Tupac and the Biggie. That's wild, bro. R.I.P. to Pac, R.I.P. to Big, man. Damn, bro. They're gonna play everything in court, my nigga. Yo, we covering this trial. They're gonna play all that shit in court, bro. All them undercover tapes, they playing all that shit in court, bro. Bro, anybody that gave statements, they playing that shit in court. They said this nigga went on a sting operation to jam up Diddy and Zip. That's wild, bro. That's what they're alleging. In 2009, they said that the officers flew out with him to New York, bro. That's wild. Y'all let me know what y'all feel, man. If Keefe D would have never said nothing else, he probably would have walked away. A free man. If he would have never said nothing else. To happen in a couple weeks. And we have just got an explosive update for you guys. As the man accused of killing Tupac Shakur that is on trial, Keefe D, has just rejected a plea deal. Apparently, they offered him a plea deal from between 10 to 25 years. I'm going to repeat myself again. They going for the whole meal on this nigga. Apparently, Keefe D, the man who have been accused of murdering Tupac Shakur, was offered a plea deal of between 10 to 25 years. And he has now, and this is days before his trial is getting ready to begin. His trial is getting ready to begin this coming up week. Oh no, on the 10th. It's either on the 4th or the 10th. His trial is beginning.
Also, we're going to be announcing the winner of that flat screen TV today in our community post. In our community post, make sure y'all check it. If you are one of the ones that are subscribed to our paid option on the Patreon podcast show, make sure y'all check our community post. We'll be announcing that later on today. But back to this. He also, and boy, this gonna ruffle some feathers right here when I tell y'all this shit right here. He also came out. Not only did he reject the plea deal, he has come out and denounced that he is tied with any gang. He has denounced the Crips gang. He has denounced and denied being any type of member, leader, or anything in the gang at all. He has denounced that. And on top of that, he has came out and basically put this DJ Vlad thing on blast. And he came out in his interview and said that DJ Vlad, the lady paid him $150,000 or $125,000. We're gonna get to it right now. I'm gonna show you guys right now. So it says Keefe D sat down behind bars just days before his trial kicks off, and the whole thing's a contradiction wrapped in a contradiction. It says that he's denying everything about Tupac's 1996 murder, yet he's already told the world his version of the events in a 2019 memoir and multiple interviews. The 63-year-old faces charges for orchestrating the killing. But when 8 News Now investigators pressed him on whether he had anything to do with it, he was crystal clear. He said, "No, ma'am, I wasn't even in Nevada. I wasn't even in Nevada, period," he said. In Compton Street Legend, Keefe D claimed he was sitting in the front passenger seat when Tupac got shot on September the 7th, 1996. His nephew, Orlando Anderson, a Crips gang member, was supposedly in the back seat when the gun, or with the gun, when he saw Suge Knight driving by in his BMW with Tupac in the passenger seat. Yo, y'all can't hear me? Yo, y'all let me know in the comments. Can y'all hear me? Somebody said they ain't got no volume. Can y'all hear me? Yo, we got a mic check, man. Yo, y'all gotta let me know in the comment section, man. Somebody said, "Yo, Ticket, what's going on? I can't hear you." It must be your volume, because everybody in the comment section seem like we good. Yo, are we good in the comments? Y'all gotta let me know. Yeah. Hey, that's your volume, dog. To the dude, Brother Muhammad, in there in the comment. That's your volume, bro. So y'all smash the like button and share the video on this. This is wild, y'all. So check it out, man. It says that his nephew, Orlando Anderson, a Crips gang member, was supposedly in the back seat when the gun, or with the gun, when he saw Suge Knight driving his BMW with Tupac in the passenger seat. Orlando Anderson shot up the BMW. Knight was shot in the head but survived the shooting, while Tupac died days later, this article says. Now, that's not having been proven at all. You know what I'm saying? So we got to get back to that as far as who shot him. So I don't know why this article put that Orlando Anderson did it, because Keefe D is on trial right now. So we don't even know. We'll hear some evidence, I guess, during this trial. Now, because Keefe D lost a lot of motions and they're going to be having shit in trial against him. So anyways, it says Keefe D's explanation for why he wrote all this down and talked about it. Well, he said publicly, he said he did it for money. He said, "I was just after the money. I did it for money." You know what I'm saying? That means all them interviews he did with all the dialogue, the interview he did with DJ Vlad, he's saying it's for money. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to show you guys, right, what he said, because he's saying now he didn't even write that book. And the shit he said in this interview now, bro, crazy. Let's get to it.
This afternoon, an 8 News Now exclusive before one of the biggest trials in Las Vegas history. A sit-down interview with the man accused in the murder of Tupac Shakur. Duane Keefe D. Davis speaking with investigator Vanessa Murphy. A quick note, our team was not allowed to put a microphone on Davis due to security. That's why we've included subtitles.
The trial surrounding the murder of rap legend Tupac Shakur nearly 30 years ago is just days away. We were given the rare opportunity to sit down with the man at the center of it all,
Duane Keefe D. Davis face to face while he waits here in jail. Did you have anything to do with the murder of Tupac Shakur?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. I wasn't even in the matter. I wasn't in the matter, period.
Do you regret the book and the interview?
Yeah, I was just after the money, and they said I was covered. I did it for the money. You know what I'm saying? And
But did anyone tell you maybe it's not a good idea to do that because they might arrest you after they hear you say that or read it in your book? Like, did anyone close to you say, not a good idea?
that was the ghostwriters. I didn't like that book. You know, I don't know nothing about no Winston Churchill.
So now he's saying, I ain't write that book. So the book he paraded all around when he was out, and he went from platform to platform to platform. He's now saying he ain't even write that book. He's saying somebody else wrote that book and he lied just to get all the money. You know what I'm saying? So now all those details that was already confirmed then, as far as different events, because he told all the dialogue and those guys and DJ Vlad a lot of shit. So how could you say all that? And then over the years, some of those details he said had already been confirmed. Y'all smash the like button if y'all come on in here and share the video. But listen to what else he said, because he goes into DJ Vlad and he talks about the plea deal they offered him that he just rejected. They offered him 10 to 25 years. He was like, hell no, I can't do that. I'm going to die.
Frank Sinatra, just read the book, you know why.
They might arrest you after they hear you say that or read it in your book. Like, did anyone close to you say, not a good idea?
That was the ghostwriters. I didn't like that book. You know, I don't know nothing about no Winston Churchill, Frank Sinatra. Just read the book, you know why I didn't like that book. You know what I'm saying? And the Vlad thing, the lady, she gave me $150,000.
But then when I was watching the interview this week.
He said the Vlad thing, man, people gonna be mad about this motherfucker right here. He said the lady gave him $150,000. Y'all heard Boosie and them arguing about that, the money that Vlad was giving him, because, you know, Boosie, I thought, hey, man, look, he has a right to ask for more money. He have a right to ask for what he feel like. You know what I mean? Real talk. So I didn't like when people was trying to put a price on it, man. He can ask what he want to ask for. He the entity. This is the same shit with Marlon Wayne. So Marlon Wayne told Vlad, hey, I want $40,000 for the interview. Why is DJ Vlad crying? If you don't want to pay the 40 racks, move on. Take it. I mean, you ain't got to go do a whole broadcast about it. DJ Vlad went and did a whole broadcast about that shit. And I told y'all this. And y'all was wondering why all those other people came and upped the price of the brick on what they was asking for the interviews. Ari Spears, all them. And then when they saw what was going on with Tekashi 6ix9ine. Now imagine this. Imagine how Tekashi 6ix9ine and them thinking now, when this man had revealed this and said that a girl paid him 150 racks for an interview. God dang. Do you know how much money that is for an interview? 150? Shit.
You know why I didn't write that book. You know what I'm saying? And the Vlad thing, the lady, she gave me $150,000.
And the Vlad thing, the lady, she gave me $150,000. God dang. Think about this, y'all. You get 150 racks from Vlad, from the lady, is what he said, for that interview? God dog, bro. What the fuck? That's a lot of cheese, bro. 150 racks. And niggas out here talk, that's pennies. Excuse me, what these other niggas getting is pennies compared to that. If that's true, 150 racks. Now imagine being Vlad and you may have allegedly paid this guy 150 racks and then he lied on your platform. Is what he's saying. Right now, that's what he's saying because he got charged. Boy, this shit is crazy, bro. This shit damn near demonic right here, bro.
Frank Sinatra, just read the book. You know I didn't write that book. You know what I'm saying? And the black thing, the lady, she gave me $150,000.
But then when I was watching the interview this week, and the way you sort of go through it by play, like then this happened, then this happened.
See, that's the thing. That's where you're gonna get fucked. And I told y'all, he is gonna get FUC double K with that because he did go play by play with that shit. And matter of fact, if y'all remember, right, he went play by play with that shit, bro. He went play by play with that shit, bro. And you can't just make that shit up how he said it. Like I said, he went play by play with that shit, right? So when I seen him talking about it, I was like, damn, dog, like he telling the whole thing, like, you know what I'm saying? It ain't nothing. He's telling the whole thing. So if you look at it in that context, you know what I mean? The way he explained the whole shit, right? I'm just saying. You know what I mean? Then he said he denounced the gangster life, right? Right? And let's talk about this. Let's talk about this, y'all. Hold on. Let's get back to this.
I was watching the interview this week, and the way you sort of go through it by play, like then this happened, then this happened. It's very believable.
They wrote me a script to follow. My lawyer came with a script.
He said they wrote him a script, y'all. He said in the interviews he did with Vlad and them, he said they wrote him a script, and he sat right there and read the script. So does that mean DJ Vlad gonna have to answer to this? Is that true? Because that means that they're doing fake interviews. I mean, they're doing fake informational interviews. If what he says is true, that means the interviews that they're putting out are false information interviews. That literally means that the interviews are bullshit. DJ Vlad and them have to attest to this. Are those interviews that they're doing real or not? That's a real question right now. Are the interviews that Vlad and them are doing, or are they scripted? Because this man is saying that his lawyer and them came in and gave him the script play by play. So that means that he would have to have had a script right there, and he would have had to been reading it, because there's no way you can memorize a script like that and just go up there and say everything detail for detail throughout the whole interview if he didn't have the script right there. Think about what I'm saying to y'all now. This shit, bro, the trial is getting ready to come up. This is crazy.
Sort of go through it by play, like then this happened, then this happened. It's very believable.
They wrote me a script to follow. My lawyer came with the script. It seemed like he was in there with them the whole time.
When
it
you
says
were...
so he threw his lawyer under the bus. He said the lawyer did him a script, brought the script, and he said it seemed like the lawyer was in bed with them the whole time. Somebody got to ask DJ Vladimir, buddy, are you having people come here interview, doing fake interviews with scripts? Because that's what Keefe D said. Keefe D said, and if he's saying that, they may have to call DJ Vlad as a witness. See, this is where this thing gonna get wicked. If he's saying that now, what do you think he's gonna say in his defense in a couple days? They may have to call DJ Vlad, and DJ Vlad may have to get his crazy ass on the stand and testify. Now, DJ Vlad has always talked about not testifying. They subpoena his ass, he gonna testify. And they gonna subpoena and make his ass, this was a bad idea he did this interview. Because I guarantee you, if that is a contradiction and he says that in court, they're going to subpoena DJ Vlad, make him come out there to the trial, make him testify. I'm going to say this again. They're going to make him testify whether or not what Keefe D just said was true or false. So DJ Vlad always talk about not being in the case in the original script. Well, guess what? I'm going to tell y'all something. Vlad got more cameras than he got that just show y'all the interview. During them interviews he got more cameras that's going. So y'all see one angle. Vlad got other angles that y'all never see. That's called raw video. So Vlad is probably going to be subpoenaed if he comes with this. And they're going to say, hey, Vlad, did his lawyer come with a script to that interview? And they're going to make Vlad probably get on the stand. I would guarantee you they'll probably have to make Vlad get on it because his interview is key in this case. The interviews that this man did on Art of Dialogue and the things he said over there. Think about this one more time. And then he said the lawyer seemed like that he was, in cahoots with them. Man, that's crazy, bro.
Like, then this happened. It's very believable.
They wrote me a script to follow. My lawyer came with the script. It seemed like he was in bed with them the whole time.
When you were talking in this interview about Tupac's murder and when you were doing this book, were you considering maybe his family at all?
No, I just did it for the money. You know what I'm saying? Trying to feed my family. You know what I'm saying? And it's wrong.
Notice how he keep looking to the left. Notice how he keep looking to his right. Our left, his right. He keep looking to the right. Every time he say something, he looking to the right, bro. I don't know if it's his lawyer over there, but he keeps looking to the right, man. Right? Y'all watch this right here, man. Watch what I just said now.
Trying to feed my family. You know what I'm saying? And it's wrong.
Maybe his family at all?
No, I just did it for the money. You know what I'm saying? Trying to feed my family. You know what I'm saying? And it's wrong. It's just wrong. I'm an innocent man. And they said, yeah, Crip. I haven't been around that stuff since like 89.
So he's saying he stopped in 89. Now, Tupac was murdered in 96. He's on tape talking about how he was. I ain't gonna say. I'm gonna let him say it. If he says this in court, he says he hadn't been a Crip since 89. Look at this again, y'all.
I'm an innocent man. And they said, yeah, Crip. I haven't been around that stuff since like 89. I stopped that stuff, pulled up my pants.
He said he stopped that stuff. 89. Pac died in 96. He said, I stopped being around that stuff and pulled up my pants. Let's keep going now.
I'm not no leader of Crips or none of that stuff. That's wrong.
He said he's not no leader of the Crips. None of that stuff. That's wrong.
They just try to make their case look good or something. He's the leader of the Crips. He's way.
He said they're trying to make their case look good by saying he's the leader of the Crips. Right?
Like 89. I stopped that stuff, pulled up my pants. I'm not no leader of the Crips or none of that stuff. That's wrong. They just try to make their case look good or something. He's the leader of the Crips. He's way up there in the Crips. No, I'm not. You know what I'm saying? There's no color line. I'm messing with Bloods, Crips, everybody. You know what I'm saying? I just wasn't the leader of the Crips. I helped Suge Knight get that record company together. You know what I'm saying? And why would I kill the guy that's making us the most money?
Oh, so he's saying he was rocking with Suge Knight. Did y'all not hear this? He said he was rocking with Suge Knight, and he was helping Suge Knight get money. That's what he's saying. So he's saying he's colorblind. He said, I helped Suge Knight get that deal, and why would I hurt our money? Peep game now.
Crips or none of that stuff. That's wrong. It's just wrong. I'm an innocent man. And they said, Yeah, Crip. I haven't been around that stuff since like 89. I stopped that stuff, pulled up my pants. I'm not no leader or Crips or none of that stuff. That's wrong. They just try to make their case look good or something. He's the leader of the Crips. He's way up there in the Crips. No, I'm not. You know what I'm saying? There's no color line. I'm messing with Bloods, Crips, everybody. You know what I'm saying? I was just wasn't the leader of the Crips. I helped Suge Knight get that record company together. You know what I'm saying? And why would I kill the guy that's making us the most money? You know what I'm saying? That's rapper back then. Why would I kill our money? It don't make sense.
He said, why would I kill our money? So he's saying him and Suge Knight was together. And he said, why would I kill our money? Like, that don't make no sense. So Keefe D is saying he worked with Suge Knight to get that record company or that record deal. And he's saying, hey, man, why would I kill Tupac? That's our money. So he's saying, hey, man, I was colorblind, man. You know what I'm saying? He said, hey, I helped him get the company. Why would I do something to our money? Then he says, you can even ask Suge Knight. Suge Knight don't ain't kill him.
There's no color line. I'm messing with Bloods, Crips, everybody. You know what I'm saying? I was just wasn't the leader of the Crips. I helped Suge Knight get that record company together. You know what I'm saying? And why would I kill the guy that's making us the most money? You know what I'm saying? That's rapper back then. Why would I kill our money? It don't make sense. Suge Knight will tell you that I didn't do it.
Suge Knight will tell you.
Has the DA's office offered you any plea deals, and would you consider a plea deal?
I'm not going to take no plea deal because I didn't do nothing. You know what I'm saying? And I'm 63. I had a cancer battle, and I got 3 stents to my heart. And the average American lives to like 74 years old. 10 years, I'm dead. So what I don't like taking to jail. You know what I'm saying? I heard it was like something 10 to 25.
He said he heard that they offered him a plea deal of 10 to 25 years. Do y'all not know they offer you 10 to 25 years, they got some shit on you, bro? 10 to 25 years? Like, if they would have offered him a bullshit plea deal, like, if they would have gave him something like 4 or 5 years, that case is weak. He's saying they offered him 10 to 20 and 25 years, between 10 and 25, on a plea deal. Bro, this shit is crazy. Let's keep going, man.
And I'm 63. I had a cancer battle, and I got 3 stents to my heart. And the average American lives to like 74 years old. 10 years, I'm dead. So what I don't like taking to jail. You know what I'm saying? I heard it was like something 10 to 25. I'm not going to do that. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to take a deal like that. And I have, especially after I haven't done nothing. I'm an innocent man.
How concerned are you that you'll be convicted after this trial and you won't get to spend your final years with your family?
Yeah, I think the Ninth Circuit Court is going to let me go. I think they're going to let me go because it's not right. I'm going to be all right, though. Because God upstairs, he got me. He know I am this. Yeah. And I hate I put my family in jeopardy like this. So that's one little regret I have.
Jury selection is scheduled for August 10th.
So then we go to this. And this is the art of dialogue. And this is what he said on the art of dialogue. Right here. This is why I tell y'all, when he go to court, they're going to use all this shit right here against this guy. Watch what I tell y'all. Let's look at this right here. Hold on. It's right here.
All right, here we go. Keefe D, happy to have you back on the platform, my man.
Yeah, hey, good to be here, big dog.
Yeah, man. So, I had to bring you back. I mean, you hit me up. It was a few things that you wanted to get off your chest. So, Yeah, man. The floor is yours, my man.
Okay, first of all, I wanted to address the Mob James situation. Big dog, I'm not scared to go on the show with you, big dog. You know, you went with my homegirl. Then you say, I can't get 10 South Sides to say Keefe D was a gangster. Man, gangsters move in silence anyway. You know what I'm saying? And my homeboys ain't going to go with the ops against me for you. So you can knock that off. And back in 84, I went to the pen for emptying 2 clips in this dude's house, dude. And I was in jail when there was only 8 prisons in the state of California. You had to do something to go to prison. Now they just send anybody, drunk drivers, 40 prisons in there. It's a money-making business. But back when I went to prison, it was only 8 of them, and you had to do something to go to prison, dude. So you can kill that as I'm a buster or whatever. You know what I'm saying? I'm a buster even for even addressing this situation anyway. Coming back with saying this, you know what I'm saying? But big dog, I lived on your street for 3 years on killing. Address 1815. You know, I can tell you everything. What's the name lived across the street from you? Cedric McGill from Grape Street. I lived it down the street from you. Keefe D from South Side. And it's this old man named Willie. He used to have a little gambling shack, play dominoes and shoot dice at his house. He lived like 3 doors down from me. Then your big homeboy that had the big sack named Ken, he lived in that corner with the pretty houses. You look, your little homeboys used to come check out my cars. I don't know if it was you or not, but y'all used to come check out them pretty low riders, them pretty cars. Big dog, I ain't scared to go on the show with you, big dog. You know that, homeboy. My son, you know, me and my son, you and my son do talk to each other all the time. You know what I'm saying? And you went with my homegirl. You got a baby by my homegirl. I was good to you. I was good to Pam. You know what I'm saying? Make sure she had money and everything. She bring money home to y'all, man. Come on, big dog. Matter of fact, a couple of your homeboys was on my team. Zeke. You know what I'm saying? It ain't just all about a Crip and blood thing, big dog. You know what I'm saying? That's all.
What show is you referring to?
What show? Vlad.
Okay.
Was it Vlad or I think it was Norm's show or something. Norman's show or one of them shows. But he took it down and we talked. You know what I'm saying? But I just wanted to address the situation, dude.
Okay, so you were supposed to do a show with Mob James.
Yeah, I was supposed to do a show with Miles James, but Vlad ain't paying right, dude. And I'm not just getting on there for anything. Seems like he's obsessed with me. If Stephen A. Smith come on this show, he gonna ask him about me. The fuck? You know what I'm saying? God damn. Then my little homeboy Knockout, Drayster, Trey D, them. You know what I'm saying? Y'all Crips, man. Y'all ain't got no business getting on that white man show talking about me, dude. You know what I'm saying? Y'all don't know what understand the situation or nothing I was in. You know what I'm saying? So please, you know what I'm saying? Y'all my little homeboys, you know what I'm saying? You know, I didn't even want to come on the show to address the situation, BG, you know what I'm saying? Because you know, you my little homeboy, man. So, you know, that's all I wanted to say about the situation. Yeah. Y'all Crips, y'all shouldn't even get on that dude's show talking about me, dude, big dog. I made sure it's y'all hood, every hood. Insanes was with me, the 20s, Nutty Blocks, Grape Streets. Even some of Suge homeboys was with me on my team, man. We was getting money, man. I wasn't, you know what I'm saying? I'm a good dude, homeboy. Don't try to fucking down me, you know what I'm saying? Shit. So I can't come to Compton. Here I am, Reggie Wright, Reggie Sr., Mob James. Man, I am Compton, dude. What is wrong with you? Ain't nobody got no beef with me but y'all. I'm a real dude, homie. I'm from Compton, man. I'm a real Compton motherfucker. Born and raised. Yeah, that's all I got to say. I'm here. Boom. And I'll come to your neighborhood if you want me to. Yeah. I'm in Compton. This is where my career started at as far as the drug game. Yeah. Balling. I'm in Compton. Thought I couldn't be in Compton. I'm everywhere, man. I am Compton. What is wrong with you, Reggie, right? You don't know that shit about me, dude. Yeah. This is where my drug dealing career kind of started at, right here. Got put down from this coach up here. Put me down and started balling ever since. Yeah. There you go, Compton. I'm here, baby. So there you go. You motherfuckers that say I couldn't come to Compton. I am Compton. I've been in Compton since 1965, man. My dad live out there. My family live out there. I'm just not gonna come see my dad. Only one gonna stop me from coming to Compton is Jesus Christ, man. Or dirtbag. Only way I'm not coming to Compton, man. I am Compton, dude. I'm part of Compton, man. Compton is embedded in me, dude. I don't know what the fuck you wrong. You just talking out your ass, Reggie, right? So knock that bullshit off, Mr. Junior. I lived it around the corner from your punk ass when you was a little kid. Used to be in that driveway, thought you had some little basketball move. Your ass always been an unorthodox, sorry motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Your dad was good, but you was sorry, nigga. You were nothing like your dad. And you need to get some alcohol and rush your neck. That little rusty ass neck you got.
Is it true that Puff Daddy had a bounty on the death row chains?
No. Like they say, they said it's $10,000. It don't make sense because the change wasn't worth fucking $10,000. Some little punk ass change worth about $500-$600 back then. That was a bullshit change. I guess he get that to his little henchmen. Gave them bullshit change away.
Yeah, because I know Suge Knight, Tupac, Snoop, they wasn't wearing no, cheap chains like that. So it had to be his henchmen. So you saying his henchmen was wearing like...
That was a bullshit change. I wouldn't wear that bullshit. I wouldn't have put that on my neck.
So how you know the change was cheap?
Because I seen it.
How you seen it?
The homies had it. They came back from the mall.
Okay, so with that being said, man, let's get right into that, man. So the Lakewood Mall incident with Trayvon Lane. Give me a detailed account of everything that took place.
I wasn't there, but one of my little homies, he's for the play for Arizona, University of Arizona. And he's at the mall. And my nephew and all the other homies was on their way to meet him to buy him some stuff so he can go off to college. And they was already trying to press him. It was Trayvon Lane and a couple of more dudes. I think Kevin Woods, and some other dude. There was three of them.
Mm-hmm.
And once my little homie seen, he's a football player, motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? And he was strong safety. So once he see the homies come through the door, that's when he knocked Trayvon Lane out and took his chain. Snatched his chain at the same time. Boom. And one of them got knocked out through the shoe rack. Knocked out all the shoes. They fucked him up bad. Yeah.
Trayvon Lane, he said y'all never took the chain. Y'all tried to, but y'all didn't get it.
Now, my little homeboy had the chain, Marcus. He passed away, though. Rest his soul. Yeah, that's bullshit change. Really. I wouldn't wear that bullshit. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Orlando Anderson, he was involved with that incident, right?
He was there. Yeah, he was up there. It was about 8 of them. 8 homies went up there from South Side and handled their business.
Did Orlando talk to you about the incident?
Everybody that came back from the mall told me about the shit. Told me what happened. They was laughing like motherfuckers.
The Tupac Vegas incident. Why was y'all in Vegas in the first place?
Coming to the fights.
Now, see, he said, I wasn't never in Vegas. But this is what's going to hurt him. On these interviews, he said he was in Vegas. See, this is what's going to kill him in the court of law. When he goes to court, this is going to destroy him. All they're going to do is play these tapes. Right? So he's going to have to show, because he said, I read this from the script. They gave me the script. If they gave you the script, they're going to say, how could you recount this like this? You know what I'm saying? And recount it perfectly like this. And then you put yourself in Vegas at the fight.
We was going to the fights before the rappers. Before Suge even had a record company. We've been going to the fights since like 88, 89.
See? And now he said we've been going to the fights since 88, 89. Pac died in 96. He said that, oh yeah, I stopped all that other shit in 89. That's what he said to the white girl in the interview.
I'm just showing y'all they're gonna use this in court against him this week. Bro, this dude is fucked, man. He's going to prison for the rest of his life, man.
Come down here for the big fights.
So did y'all have tickets to that fight?
Yeah.
Y'all did?
Yeah.
Okay.
Got him from my little scabber partner. Scabber. I was matter of fact, I was in Tracy with him. He was from Rolling 60s. Little twin dude, he's scabber. When I got out, I used to go to the games, the Raider games at the Coliseum, and he used to be in front of the thing. I found out he was a scabber, so we exchanged numbers. So any concert, sporting event, I would call him ahead of time and get the tickets.
What day did y'all show up to Vegas?
I came on that Thursday.
He's even talking about the day he went to Vegas. So he's telling you how he got the tickets. He's telling you who gave him the tickets. He's saying all this shit on tape. Bro, he's not winning this case, bro. I'm telling you this right now. And they've allowed these tapes to be played in court. He's fucked. He's fucked. He is literally fucked, bro. He says, yo, I wasn't in Vegas. But he's on tape telling you the time, the day, how he got the tickets. Everything he's saying in this video contradicts everything he said in that interview last night.
That Thursday?
Yeah.
And the fight was on a Saturday. Y'all showed up on a Thursday. And if I'm not mistaken, the day before the shooting, you spoke to Suge Knight and Tupac, right? A day prior?
I didn't talk. Tupac don't know me.
But Suge Knight, you had a
Yeah, I
conversation
was
with Suge Knight.
we was waiting on our cars at the valet at the MGM. And they pulled up.
And he puts himself at the MGM. At the valet. I mean, bro, this man put himself at the scene. He is fucked, bro. He's fucked, bro. He literally told them everything on YouTube interviews.
And they Rolls Royces. And
tell me about that. Because that was a Friday. That was the day before the
yeah, and he got out and came and shook my hand. What up, big dog?
Suge Knight.
Yeah. That's why I didn't understand why would they jump on my nephew the next day. I was stupid.
Okay, so he came up to you, he shook his hand. And
Shook my hand. What up, big dog? What you doing? Huh? You know? And all the bitches, because all the bras was around him, and so they like, who the fuck is this dude? He must be powerful. You know what I'm saying? Everybody was just like that. Damn, he just came out of the crowd and
he's saying there's witnesses there. So what if the cops got one witness from that time that say I saw Keefe D there? I mean, bro, he's fucked. He's fucked, bro.
Out of the crowd just to shake this dude in. Yeah.
So just take me through that Saturday, everything leading up to the incident.
We had got tickets from the scapper dude, and he had us placed all over. We was gonna meet at the cafe after the fight. That was all our plans. So everybody had was coming to the cafe and shit. I seen some of my partners from 1180 East Coast Crips. They like, hey, they just jumped on your nephew. Like, ooh, said some death row niggas. Like, bullshit. They're like, yeah. And we ran in the lane inside the lobby.
So y'all ran into your nephew Orlando. What did he say to you?
He just said they jumped on him and stuff like that. And I asked him, was he all right? He said his shoulder's kind of fucked up. I guess from getting kicked in the shoulder or something, he said his shoulder was fucked up.
How mad was he?
I was more mad than him. Yeah. Why would you know what I'm saying, motherfucker? You know what's up. Know who people that is.
So what exactly did he tell you? Did he tell you like, yo, Tupac jumped on me, or?
He just said the death row niggas jumped on him.
And the only injury he had was his shoulder.
His shoulder was kind of fucked up.
Okay, so take me through that. You know, Orlando, he got jumped. What happened after that?
So we ran into the New York dudes. Zip them. They asked us, do we need some help? We like, nah, we good. And then my little homie, we had some little homies out here selling work, kilos and shit. And they like, man, we know where them niggas gonna be. They gonna be at the 662 Club. They been advertising this all week. They gonna perform this night. So we went up there, and my little homies went and got the choppers. And Mob James talking about he seen us back there. He lucky he didn't see us. We didn't see him. You know what I'm saying? They lucky they didn't show up. You know what I'm saying? So we had some headhunters with us, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, they lucky they didn't show up. 3 choppers. It would have been a massacre, you know? And just pulled up there and pulled up there, waited up there for about an hour. Mob James said 10 minutes. It wasn't fucking 10 minutes. Waited up there about an hour. We got tired and went on, started, let's go get high. We bought some champagne bottles, Cristal and Dom Perignon and shit. Stopped at the store and got that shit. When we left, we was in 3 cars, matter of fact. And the other 2 cars missed the light. So we kept on going, heading towards the hotel. When we got to Flamingo, that's when dude was hanging out. He was like he was in a parade or something. Stupid ass. Hanging out the window. Hey! He was like, Tupac! And we like, oh, there go that motherfucker. And we popped a Yui. And that was it.
So I want to backtrack a little. So y'all was waiting at 662. Tupac and Suge Knight didn't show up. But if I'm not mistaken, y'all was actually waiting at 662 for Tupac and Orlando can fight, right?
Yeah.
Tell me about that, because Orlando actually wanted to fight Tupac, right?
Yeah, he's gonna get his ass knocked out. So Lane had hands. 1 punch.
Oh, for real? He had hands?
Oh, hell yeah, like God. Yeah.
So tell me about that. Orlando saying he wanted to fight Tupac and have a heads up with him.
We was just, I was gonna tell Suge, let him get down. That's all. He's just gonna beat his ass.
So y'all was at 662, Tupac and Suge Knight didn't show up. So that's when y'all decided to retaliate, and that's when y'all was like, okay.
No, we just left because they didn't show up.
Okay. Von Zip is the one that provided y'all with the gun, right?
I don't know nothing about that.
I mean, it's in the book and everything, yeah.
I don't know nothing about that. Ask Gabe Greg K. You believe most of his stories. You know? You do though.
Yeah, Greg Caden said it. I mean, it said it in the book. I got your book, the audio book.
See, he got the whole world fucked up. Like you got you fucked up. You know what I'm saying? Like that. Like I said, that.
No, this is in your book.
Unsolved is fucking unsolved is fabricated bunch of bullshit. The way he wanted to portray me. You know what I'm saying? I'm sagging, khaki pants. Man, I ain't want no khaki pants in fucking junior high school. High school, I'm a player, dude.
But here's the thing. I got the audio book. So
yeah.
So it's all in the book. So Von Zip is the one that provided, not Shu, but somebody that was in a white Cadillac with the gun.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So tell me how that came about. You don't have to tell me the person he gave it to. Okay, so we're not trying to blame you for that, but just tell me how that came about, Von Zip offering somebody that was in the car with the gun.
What's that?
No, just tell me how it came about. Once again, you don't have to say who exactly he gave the gun to, but just say how it came about where Von Zip provided you and your crew with the gun.
No, he just asked, do we need some help? And shit. He came up with the thing. That's all. Shit, he had a thing on him. We already had things too, though. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
We had already had things too. And he had a thing. That's all.
So how did you know Tupac and Suge was in the black BMW?
He was hanging out the window.
Tupac?
Yeah.
What was he doing?
Shit, he had half his body out the window. Yeah. Just, you know, that Bay Area shit. You know how they do. That weird shit. Like Ghost Rider whip. You know, they just want to be flamboyant. You know what I'm saying? Want to be seen and shit.
But you said the females was yelling Tupac's name, right?
Yeah, once
that's
he
how
was hanging
y'all
out the
found
window.
out they was in the car, right?
Tupac, and he was, hey, you know. bullshit. You know, a real motherfucker ain't gonna be sitting down and set his ass down somewhere. You know what I'm saying? I'll be hanging out no fucking window. Just want to be seen and shit.
Right.
Yeah.
So
What's up?
so you and your crew, y'all on Flamingo and Koval, and y'all slowly pull up to Tupac and Suge in a black BMW. Tell me how that came about.
We just took the gutter lane. Like we said, we pulled up to the stoplight, and they was making a right. It was about 17 cars. We just pulled up in the gutter lane. And seen their ass. Yeah. And I first shot it, hit big boy in the head. I thought he was dead. Like, damn, he dead. And they didn't even give chase, make it so bad. Some brawls gave it chase. They got their little windshield shot out. It was over with after that.
Dre, he was the one that was supposed to shoot, you know, Tupac and Suge, but he got scared, right?
No, he didn't really get scared. You know, he wasn't ready for that. They was youngsters, man. Kids.
But once again, I mean, y'all Crips, right? So he should be used to that, right, Dre? So why was
He wasn't ready for that. Everybody got a role, man. Everybody ain't killers. Everybody, you know what I'm saying? Everybody ain't gonna kill.
So
Everybody
Dre,
ain't
he
with
wasn't
that.
a shooter?
No.
Okay, so but he was the one that was supposed to shoot up Tupac and Suge, but for some reason he wasn't ready for it, so he gave the gun to Orlando, right?
Something like that, yeah.
And Orlando is the shooter. He's the known shooter. I mean, everybody know Orlando Anderson was a shooter. So Dre got cold feet. He didn't want to do it. He gave the gun to Orlando, and Orlando shot Tupac and Suge.
Yeah, he did his thing, yeah.
Okay, so what was Tupac and Suge's reaction when Orlando started shooting up the BMW?
Oh, shit. Suge just ducked his head, and the first bullet went in his head, so the next one's hit him. It was like he was doing a breakdance trying to jump in the back seat or something. Yeah. Like, damn. Yeah, what the fuck? It looked like he was trying to jump in the, but it was, the bullets was in his ass. Then we made the right, and them bras tried to get a little chase. You know what I'm saying? But I wonder why Reddy didn't get a chase, because I seen him do some shooting before, for sure.
Right. So
you want to talk about that too?
No, we're gonna get into all that. So Tupac, you said he was trying to reach for a gun, or it looked like he was trying to reach for a gun.
Yeah. Looked like he was trying to get his thing done. That's what it looked like.
And you said Tupac tried to jump in the back seat.
It looked like he was
when y'all start shooting.
He was reaching, and it looked like he was trying to jump in the back seat or something. He was like breakdancing or some shit. It was, yeah.
All right, so how you feel about people that say Suge use Tupac as a shield?
Oh, he used it as no shield. This man shot in the fucking head. That's what we thought was dead.
Okay.
First bullet went straight in his head.
So Suge Knight reaction wasn't him trying to grab Tupac?
Nah, he's lying. That's why I say Greg Kane, Reggie, Knockout, was they there? They wasn't there. Yeah.
So after the incident, what did y'all do after that? Y'all went to the hotel, right?
Yeah.
Tell me about that.
Just started drinking and shit. Popping bottles, shit. That's all. And shit. Didn't nobody know but us four that was in the car.
Right.
Yeah.
So what happened with the gun? Where y'all stashed the gun at?
I left it on the tire on one of them cars in the parking lot.
What did y'all do with the white Cadillac?
Took it back to the rental car place.
How long did y'all stay in Vegas after that incident?
We left the next day.
And you told Orlando not to tell nobody, right?
Yeah.
Tell me about that.
I said, on this type of shit, you can't be telling nobody shit. That's the only way you're going to stay free.
Yeah, you told Orlando and everybody else that was in the car that.
Yeah. Shut the fuck up.
Okay.
Don't tell nobody shit.
Bro, he's cooked, man. He cooked, man. He's cooked, bro. He's cooked, bro. He's cooked, bro. He is cooked, bro. And then you could tell because a year later, he got mad when they was talking about, "Yo, you trying to get me put in prison?" This is a different interview he did a year later with Art.
And another thing, the FBI was coming up there fucking every month, dude. They knew what was up, all that shit. You know what I'm saying? If you a gangster and they come to talk to you, they use this psychology game. They put this board up on you, you know what I'm saying? That'll fuck your mind up. You know what I'm saying? Every time they was come up into that prison, they had that board up there. You know what I'm saying? And, if you pay attention to that board, that shit'll have you fucked up. You know what I'm saying? It's a psychology board. You know what I'm saying? People don't know about it. But they got a board up there where they had the snitches and, you know what I'm saying? They had us where we was in the car. You know what I'm saying? I was like, oh, fuck. So, you know what I'm saying? They was up on it, dude. They knew the shit. They knew what I was going to say before I even said it. They knew what happened. They knew what happened already, dude. They said, that's why they say if you lie, the shit is off the table. We already know what happened. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's wild, man. So they already knew where everybody was sitting at in the white Cadillac.
Yeah. Yeah. When I was in prison, they came up there in 99. They had the little where we sitting at in the car and all that shit. It's a psychology board. If you pay attention to that shit'll fuck your mind up. I'm just like, these gangster motherfuckers, don't look at that fucking board. Don't pay attention to it. You know what I'm saying? It was a slow burn, dude. Slow burn. You feel me? Yeah, and they know I was hard, dude. Because I used to give them the blues, like, tell them, kiss my ass, you got me, bring it, all that old shit. Even that fucking day they came. Well, fuck y'all. You know what I'm saying? I ain't doing shit. Fuck y'all. You know? Yeah.
How you feel about the people that feel like Big Dre, he shot Tupac? Because you did make a confession some years ago, man, and you said that you gave the gun to Big Dre, but he got cold feet. So Orlando, he ended up snatching the gun and shooting Tupac.
No.
Was Big Dre like that? Was he capable of doing that? Was he a shooter?
Them dudes was kids, man. Both of them dudes was kids back then. They was kids, dude. Them dudes was kids. Dre was an all-CIF basketball player, dude. You know what I'm saying? Big Dre was an all-CIF basketball player. You know what I'm saying? A nice shot, all that shit. Dunking and all that shit. Them dudes was kids. Dre was an athlete. Them dudes was athletes, dude. You know? They weren't about that, you know? Yeah. Back then, Dre was a... Yeah.
So he didn't pull the trigger?
Man, we already discussed that. Would you trying to get me in jail again?
Then when he asked him about the reports, when he asked him about going to jail, the reports.
So I gotta ask you, man. I know you've been hearing the rumors that's been going around. So Reggie Wright Jr., he did an interview and he said that you're gonna be getting arrested soon for Tupac's murder. Is that true?
Not that I know of, unless he's the U.S. fucking attorney or something. I don't know. This dude obsessed with me. What the fuck? You know what I'm saying? I know I said I wasn't gonna ever bring his name up again. He did that bullshit phone call, you know what I'm saying? That like a tap line or something. This is recorded. And he didn't let me hear the shit. I should sue him and that fucking RJ Bonds. That dude obsessed with me. He act like he want to give me some head or something. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with him. You need to leave me the fuck alone. Look, back in when I got out of the federal prison, I see this dude at a grocery store. This man don't know me from a man in the moon. He act like he my fucking friend. This dude ain't my fucking friend. I walked up to him and said, "Man, you know who the fuck I am?" He like, "Nah." I said, "Man, I'm Keefe D." He like, "Oh shit." Then I was sitting in the parking lot waiting on him to come out. He pulled out of this little gray BMW. That mother was scared to death. That mother don't know me. I've never been your friend or nothing. But I know of you, motherfucker, because your daddy the fucking police. And I'm tired of him. You know what I'm saying? He bringing up my name. He brought up my name from day one. You know what I'm saying? I am tired of him. And I guess he wanna I don't know what's wrong with the dude. He obsessed with me. You heard that song by Mariah Carey? Shit, leave me the fuck alone, bitch. I'm not your friend. You're doing secret phone calls and all that shit, man. Leave me the fuck alone, dude. You know what I'm saying? If anything, if they do arrest me, you need to be handcuffed to me, motherfucker. For all the dirty shit you done did, you son of a bitch. Hey, have you washed your neck yet? Maybe that shit getting stuck to your fucking brain or something. All that fucking dirt on your neck, nigga. Leave me the fuck alone, bitch. Yeah, that's all I got to say about him. And if he come back with anything, he trying to get views off me, he's strolling me or something. I don't know what the fuck is wrong
Strolling.
with him. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, he like, I guess I got a free interview. You know what I'm saying? What the fuck?
Yeah, that nigga said strolling.
Yeah, that was some bullshit. They called me 12 at night. You know what I'm saying? Called me off guard. And, you smoking. No, bitch. You smoking, motherfucker. You and your daddy. Back when I used to live over there in their neighborhood, this dude had to be in fucking the ninth, eighth, ninth grade. That motherfucker used to be had a cardboard box on his little driveway off of Bradfield and Stockton. Nigga used to be doing breakdancing and shit. You know what I'm saying? So fucking, man, leave me the fuck alone, dude. Little fat motherfucker. Unless you the U.S. attorney, I don't know what the fuck's going on.
Hey, we always appreciate the support, and if you guys want to do so, you can use the Cash App or PayPal links. They'll be in the description box below this video or pinned at the top of the comments. The top donators will be announced every month. All right, you guys, hope y'all enjoyed the video. Like, share, and subscribe. Make sure y'all cop the merch, and make sure that you get the weight loss formula. The links to that will be in the description box below this video. Check out our next video coming up right now.